The boy asked, "What is this? Is this world beautiful?" The unknown old man just laughed and said that his understanding of this world is still too insignificant. In this world there are not only people, monsters and gods, there are also much more terrifying creatures, namely demons. The old man's eyes became bloodshot and his tongue fell out of his mouth. The boy hit him in the eyes with his fingers and asked what nonsense he was talking about. But suddenly he felt severe pain and woke up, realizing that he had hit the wall with his fingers. He closed his eyes and said it was so painful. He looked around his room and thought it was a dream. Monsters and demons, what nonsense. It's been 3 days since he was reincarnated in this world. But he still doesn't understand what this place is. There is only one thing he is sure of: he has an unusually weak and frail body. Besides, his family is very poor. He went to the mirror and thought that his appearance was very simple and ordinary. He looked closer and realized something. There is still no glass in this world. The windows are covered with paper. Then who is behind the paper window? He got scared, and at the same moment a demon jumped out of the window, grabbed him by the neck, and the boy realized that there really are demons in this world. It's so strong, he can't get out of its grip. Has he just arrived in this world and will experience death a second time? The demon continued to squeeze his throat and his eyes began to roll back and his legs began to twitch. The boy thought, is he really going to die like this? The demon opened its mouth wider and exposed its sharp teeth, but suddenly a voice was heard that shouted that it was a vile creature. At that same second, the door to the house opened and the man hit the demon with his fist, and the boy freed himself from the grip. He looked at the man and thought that the demon had dissolved. The man looked at him and asked, "Is he okay?" The boy looked at him in surprise and thought that he had killed the demon with one blow. So this is martial arts. Then the boy's parents ran into the house and his mother called him Ziyu's name and asked if he was okay. They were scared to death. Ziyu called out to his parents and said that he was fine. His mom started crying and said thank God he's okay, she was so scared. His dad said that the only important thing is that he is whole. That's all that matters. The man told them it was just a weak demon. In general, if he were brave, he would not be able to do anything to him. Ziyu's father looked at the man and told his son that it was Uncle Ming. He is an important person in the city of King. He is incredibly cool. Ziyu thanked Uncle Ming and his mother said that he was a stupid child. Why didn't he tell them that he was being chased by a demon? Their all-knowing neighbor suspected something. She told everything to her father and he asked Uncle Ming for help. Otherwise he would already be dead. Ziyu did not answer and asked Uncle Ming, did he kill the demon using martial arts now? Uncle Ming looked at him with a smile and thought that this guy not only did not cry from fear of the demon, but also calmly asked him questions. What a rarity for a child his age. He patted him on the head and said that he was right. Against these weak demons they can use punch and dissolve them by focusing Kai energy and blood into fists. Ziyu thought that if his uncle was even a second late, he would definitely die. He won't always be so lucky. Maybe this is an opportunity. The uncle headed for the exit and told his brother and sister-in-law that he was returning. Ziyu called out to his uncle and he turned around, and then Ziyu said that he wanted him to teach him martial arts. He fell to his knees in front of him and again asked him to teach him martial arts. Uncle asked, does he want to learn martial arts? Learning martial arts is very difficult. This is not something the average person can handle. Ziyu's mother approached her son and asked what nonsense he was talking about. Ziyu ignored her and told his uncle that he was not afraid of difficulties. He really wants to learn martial arts, and no matter how difficult the training is, it is still better than now when he can do nothing to the weak demon. Uncle Ming laughed and said that he was persistent. Martial arts are not easy to convey. Even though he is the leader of the King City Pier under the Shining Sun sect, he still won't dare to pass on the martial art to someone else. However, he can recommend a couple of areas under the Shining Sun in King City to start with. He still has the ability to train in martial arts. Of course, this is a huge concern for them. He can contact him like he would talk to his parents. After that, Uncle Ming left and the conversation began. Ziyu's mother exclaimed that she couldn't agree to this. The Under the Shining Sun sect is a bad place. There, Su Ming's younger brother was beaten to death. Her husband took her hand and said that he knew all this, but bandits and demons were rampant in this world. Although learning martial arts is not easy, it will allow him to protect himself in such a difficult time. Since their son wants to study martial arts, they should support him. He began to reassure his wife and said that everything was fine. All the children grew up and left. At this time, Ziyu was lying on the bed and thinking that there really are demons in this world. He almost died, but heaven once again gave him a chance to live, so he must try hard to survive. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he should grab this opportunity to start learning martial arts and become stronger. Suddenly sparks appeared from his fist. Ziyu unclenched his fist and thought, what is this? A system window appeared in front of him and the system reported that the activation of the soul energy option was beginning. Ziyu saw his characteristics. His name is by Ziyu, strength 0.25, agility 0.32, body 0.35, no martial techniques, soul energy 15. Ziyu took a closer look at the soul energy line and thought, does he have soul energy? Is this the stats panel? Why is it inside him? Does it have any special functions? Strength, agility, and body have plus signs at the end. What does it mean? And what is this spiritual energy? He will try to press the plus of the force. He spent very little spiritual energy and added 0.01 points to his strength. A whole point has been taken away from his spiritual energy. In other words, he needs to spend 1 point of spiritual energy to increase his stat by 0.01. He'll try again. He felt a surge of strength and thought that this is really how it works. He feels like his physical abilities have increased. This is really a good thing. After that weak monster died, its soul flew away and it was absorbed by that stat bar and turned into that spiritual energy. He lay down on the bed again and thought that if possible, he definitely needed to check if everything was so. With this thing he has a better chance of success. The next day came. They left the house and Ziyu asked his mother to leave the money. He didn't need so much silver. She called him a fool and asked how he could go to foreign lands without money. His mom and dad can only do this for him, then he will have to rely on himself. Ziyu thought that there were only 3 silver coins, and for this she needed to sow about 100 souls and 2 months of night work. No matter what the era, the love of parents for their child is unchanged. After that he came to his uncle. Uncle Ming told Ziyu to meet. This is Jiang Gui, and this is his nephew Ziyulai. Together with him this time he can recommend them to join the sect. Ziyu's father asked his brother Ziyu Ming to take care of his child and Ziyu Ming replied that he was very polite. Absolutely nothing would happen to his son. Ziyu's father thanked him and Ziyu Ming said that the matter was urgent. They had to go. Ziyu looked at his parents seeing him off and thought that his parents' hearts were breaking with pity. Let them rest in peace. He will diligently live under the name of his son. As time passed, Ziyulai got tired and told his uncle that he could no longer go. Ziyu Ming looked at the 2 remaining students and asked, how are the 2 of them? Jiang Gui and Ziyu replied that they were fine. Ziyu thought it was good that he could use spiritual energy to enhance himself and increase his physical attributes. Otherwise he would have been like Suli. Ziyu Ming said that they need to hurry up. They will walk a little more and rest there. This part of the road is under the supervision of a wild bandit gang. If they stumble upon these robbers, it will be very bad. Ziyu was surprised and thought, robbers. All the mountain villages not far from here have heard about them. This is a gang of cruel and inhuman creatures. They have already killed countless people. The authorities tried several times to destroy them, but to no avail because they are very ferocious. Ziyu Ming grabbed his nephew and said that they would have to run through this section of the road. He sped up and told the others to keep up. They ran for a while and then sat down to rest and Ziyu Ming said that the 2 of them were in good physical shape. They have good inclinations to learn martial arts. Ziyu turned to his uncle and asked him to tell him about martial arts. Ziyu Ming asked if he was really interested. Martial arts are divided into external exercises and internal ones. With external ones, the brain and body are trained. With internal ones, respectively, the insides. Only after training does internal Kai appear. It will stay with him for the rest of his life, and from the moment it appears, his strength will increase dramatically. He pointed his fist at Ziyu and said that as soon as it explodes, the small monsters will be immediately destroyed. Ziyu was thrown back by the powerful force and Jiang Gui asked what level he was at now. Ziyu Ming replied that he practices internal exercises. He cannot be considered a top-class master. Ziyu looked at his uncle and thought that the inner strength was already so powerful. Then what is the highest level inner goal? After a while, in the city of King, Jiang Gui said admiringly, this is King Town. Ziyulai said it's so crowded. Everything is so cool everywhere. Ziyu Ming said that they are in the western quarter. They're under the Shining Sun sect is in the northern part of the city. Everything is still cooler there. All the bars and the state university are right there. They need to go. They walked down the street and someone announced the execution. The 4th leader of the devilish bandit gang is about to be beheaded. All the people began to run to the platform and Ziyu asked his uncle, are they talking about the gang that he told them about before? Ziyu Ming confirmed his words and asked, but would it be easy for them to execute the leader of a gang of robbers? Ziyu thought that killing the monster before had increased his spiritual energy. He wonders if the prisoner is suitable for this. Perhaps he will be able to increase this. It doesn't matter whether it will give him a lot of points or not, but at least somehow it should help him. He asked his uncle if they could take a look too. Ziyu Ming agreed and they came closer. Ziyu looked at the executioner and the man announced that this thief dared to rob the Lai family's pawn shop, but was immediately captured by Lai's second son. There are 3 outstanding heroes in the Lai family. Meeting one of the military heroes, the second son of the Lai family, turned out to be a real grief for this criminal. It was a devilish gang that killed people and started arson. They are to blame for all their atrocities and should have been destroyed long ago. The executioner said that the head of the devilish band of robbers Wu Liang was declared guilty of committing the most serious crimes. It was time to cut off his head. Wu Liang laughed and asked, will they cut off his head? He laughed even harder and began to struggle. The people immediately moved away from the platform and exclaimed that he wanted to escape. The executioner raised his sword and said that everyone must pay for their actions. The order must be carried out, let him not be angry. He swung his sword and Wu Liang saw a sparkling blade in front of him, and then his head fell on the platform. People closed their eyes at the terrible sight and Zhu Ming thought, did they kill him with simple swords? Meanwhile, Ziyu opened the stats window and thought 800 points have been added to his spiritual energy. This leader of a gang of robbers gave him as many as 800 points of spiritual energy. There were only 15 from that little demon. Is it really possible that how much energy will be absorbed depends on the actual strength of the object? He looked at his uncle and asked, he doesn't know what level of military equipment this robber had. Zhu Ming replied that they say that the iron-armed Wu Liang completely finished external cultivation 3 years ago and began internal cultivation. Now his real strength is many times greater than him. Ziulai asked in surprise, is he stronger? Then the previous 3 leaders of this gang of robbers were even more powerful. Zhu Ming replied with a smile that martial art has no boundaries. They need to hurry up, the test for joining the sect is about to begin, they can't be late. Suli asked what kind of test. Zhu Ming told them not to worry, it's not difficult. After they pass this, they will be immediately accepted into the sect, then they will decide what to do with them next. Besides, he had already warned the person in charge of conducting the test that they should just perform well and everything would be fine. The children were happy and Ziyu thought that his uncle said that the test was easy, but for some reason he had the feeling that it would not be so easy. They walked down the street and Ziulai said that this place is even cooler than the western quarter. Zhang Gui looked around and said, this is so exciting. They reached the building and Zhu Ming said that they had arrived. This is where their sect is under the shining sun. The test will be carried out here, let them wait a little. He will go look for the instructor and say that they have arrived. Future students gathered on the main platform and Ziyu asked, will they also participate in the test with them? The Goyim asked if even girls are accepted into the sect. Suli said he thinks they're all really cool here. Ziyu noticed his uncle and said that he had returned. Suli asked his uncle, what is there? Zhu Ming came to them, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that there was one problem. This time the chief examiner was temporarily replaced, and the one he was replaced with is the leader of one group that he fought with and, frankly, they are not on good terms with him. But don't let them worry, he will be with them from beginning to end. He thinks he won't dare do anything. Ziyu thought that he was afraid that if that person found out that they were related to him, then he. Suddenly someone said that instructor Zhang Bo had arrived. Zhu Ming and Ziyu turned around and saw the chief examiner in the sect administration under the shining sun. He walked past Zhu Ming and the children, looking at them with dissatisfaction, and told the rest of the children to stand still. There are a lot of examinees this time, it seems they are all very talented. They will raise the bar. Do they see these stones? He pointed his finger at the stone and said 200 kilograms for boys and 100 kilograms for girls. Whoever can lift the stone and walk 10 steps with it will pass the exam. Zhu Ming pointed his finger at him displeasingly and said that in the past, boys had to lift 80 kilograms to pass the exams. The test he gave was the level of the sect's inner disciples, it was too much. Zhang Bo replied that the defender Liu Yang said it is better to be too demanding than to accept anything. He is responsible for the internal affairs of the sect. Does he have any objections? Zhu Ming called him an idiot and said that he was putting pressure on him with the authority of Liu Yang's protector. Ziulai hugged his uncle and said that he was afraid. Zhang Bo grinned and said that since they came to participate, then let them participate, and if they don't want to, then leave here. Zhu Ming got angry and Goi said that he would participate. He warmed up and said that it was only 200 kilograms. He grabbed the stone and with great effort began to lift it, and the instructor began to count his steps. Goi lasted 10 seconds and Zhang Bo was surprised, saying that this is good, he believes that he passed the test, let him stand here for now. Zhang Bo's assistant wrote down Goi's name and other students also wanted to try. Zhang Bo told them not to make any noise and let them approach one by one. The student tried to lift the stone and Ziyu thought, how can an ordinary child lift this stone? Zhang Bo said that since they could not lift the stone, then let them move aside. Ziulai became upset and Zhang Bo told them not to detain the other children. A couple more students tried to lift the rock and he said it was really disappointing. It seems like only one person was able to pass the test this time. Suddenly Ziyu told him to wait, he came forward and said that he also wanted to try. He walked up to the stone and thought that he had come to King City to study martial arts. If he fails to join the sect, then he will have no other opportunity to touch martial arts. He should definitely do this. He called up the characteristics window and thought that he needed to take advantage of this. After all, he had a lot of spiritual energy. He increased his strength, agility and body to 0.5 and thought, did he push the stats to the limit? After he increased his strength, agility, and body to the limit, the plus sign disappeared. It seems he has reached his limit for now, then he needs to start. He began to lift the stone and the children exclaimed in surprise, did he understand the stone? Another person was able to pick this up. Ziyu took 10 hard steps with great effort, and then lowered the stone and thought that he had succeeded. Zhu Ming laughed and told Zhang Bo that he thought he had set him up, but both of those who passed were the children he brought. Zhang Bo irritably turned to his assistant Wang Jian and told him to take the children. Wang Jian walked forward and told Goye and Ziyu to follow him, he would give them the job. Goye was overjoyed and told Ziyu that he didn't think he was that tough, and he knows how to be secretive. Ziyu replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Wang Jian told them not to make noise, let them go faster. He led them to the site and the person in charge of the students, Jian Ming, asked, "Are there only 2 today?" Was he wrong? This time selection. Wang Jian told him not to ask anything. Jian Ming agreed and Wang Jian told him to enroll the 2 as au pair apprentices. Jian Ming told the children that they should tell them what their names are and where they are from. Ziyu bowed and said that his name was Bai Ziyu and he was from Yunai village. Then bowed and said that his name was Zhang Gui. He was from Yunai village. Jian Ming wrote down their names and said that after joining, they must follow certain rules. 3 rules, 5 laws, 12 articles, they must remember all this. If they violated something, at best they will be responsible for it themselves. And at worst, it will affect even their parents and loved ones, everyone will feel bad. Ziyu and Goye were scared and Jian Ming said that in their official position it is difficult to disrupt anything. Now he will tell them about their position and responsibilities. He helps to divide the disciples into internal and external. Those who have just joined the sect start from the outer level. Only after making a big mistake does the student become an apprentice. They must have offended someone. Goye was upset and asked how this is possible. Ziyu thought that they seemed to have hooked him. Jian Ming told them to deal with it. Students with good behavior also have the opportunity to get promoted. Ziyu called him a senior and asked if a journeyman student could study martial arts. Jian Ming said that they should call him Mr. Jian. The Under the Shining Sun sect is famous for its martial techniques. Naturally they can study them, they just need to apply. But they have so much rubbish for the apprentices to deal with, they will be very busy. Ziyu said that he will be applying to study martial arts. Goye said that he wants it too. Mr. Jian sighed and said that he would report them, but first they had to do the housework. Time has passed. For the next few days, although the work was very difficult, Ziyu worked very hard to study martial arts, and finally received good news. They went to bed with Goye and Ziyu thought that tomorrow morning he could start learning martial techniques. Internal exercises, external or internal Kai. What should he choose? The 4th leader of the Devil Gang, the 2nd son of the Lai family who captured him, also Liu Yang and his army, Zhang Bo, all these people are much stronger than Uncle Ming. All he can do now is try very hard to become an official inner disciple. Time passed, morning came. Goye caught his breath and said that they had come too early, there was no one here yet. Ziyu pointed his finger forward and told him to look there. Ahead they saw a guy who was training. Goye said that there is someone who came before them. The guy didn't pay attention to them. Goye said that he was just standing there. Why is he shaking so much? What kind of practice is this? Ziyu stopped him and told him to be quiet. It was not just like that. They stood next to him and Ziyu thought that he was writhing and moving like that not on purpose. There must be something that makes him move like that. Perhaps this is his inner strength. They started repeating after him and the guy said that they couldn't practice like that. They're newbies, right? His name is Qin Xiaoping. They must first learn to meditate. Once they are successful in this, they will be able to become fluent in the technique of standing. And then they will learn deeper techniques. Ziyu introduced himself and said that it seemed that he, Xiaoping, had already mastered the technique of standing meditation. Can he teach them how to do it correctly? Xiaoping replied that there is nothing to teach. The essence of standing meditation lies in 2 words, stand firmly. But that doesn't mean they just have to be still. They must move their inner strength, strengthen their physical body, this will strengthen their Kai power. He explained to them only superficially, let them better ask the master for advice. He has already completely mastered this technique and can transfer energy to them through space. When the strength is in the body, it will be much easier for them to practice standing meditation. Goye said he didn't think learning the techniques would be difficult. Ziyu thanked Xiaoping for the tip and thought that this Qin brother is so humble, but it seems that among all the disciples, his fighting skills are the highest. Suddenly one of the students shouted that Master Honggan had arrived. Ziyu and Goye turned around and saw the master. Goye asked, is this the short fat man who was behind Zhang Bo? Ziyu confirmed his words and Honggang said that let those who have not yet learned the standing meditation technique come up. The students approached him and he told them to stand up properly. He will tell them about this technique. Standing meditation is the main external exercise of their sect. Although it is a basic exercise, it is nevertheless a very important exercise. It can strengthen their Kai and blood and unite their strength. With the help of force, he tore his clothes and said that after receiving the energy, they can be considered martial artists and will become one with nature. Goye said it was so cool. The master said that the meditation pose is simple. He won't say much, so he'll just show them and then he'll transfer energy to them. Goye asked Ziyu in a whisper, did he hear? He will give them energy. Honggang approached the student and said that he had already transferred energy to him. He was coming for the 3rd time. If the 3rd time he doesn't succeed, he will become an apprentice. He hit him on the chest, transferring energy to him and the boy winced in pain. Goye said that he didn't seem to be feeling very well. The master approached the next student and told the others to carefully feel how their energy was changing. He hit the boy on the chest and then walked up to Ziyu and Goi and asked, "These seem to be the talented boys that Ziyu Ming brought." The boss told him to take good care of them. He hit them in the chest with all his might, causing them to fly several meters back. Hong Gang smirked and called them weaklings and then said that they flew away from the energy transfer. Let them remember that during standing meditation they need to be motionless, sweat will flow from them in streams. This is a sign that this technique is already developing within them. All they have to do is train it together with the energy transferred to them. If they experience changes within 10 days, they can be ranked as an inner disciple. If 30 external, and if after 30 days nothing happens, then they will become apprentices like those two losers. Ziyu and Goi caught their breath and Ziyu thought that he felt some kind of pulsation. He feels the impulses in his body. The blood inside him began to move. Is this what standing meditation is? Ziyu opened the stat window and saw that standing meditation had appeared in the martial technique line, which could not be upgraded. He thought that military equipment had appeared. Well, finally, everything is not in vain. He rose to his feet and thought, what does it mean that if he can increase the level of meditation with the help of energy, then complete perfection is not a dream. He must be persistent. Time has passed. He began to meditate and thought that the essence of standing meditation was in 2 words, to stand firmly, but that did not mean that he should just be still. He must move the inner force, strengthening the physical body. By doing this he will strengthen its kai. He has been practicing continuously for 3 days now, and the feelings of pain and fatigue have disappeared. It seems that Hong Gan, when he wanted to harm him, deliberately dealt a double blow, transmitting much greater force, which means, on the contrary, he helped. The limit on the stat bar has also increased. It seems that mastering the mastery of standing meditation is just around the corner. Goi called out to him and said that Mr. Giant was looking for them. It must have something to do with the distribution of apprentices. Ziyu asked again, Mr. Giant. They came to his office and asked why he was looking for them. Mr. Giant asked, do they have someone they know in the sect? Ziyu asked, is he familiar? They only know Uncle Ziyu Ming. Mr. Giant said that it's okay then. Someone doesn't want them to stay here and wants to send them away. Considering Ziyu Ming's reputation, he would be able to do something to make them stay. Ziyu asked, what are the requirements? Mr. Giant replied that it would cost 5 silver. Ziyu Ming and Goi exclaimed, 5 silver. Mr. Giant replied that this is not much, but if they don't have it, 3 will also be enough. Ziyu bowed and said that they didn't have much money. Don't let him put them in such a difficult situation. If he can do something, then let him do it. Mr. Giant thought that they were 2 poor people and said that then it doesn't matter, he will organize everything. Goi will go on the Azure boat. He may consider this to be the best assignment for apprentices. He looked at Ziyu and said, as for him, he will go to the Pearl restaurant. Let them go back and clean up first, and then he'll send someone to escort them out. Ziyu thanked him and he and Goi left his office. Goi called out to Ziyu and said that they would have to split up this time. But, in fact, they will now have a chance to remain in the sect. And the villain who arranged all this is exactly the same person who made them apprentices. Ziyu asked, does he really think that it is Zhang Bo who is driving them away? Goi asked, who else? A thought occurred to him and he asked, does he really want to say that it is Mr. Giant? Ziyu replied that he was a very greedy person. He was taking advantage of his position. All the apprentices were discussing this. Goi said that then since everything is like this, they can only rely on themselves. After that, the Azure boat arrived and Liu Hua, the sex messenger disciple, told Goi to go with him. Goi thanked him and they all met the girls who got off the boat. They stood in front of the women and Liu Hua bowed to them, saying that Liu Hua's disciple greets the courtesans. He introduced the Goi to them and said that this was an apprentice sent to them. The girls started giggling and one of them said that this time they brought such a strong apprentice. Another girl approached Goi and said that his little sister would show him everything. Goi began to get nervous and another girl came up to him and asked if he was shy. He is so cute. As the courtesans circled around Goi, Liu Hua told the main gorilla that he was handing Zhang Goi over to them to take care of him. Goi reached out his hand to Ziyu and called out to him, and Ziyu looked at him with sympathy and told him to take care of himself. After that, Liu Hua and Ziyu left and Liu Hua told him that his fellow countryman was really very lucky. He ended up in a pleasant place. Suburban restaurants, pleasure boats, a pier, a casino, all these are the enterprises of their sect. Even if they were only appointed as apprentice messengers, they still have a chance of getting free. All the courtesans and the venerable Mr. Hu were once apprentices. Ziyu asked, who is venerable Mr. Hu? Liu Hua asked, doesn't he know him? He was sent to his restaurant Pearl. After some time in the Pearl restaurant visitors sat at a table and had dinner, and waiters served dishes. There are different dishes in the Pearl. There is steamed pork, stewed pork meatballs, honey syrup, and signature stewed sea cucumbers with leeks. Ziyu looked around and said that's how it is here. Liu Hua interrupted him and asked, is it noisy? A restaurant worker approached him and said that the owner told him to replace him. Liu Hua called him Erguin, pointing his finger at Ziyu, told him to explain everything to him. Ergu walked up the stairs and told Ziyu that his name was Lai Ergu, let him follow him. Ziyu greeted him and introduced himself. Ergu went forward and said that there was a staircase up there and a separate cabin at the top. There's a backyard, they live here. He will live in the room with him, his bed has just become available. He said in a whisper that he was new here, so let him stay close to him, the owner is not a bad person. As long as they are not lazy, he does not touch them, and the salary here is 150 silver per month. Well, is that enough? He pulled back the curtain and said that this was the kitchen, their workplace. He just came to them and initially they were supposed to let him rest for a while, but there is too much work. So let him begin. Time passed, Ziyu trudged exhaustedly to the room and thought that he had been washing the dishes for 2 whole hours. He saw Enro, who was already asleep, and thought that he was sleeping so soundly. He looked at the doors and thought that he should take a moment and go practice meditation. He stood up and thought that the feeling of the rotation of internal Kai still remained. He took a few breaths and felt something. During standing meditation, he stands motionless and sweat begins to appear, which collects and drops, and this is an indicator of mastering the technique of standing meditation. A bead of sweat fell from his chin and he felt something. He looked at his hands and realized that the internal blood and Kai were like waves. After that, he happily opened the characteristics window and saw that the standing meditation could be improved. He thought he had mastered the initial stage, and in just 5 days. This is probably very fast compared to others, but then he should do it even faster. The system reported that 200 points of spiritual energy can be spent for improving the standing meditation technique. He improved his technique and felt a surge of strength. He thought that the weak flow of power was gradually increasing. This flow of power, although weak, is simply amazing. The blood inside began to circulate faster, and he achieved little success in meditation. He looked at his hands and thought that this spiritual energy could speed up the cultivation process, which would shorten his practice time. This is a powerful feeling of strength, but many times greater compared to what it was before. The characteristics increased and Ziyu thought that this was really the case. 3 main characteristics have been increased. Thanks to this, as long as he has enough spiritual energy, he can increase his abilities endlessly. What would take other people 3, 5, or even 10 years would take him just a moment. The life stance is the rotational force of internal Kai and blood. It is the engine. Thanks to this, he does not need to specially study any techniques in order to move the Kai. He just needs to go with the flow and follow the dictates of the heart. Kai can sway even instinctively, it can rise up like a galloping horse or wriggle at will like a snake. Success in standing meditation allowed him to increase his strength, and he continued to improve it. So how can he now achieve complete success in this technique? The system reported that he could spend 400 points of spiritual energy to achieve even more. Ziyu agreed to this and thought that at this moment, it was as if he had experienced countless days and nights of persistent cultivation, again and again, without noticing fatigue. By cultivating strength with his body over and over again, he strengthened himself. To have such power is a real pleasure. It is not surprising that all military personnel strive to own it. A journeyman, relying only on a little success in standing meditation, can go to the sect department where they study martial arts, and now he has achieved more success in this technique. But this is impossible, this is too fast an increase. The initial stage of meditation in a standing position is still acceptable, but in 5 days to achieve perfection in technology. Who has heard of this? Everyone will have questions because others need 3 or 5 years to achieve such a result. It's a pity that he lacks spiritual energy now. The one who stands out always gets into trouble. To stay alive, he shouldn't arouse suspicion, he needs to act quietly. He opened the characteristics window and saw that he had reached a perfect level in standing meditation. The next stage is perfection. He thought that he did not know how to cultivate to achieve perfection in the standing meditation technique. What should he do? Now he has no chance in martial arts, but with the help of spiritual energy, he can think of some way. The next day, in the kitchen, he was peeling potatoes and turned to Uncle Sun, who was sitting next to him, asking, tomorrow he will go to the slaughterhouse for meat. Can he go with him? He replied that to go to the slaughterhouse, they had to get up very early and leave while it was still dark. Sun Nan's uncle is the kitchen manager of this restaurant. He told Ziyu that he still needed to work, just not to overwork himself. Ziyu replied that it's okay, he will get up, he just wants to see how everything works in the slaughterhouse, besides, he can't waste time. Sun Nang headed towards the exit and said that then let him get up and he will take him to see what and how it is. Ziyu thanked him and thought that Uncle Sun was a master of knives, he could cut tofu into thin hairs, but unfortunately, he injured his leg in the fight and was no longer an official disciple. Every morning, very early, he responsibly goes to the slaughterhouse and selects the freshest pork and beef. Having established a good relationship with him, he got a great chance to go to the slaughterhouse and receive spiritual energy there. The next day, early in the morning, Ziyu walked up to Uncle Sun and he, noticing him, asked if he still stood up. He thought he was joking yesterday. Ziyu replied that he said he would get up, so he got up. After a while, at the slaughterhouse, the butchers killed the pigs and Ziyu received spiritual energy for this. He looked at the stats window and thought that he had increased his spiritual energy by 34 points. He really didn't come here for nothing. After that, they left the slaughterhouse and Ziyu helped Uncle Sun drag the cart. Sun Nan said that he is not a weakling. He usually has a hard time pulling that cart up the hill. Ziyu replied that he was naturally strong. Most adults were not as strong as him. Uncle said that he wouldn't have said that right away. They say correctly, they shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. In his opinion, he is a very resourceful guy. How did he become an apprentice? Ziyu replied that as soon as he passed the test, he was immediately sent to be an apprentice. Sun Nang sighed and said that it was still good that he ended up in the Pearl restaurant. They don't often plot intrigues with each other. Ziyu asked if he could go with him to the slaughterhouse tomorrow. Uncle agreed and said that without him it would be very difficult for him to drag this cart up the mountain. He will then tell Master Lai about this. He wiped off his sweat and said that when they return, let him rest in the kitchen until 10 o'clock. Ziyu asked, is he allowed? Sun Nang told him to calm down, he still has authority there. Suddenly someone screamed and they turned in the direction of the sound. Someone shouted that he must kill, no one should stay. Ziyu thought that the voices were coming from the backyard of Lai Ming's pawn shop. Is this really revenge for the fourth leader of the band of robbers? He called out to Uncle Sun, but he had already run away and said that everyone saves themselves. Ziyu thought he was lame, running faster than a rabbit. Ziyu ran down the street, listening to the screams, and thought that he couldn't escape again and had to hide. But just where? Who knows how many people are in ambush here? He saw boards against the wall and thought that he could probably hide behind this piece of wood. He crawled under the boards and thought that a person could fit here. He noticed a gap in the wall and someone asked Grandpa Lai where should he go. Ziyu looked through the crack and thought, is this the Lai family? He saw the robbers and two members of the Lai family. Grandpa Lai stood in front and protected his second son. He said that Liu Xiaoping with his magic sword, Diamond Wu Yun, the second and third head of the gang of robbers, suddenly came to them. Wu Yun, the third leader of the gang of bandits, said that the second son of the Lai family captured their leader and killed him. This is a very arrogant act. Liu Xiaoping, the second leader of the bandit gang, said that today he wants to see the entire Lai family killed. Will they check if they are so majestic? Ziyu realized that these robbers were taking revenge for their fourth leader. Grandpa Lai replied to the second leader that he should deal with him. Liu Xiaoping stepped forward and told the others not to interfere, let them just watch the second son of the Lai family. Grandpa Lai pointed a spear at him and rushed forward, but Liu Xiaoping jumped to the side and Grandpa Lai told him to stop. He swung his spear and Liu Xiaoping dodged, then he laughed and said that was interesting. He grabbed the sword and Grandpa Lai noticed it, then Liu Xiaoping swung the sword and he told him to die. Grandpa Lai repelled the attack and his son called out to him, saying that he would help him. Grandpa Lai told him not to move. Liu Xiaoping smiled and told them to attack together. He would deal with both of them. He stuck his sword into the ground and said that they would all die. His blow caused the ground to crack, and immediately after that he attacked Grandpa Lai. Grandpa Lai pulled back and thought that he could barely resist him with his strength. This couldn't go on any longer. Liu Xiaoping gave him several blows at once and said that he would see how long he could hold out. He attacked again, but Grandfather Lai could not defend himself and his son called out to him. Grandpa Lai called out to his son Liu Zhu and told him to leave quickly. He needs to find his older brother and tell him everything that happened today. Lai Zhu headed towards the exit and the other robbers pounced on him and told him to stand still. He would not run away. Liu Xiaoping raised his sword and told Old Man Lai that he would pay with his life for their brother. At the same moment, he struck, but Grandpa Lai held it back and asked, is his level of internal Kai? How can this be? At this time, Ziyu was very surprised and continued to watch their fight. Liu Xiaoping wounded Grandpa Lai in the shoulder and said that he was about to die. Grandfather Lai grabbed his blade with his bare hands and said that he would not allow him to do this. He stepped on the blade and shouted to his son to run away. Liu Xiaoping pierced his body and when the grandfather began to fall, he kicked the blade at his son's pursuer and Wu Yun, noticing this, asked, did the old man suddenly decide to attack him? He knocked his blade away and told him to stay out of his way. The gang members continued to chase Lai Zhu and Wu Yun told his subordinates that they would not let him escape. Liu Xiaoping, having dealt with Grandpa Lai, looked at his son and told him to stop. He extended his hand forward and sent a powerful stream of energy after him, which soon reached him. Lai Zhu was hit on the back and grunted in pain, and then he was thrown into the wall and broke it with his body. Ziyu, who was very close, looked at Lai Zhu and Liu Xiaoping told the rest of the robbers that he was leaving it to them. Let them kill him. The robbers went to Lai Zhu and one of them said that he was finished. This is because he insulted their gang. Another guy walked up to him and told his friend to cut his head off. Lai Zhu looked at them and told them to keep dreaming. After that, he abruptly rose to his feet and threw them to the sides and then ran away. Liu Xiaoping laughed and said that they would play, let them catch up with him. Wu Yun obeyed his orders and began to chase. Ziyu sighed with relief and thought that this was dangerous. Fortunately, he had improved his standing meditation and now he can hide his breathing. He looked around the corner and thought, did they all run away? It must be safe here now. He saw a package under the rubble and thought that it was probably the second son of the Lai family who dropped it. He put it away under his clothes and ran towards the restaurant with the thought that he didn't think that he would find anything here yet. After a while, he reached the restaurant and Sun Ning called out to him. He approached him and asked, and did he want to return like this? Ziyu thought that he had just abandoned him and now he was pretending that nothing happened. He scratched his head and asked what he meant. Sun Nan asked, will they just come back and say that they accidentally came across a gang of robbers and then ran away? You can't do that. If someone asks, trouble will start. Ziyu thought that he was right. The Lai family's matter is very important. It's a whole whirlpool. If they get involved in this matter, then they can be stuck in it for a long time. Moreover, he found and took some kind of package from there. He asked, then what should they do? Sun Ning replied that they need to return. They need to go to the slaughterhouse for meat as usual, and if anyone asks anything, they will say that they don't know anything. Ziyu wanted to object, but Sun Nan said that by this time the robbers had long left. All the attention of other people was now focused on the Lai family mansion. No one would care about them. They went back to get the cart and Sun Nan said that he heard that he liked practicing martial arts. Has he already learned standing meditation? Ziyu replied that he had just learned this. Sun Ning said that only 10 days have passed since the transfer of powers until today. If he is an external apprentice of their sect, then this speed is enough to make him an internal apprentice. What a pity. He coughed into his fist and said that it was very dangerous then. He had no choice but to leave it. Well, then let him allow him to teach him sword skills. Let him think that this is such compensation. Ziyu was happy and thought, wielding a sword. He thanked him and thought that after all, this Sun Nan still had a conscience. Although he can use spiritual energy to speed up his cultivation, he lacks combat techniques that he could learn. He said that he often heard people talk about external training and internal exercises. But what is considered external hardening and what is internal exercises? If he has achieved a little success in standing meditation, is this already considered external hardening? Sun Ning replied that standing meditation is just the most basic way of training one's strength. Even if one brings it to perfection, it is still not considered an internal level of training. External hardening is training the muscles of the body. Standing meditation is just a basic technique of external practice and nothing more. And as for internal practice, he is still too far away from this, so he should not get ahead of himself. Ziyu asked, then what are the external exercises? Sun Ning replied that for the external tempering exercise, his strength must be in motion, like a beating. Something began to move under his skin and he said that it looked like this. In general, he needs to become very successful in standing meditation before he can reach this point. Naturally, then he will also be able to practice external hardening techniques. Ziyu said that he understood. Sun Nan smiled and said that external tempering techniques are rare in the entire King Town. A diamond lock, an iron shirt from the martial arts museum of their sect under the shining sun, 6 or 7 war intertwined darts, all of these are methods of external hardening, allowing one to climb to the heights of this practice. Ziyu admired and Sun Nan said that, however, even if a student practices techniques but does not study martial arts, he will not succeed. The art of wielding melee weapons is a cool thing. Even if he is weak, with this he can defeat the strong. For example, their leader Liu Dong, outside he is known as Tian Changshu, the heavenly obstacle, very resonant. Ziyu asked, does this work out? He wants to impart the sword technique to him, which is a martial art, right? Sun Ning replied that as soon as he achieved success in standing meditation, he would immediately pass on the sword technique to him. After a while, Ziyu returned to his room and opened the characteristics window. His strength is 1.22, agility 1.13, body 1.32, spiritual energy 672. Ziyu thought that although he was a little scared because of what happened to the Lai family in the morning, he still collected so much spiritual energy, there would be no happiness. But misfortune helped. Of course, he received much more, maybe that. He took out the bundle and unfolded it, seeing books in front of him. He thought, these are the secrets of martial arts. He examined the books more carefully and thought, is this the first volume of the Code of Laws of the God of Heavenly Radiance and the first part of the Book of 100 Prophecies? It seems that this is not the secret of martial arts at all, it is more like ways to become immortal. With the help of powerful martial arts he will be able to defeat all evil spirits and evil spirits. And with this technique of becoming immortal, it turns out that he will be even cooler. But he has not yet finished cultivating the standing meditation technique. If he makes a mistake when cultivating other techniques, it will be dangerous. He hid the books under the mattress and thought that the city is not a village. There are no demons here. First he will hide the books, and after a few days he will return to this issue again. He sighed and thought that he had made great progress with his standing meditation, but he needed to get something pulsating under his skin. When Sun Nan showed him, he immediately thought that he could do it too. He concentrated and felt the pulsation, thinking that he had really succeeded. So is this an external training exercise or not? What should he do now? Reception of the Martial Arts Palace Iron Shirt. The Martial Arts Palace is relatively open. which means there is nothing impossible to learn, and the martial intertwined arts are a unique externally tempered combat technique. It will be quite difficult. Would he really have to report to the sect that he had already achieved excellent results in standing meditation, and then he could go and learn the diamond lock? He remembered his conversation with his mother. He approached his mother and said that he had heard that there was some kind of child prodigy in the neighboring village. At half a month he learned to crawl, and at 3 to walk, and at 5 he could already speak. This child is very cool. When he grew up, did he become a Superman yesterday? His mother was a little upset and said that sometimes everything is completely different from what he thinks. This child, who originally had a wonderful future, was a real monster to all the villagers, and they burned him alive. Ziyu came back from the memory and thought that he suddenly remembered this passage. No one needs to know anything, and he needs to come up with another way. After a while, in the main hall of the Pearl restaurant, waiters served guests and Ziyu was one of them. One of the visitors asked his friend, did he hear what happened yesterday? He feels so sorry for the Lai family. In the area they were considered very rich. His friend asked, who forced this family to offend a gang of robbers? Another man said that even the government could not capture them. It was the second son of the Lai family who instigated everything. Their friend said that he knew that Lai Zhu captured the fourth leader of the gang of robbers and he was then executed. Sooner or later this would happen to the Lai family. The man smiled and asked what nonsense he was talking about. Wasn't he the one who praised Lai Zhu before? Did he say that the 3 heroes of the Lai family will definitely prosper? He replied that he simply underestimated the band of robbers. Who knew they were so crazy? It's a pity for Lai Zhu. He had already reached the security gate, but they still caught up with him and killed him. Ziyu removed the dirty plates from their table and walked away from the table, thinking that Lai Zhu had been killed after all. It doesn't matter whether it was on purpose or not. But the soul of the fourth leader of a gang of robbers brought him 2 very rare books. He benefited from the second son of the Lai family and is now in debt to him. Only he would like to thank him for this personally. Ergu came out of the kitchen and asked Ziyu why he was so slow. Let him go quickly and prepare the food. Ziyu obeyed him and some time passed. Ziyu was walking down the street carrying radishes on his back when he saw people crowding around the notice board. Someone said that the reward is not small, 500 coins. Another man said that for the second leader as much as 800. Someone asked, what is the reward for the main boss? Who is this rich man who pays generously? Even the government doesn't know. Someone else said that the eldest son of the Lai family, Lai King, returned from another city to organize a funeral and then left. There was no talk of any revenge. The man said that he heard that he sold all the Lai family's property and moved everyone to the city. Another person asked, who would dare to touch a gang of robbers? Revenge is no joke. Ziyu made his way to the bulletin board and thought that there was a wanted notice for the leader of a gang of robbers. But when he saw the painted portraits of the robbers, his face changed and he thought that even if these 2 were standing here, no one would recognize them anyway. Suddenly Ergu called out to him and Ziyu came out of the crowd and asked, is he wearing a tracking system? How does he always find it? Ergu asked, what is this? He buys food too slowly, there are a lot of guests there, let him come back quickly. Just now, while he was looking for him, he heard very interesting rumors. He whispered in his ear that there was a demon in the Tang family mansion. Ziyu asked, is it true? Ergu said that this is Tang Liangxin's family from the martial arts palace. Ziyu said that he asked him about this family. Suddenly he thought, a martial arts museum. He turned around sharply and said that Tang Liangxin was a warrior who had ascended to the pinnacle of external training, possessing strong Kai and blood. What demons dared to break into his house? Ergu grinned and said that of course, these are not some petty demons. Surely this is some kind of powerful demon. He heard that the 2 girls in his family had their life force completely sucked out and died. Terrible death. Ziyu thought that this was a demon that even a warrior who had reached the peak of external hardening could not cope with. Ergu said that this evil demon is now chasing Tang Liangxin's daughter. He is very worried and has already sent people after the powerful monk. Ziyu asked, powerful monk? Who is this? Suddenly Ergu stopped and looked at him with surprised eyes. Ziyu asked, what is it? Ergu exclaimed, he doesn't know who the powerful monk is. Ziyu replied with an awkward smile that he really didn't know. Ergu said that a powerful monk is a person who has mastered the secrets of immortality. He is the best at dealing with all sorts of demons and ghosts. Once a powerful monk comes, all the troubles of the Tang family will be solved and illnesses will be cured. They say that the powerful monk has already completed his cultivation and now belongs to the ranks of the Celestials. Ziyu asked again, celestial beings. Ergu sped up and said that it was too late. If he didn't return to his master soon, he would lose his temper. Ziyu looked after him and thought that after the incident with that weak demon, this was the first time he had heard about another incident with a demon. He thought that in a city with a large population like King, there were no demons. He seems to have simplified everything. No master of external hardening can cope with a demon, which means he must definitely study the art of immortality. Someone called out to Ziyu and called him a brat and said that he should bring him all the ingredients to the kitchen. Ziyu quickly ran to the kitchen and shouted that he was on his way. He smiled and thought, after all, what is the difference between martial techniques and the art of immortality? And this world is much more spectacular and mysterious than he thought. Time has passed. Ziyu took a piece of paper and thought that this force outside the body could rip out the paper. He'll try. He tore the piece of paper with his palm and thought with a smile that completely mastering stand-up meditation is actually very different. These half a month of hard work were not in vain. He opened the stat window and thought that he had already reached the level of the professor of the Under the Shining Sun sect. He looked at the bed and then took out the books and thought that the Code of Laws of the God of Heavenly Radiance is the laws on how to become a celestial being, and the Book of 100 Prophecies is the technologies of prophecy and their interpretation. He can practice these two books at the same time, but the materials for making prophecy is too expensive. Still, he will put it off for later. He has completely mastered standing meditation, but he hasn't practiced any martial techniques yet, so he needs to look at the laws of immortality. He opened the book and began to read. He needs to absorb Kai energy, eat dew and strengthen the spirit, fully explore and purify his body, Kai harmony. He is afraid that these cultivation conditions will not work. He flipped through several pages and suddenly stopped at one where it is written about the law of the ancient immortals. Modern practice can reduce most of the confusion. The practice method used mainly focuses on the art of collecting Kai, energizing, natural purification and study of the body, Kai harmony, as well as the birth of supernatural power. Ziyu thought that the person who wrote this book believed that he could not practice. After a while, he closed the book and thought that these laws of the God of Heavenly Radiance are mainly aimed at collecting solar Kai and nourishing the body, so he needs to nourish the body and maybe his first spiritual power will be born. He opened the characteristics window and thought that there was the art of the God of Heavenly Radiance. Indeed, it was written on the panel. In this case, even if it is very difficult, he will try. He ran out of the restaurant area and thought that he and Uncle Sun had delivered the meat just in time for sunrise. He hoped he would make it in time. He climbed Mount Jingyang and stopped at the very top. He saw the first rays of the sun rising and thought that he had made it. He sat in the lotus position and began to meditate. The sun began to rise and Ziyu thought that he had never had such a feeling, that the sun's rays were so warm and pleasant. He smiled and thought that the sunlight seemed to turn into divine energy and accumulate around his body. The energy continued to circle around his body and Ziyu thought that it had worked. He needed to wait for the dirt to completely come out. He could enter the state of full radiation of body purification. He continued to sit in place until the sun rose completely. He suddenly opened his eyes and thought that this was not good. The power of the rising rays of the sun has passed, now it is already starting to bake. He felt something and thought he was lucky. He almost attracted the sun so much that he got burned. He sighed and thought that it was fortunate that the gravity was weak when he practiced for the first time, otherwise it would have been very dangerous indeed. He opened the stats panel and thought it was no wonder people wanted to become immortal. After practicing just once, all the stats improved a little. He noticed the new attribute spirit and thought, what is he waiting for? He decided to spend 55 points of spiritual energy to increase his spiritual strength, and then the attribute began to increase. And then Ziyu sensed everything that was happening around him. The leaves are shaking, all the sounds of nature, he hears everything. The singing of birds and insects, now he feels it all. The effect is so strong. He returned to the city and thought that he first needed to return home and take a swim, wash off all the dirt that had arrived. Suddenly some woman with a child called out to him and asked if it was really him. Ziyu recognized his aunt and thought that according to the memories of the previous owner of the body, this is the only younger sister of Bai Ziyu's father. She is married to a city mason and lives in the city. He was surprised to see her, and she said that she had heard that his father had sent him to the city, so she still wanted to come and see him sometime, but she never expected that she would meet him on the street. Ziyu laughed and patted the little girl on the head, called her little sister Yume and said that she was already so big. Suddenly he was surprised to see that her face did not express any emotion and thought that there was something wrong with her. He told his aunt that there seemed to be something wrong with her face. She agreed with him and said that in the morning his sister cried for a long time, and then suddenly fell silent. She wants to take her to the doctor. Ziyu said that he didn't think she needed to take her to the doctor. She asked what did he mean. He replied that he could feel the breath around Yume says, just recently he himself experienced this. He is afraid that she was pushed by evil spirits. His aunt asked if she had encountered a demon, but this cannot be. Ziyu said that by touching her back, he can immediately understand everything. If she is cold, then he is afraid that they will have to ask for help from a martial artist with rich Kai energy. The aunt reached under her daughter's shirt and touched her on the back, then she pulled back sharply and said that she was really cold. She grabbed Ziyu by the shoulders and asked what should they do. His uncle went to work in Jigu village, and she is a woman who doesn't know anyone who cultivates. Ziyu told her not to worry, let her go home with Yume, he will call Uncle Ming. The last time he encountered a demon, It was he who saved him from it. The ant agreed, and then Ziyu went to the port. He walked along the port, looking around, and saw one guy, thought he was an official disciple of the sect under the shining sun. He approached him and said that he was looking for the head of Zhu Ming. He doesn't know where he is. The man turned to him and asked, he called him brother mentor, is he from a sect? Who is the head of Zhu Ming? Ziyu replied that he had just joined the section, he was an apprentice, he was his nephew. The man replied that he was not here, they were sending a new batch of goods, and he went along. Ziyu exclaimed, not here, when will he return? The man replied that if everything was fine, he would return in 3 or 5 days, and if they went slowly, then in 10. Ziyu ran back and thought that this was not good. In the city of King, Uncle Min is the closest and strongest person he knows. But he is not here, he can only ask Uncle Sun. He came to him, but Sun Nan waved his hand and said that he would not help him with this matter. He must know that demons are unpredictable things, it is difficult to understand whether the demon in front of him is strong or weak. The Tang family even asked a powerful monk for help to solve this problem, but he, a cripple, could not help him. Ziyu smiled and replied that it was okay, he wouldn't force him. He thought that he knew it, then he left him in the morning, naturally he would not be eager to help him. He said that he should then help him ask Master Life for a day off. He headed towards the exit and thought that he had felt Yume's gloomy breath before. Can he feel the real power of this demon? It must not be very strong. Is this the effect of the spiritual attribute? Uncle Ming is not here, Uncle Sun will not help, he doesn't know who else to ask. It seems he only needs to rely on himself. This is a chance to test his real strength. He sped up and thought that he needed to prepare well first. Night came, his aunt looked out the window and thought that so much time had already passed. Why hasn't he come yet? She looked at her daughter worriedly, and then Ziyu opened the doors to their house and walked inside, calling out to his aunt. She was delighted to see him, and then looked out into the street and asked, is he alone? Where is his uncle? He replied that Uncle Ming had left on a boat and would only return in a few days. His aunt began to worry about her daughter and began to cry, saying that this is the end. There are a lot of children in this area just like Yume, some have already died. Yume even more or less. Ziyu tried to calm her down and told her not to cry. Are there any other children who have encountered a demon? She confirmed his words and said that in several houses next to theirs, they were absolutely the same as Yume. She heard that some little ghost was looking for other dead souls to replace him in order to stay in this world. Ziyu thought, are there many children like this? This is already suspicious. He told his aunt not to worry, he had a plan. She asked what the plan was. Ziyu replied that he had only been in the Under the Shining Sun sect for a month, but he had already learned a lot, he could easily deal with a tiny ghost. He thought that although he wasn't sure about it, he couldn't let her worry. The aunt returned to her daughter and Ziyu got down to business. He poured a few drops of water on a piece of wood and his aunt asked what it was. He brought it to his eyes and said that these are leaves moistened with the tears of a bull. By rubbing their eyes with them they can see invisible demons. She rubbed her eyes with the leaves, then opened them and said that she could not see anything. Suddenly the candle flame flickered and Ziyu said that it had arrived. They looked around and Aunt asked where. Ziyu thought it was from behind. He quickly turned around, seeing a silhouette behind his aunt. She saw a terrible ghost above her and, pointing her finger at it, shuddered in fear and then shouted that it was a demon. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted, and Ziyu looked at her worriedly. A mist began to appear from the ghost's mouth and Ziyu thought it was a bloody mist. He was surprised and saw that he was in a different place and thought, is this a bald mountain? No, this is a demon's deception. It is much stronger than the little thing he encountered before. People who fall for the demon's bait may become lost in hallucinations. Fortunately, he went to the slaughterhouse and prepared the blood of a black dog. He splashed blood all over the area and when the last drop fell to the ground he thought that the hallucinations had disappeared. The ghost began to approach him from the right and Ziyu grabbed the bamboo and then splashed water, which hit the demon and Ziyu asked, how does it taste? You're in therapy, just what the doctor ordered for it. The original image has appeared, even if wings appear this time, it will not fly away. The ghost screamed and then began to transform and Ziyu saw an attractive woman in front of him. She giggled and extended her hand to him, called him prince and told him to act. Ziyu, as if spellbound, began to approach her and she said that it was right, let him come to her. He took a few more steps and she spread her arms to the side for a hug and then almost hugged him and Ziyu thought that now he needs to act. He quickly pulled back and the woman waved her arms, intending to hurt him. Ziyu uncorked the bamboo pipe and said that here is the blood of a rooster. He splashed the blood of a rooster at the woman and she screamed and the skin began to peel off from her face. Ziyu took out a bandaged dagger and said that she decided to seduce minors. Is she exhausted? He unsheathed the blade and said it was time for that rusty pig slaughter knife. This one took many lives, but most of all, evil demons. The woman looked at him with fear and he jumped, raising his sword over her. He cut off her hand and she looked at it in horror, and then demonic energy began to come out of her hand. Ziyu then rushed towards her and swung his knife, cutting her body. But the demon woman did not die and began to move away from Ziyu. Then he asked, does she want to run away? She touched the wall of the house, but a bright light illuminated her and her hand began to smoke, and then she was thrown back. Ziyu said that he knew that she would want to escape, so he splashed his urine on the wall in advance. He swung and said it was time for the final blow. But the demon woman howled and extended her hand forward, throwing something at him. The green pebble flew towards Ziyu, but he fought it off with a knife and looked at the deformed blade and thought that her soul and body were already clearly broken. How is this possible? He turned around and noticing that she was not there, he thought, as she disappeared. The demon attacked him from behind, but he noticed her and thought that he would finish her off. Everything is just as Uncle Zhu Ming said. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that internal Kai had appeared and his strength had increased sharply. This explosive breath, it will crush the demon right now. He punched the demon and its body began to develop. The last parts of the demon's body disappeared and Ziyu thought that he had done it. The spiritual energy has increased. He already has more than 500 points. He really destroyed it. For it he was given 180 points of spiritual energy. It turns out that she is 10 times stronger than the previous small demon. He picked up a green pebble and thought that this was the thing that was holding back his attack. There was clearly something magical about it. After all, this is an excellent piece of jade. Perhaps he will carefully study all the secrets of it. Suddenly his aunt woke up and screamed that it was a demon. Ziyu was scared and she asked, "Where is that demon?" Ziyu walked up to her and said that he had already driven it away. It would not dare to come again. He thought that even if he told her that he destroyed that demon, he thinks she still wouldn't believe him. She asked, "Is this true? What should she do if it comes back again?" Ziyu told her not to worry. He gave her a bamboo pipe and said that there was the blood of a rooster. Let her smear it on the doors of all the doors, the corners of the walls, the roof beams, and evil spirits will not dare to come into the house. She agreed and said that she would definitely do everything. Let him not leave today and stay overnight with them. She will be calmer that way. Ziyu agreed and went to bed, and then thought that last time Auntie said that little sister's encounter with a demon was not an isolated incident. Many children around had encountered this. How could so many demons attack children in such a huge area? The power of demons varies greatly. The power of a demoness is not like the power of an ordinary lost soul. He abruptly jumped out of bed and thought, had someone raised this demon? People cultivating demons absorb human yang energy, strengthening the demon's body. They also strengthen themselves. This is a great way to speed up the process of cultivating demons. Is anyone here engaged in dark cultivation? After some time, Ziyu returned to the mountain and thought that unfortunately the time period of the first rays of the sun was too short. He opened his eyes slightly and, squinting from the light, thought that 20 days had passed since the murder of the demoness and he had only come 5 times to absorb the energy of the heavenly radiance. In any case, he needed to make it before the onset of the rainy season. After that, he began to descend from the mountain and thought that the heavenly radiance technique is just a cultivation technique. There is no magic in it. He can only think again about the methods of external hardening. Some old man met him on the way and asked him, "Is he so early today?" Ziyu said that he was also very early. He thought that when he goes to train in the mountains, he always meets this old man. He heard his aunt say that he is the minister of the local chapel on the mountain. An old man walked past him and Ziyu thought that he was so pitiful looking. After 20 years of trying to pass the exam, he still couldn't and ended up becoming a temple attendant. Ziyu returned to the city and who called him like that? He saw his aunt and she said that as she saw, he was eating right here. And she knew that he would go to the mountain, so she was waiting for him. She sat down at his table and said that he told her to pay attention to everyone who would say something about demons. Yesterday 2 people came and asked about it. Ziyu asked what exactly were they asking. She replied that they were very strange. They asked if anything mystical was happening, and also if she invited anyone to capture the demon. Ziyu stood up abruptly and asked what did she answer. She told him not to worry, she wasn't stupid, she didn't say anything about him. Ziyu calmed down and his aunt said that they were the only ones who said that they also came across a demon and wanted to ask someone to catch it. She knows these 2 local bullies, they are real freaks, so it serves them right that they encountered a demon. Ziyu smiled and said that she did everything right, what he did should not be leaked anywhere, let her not tell anyone about it. She told him not to worry. After that they said goodbye and Ziyu thought that it seems that rumors of dark cultivation had reached the local authorities and they began to act. He really got into more trouble. He needs to increase his strength urgently. He returned to Sun Nan and told him about his success. Uncle Sun exclaimed in surprise, has he achieved success in standing meditation? Ziyu confirmed his words and thought that it was time for him to show his strength, although these are 2 strong words, but it is true. He showed him a standing meditation and thought that he didn't need to show too much force. However, Uncle Sun asked in surprise, has it only been 40 days since he started practicing standing meditation? In the history of the city of King, the fastest result was 50 days. He is simply a genius. Ziyu scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said that he had promised to teach him how to use a sword after he succeeded in standing meditation. Will he keep his word? Uncle Sun hit himself on the chest with his fist and said that he, an impoverished man, met such a genius. This is just a gift from God. He will teach him sword techniques. Ziyu asked happily, is this true? Uncle Sun raised his hand to his chin and said that there was one thing. Ziyu asked what does this mean. Uncle Sun replied that he would have to go with him later to meet a certain person. After a while they came to a clearing and stood opposite each other. Uncle Sun took out a dagger and said that the technique he would teach him was called 18 swords. He swung his blade and said that this technique is known for its speed, one strike after another, non-stop. He demonstrated the punches again and said that combined with the strength, he needed to do it very quickly. Ziyu thought it was amazing that he could easily remember all his movements clearly. Is this the power of the spirit attribute? Uncle Sun gave him the blade and told him to try it once and he would see. Ziyu agreed and took the blade, and Uncle Sun wiped his sweat with a towel and said that it was absolutely normal that he would not be able to master the basics of the movement at first. He shouldn't worry about it, let him do everything slowly. Ziyu swung his blade several times and Sun Nan watched with his mouth wide open. He thought, this kid quickly memorized all the movements. He coughed into his fist and said that he must master this technique well. Some movements are very easy, others are difficult. Ziyu replied that he understood him. Uncle Sun looked up at him and thought that he must show this kid his coolness, otherwise how else can he gain respect for himself? He said that although the 18 sword technique is not the highest martial art, it has its own uniqueness. It's not difficult to start, but if you want to succeed in this, 3 or 5 years will not be enough. He suddenly jumped up and swung his blade and then landed behind a stone. The stone cracked and Ziyu was very surprised to see that he had cut the stone. He asked, can a blade cut stones? Is this really what awaits him? Some time later, Sun Nan says 3 hits instead of 1, 18 instead of 6, and thanks to this his power will increase. He trained for 2 years and achieved good results. Ziyu asks if he is really done with martial arts. What happened to him? Sun Nan cries and says that if he had this skill before, he would not have twisted his leg. Today he must achieve great success in training. He must see it. Ziyu asks if he should achieve great success. Sun Nan says that after achieving great success in the 18 swords technique, he will be able to strike 6 times at a time. That is, if he performs the technique in 3 strikes, then his strength will simply increase 3 times. Ziyu asks, then what will happen if he masters this technique perfectly? Sun Nan says that this is not a first-class technique. Few people spend their time and energy on it to master it perfectly. He has not met such people yet. The good thing is that he has learned the sequence of movements. All that remains is to practice using the force. Only by combining strength and movements will he be able to split stones and cut diamonds. Ziyu thanks him for this lesson. Sun Nan says that now it is his turn to fulfill his promise. Ziyu asks who will they go to in the end. Some time later, they come to the right place and he says that they have arrived. He knocks on the door using the handle. A man opens the door and asks what do they need. Sun Nan tells Mr. Zhu that he is from the Pearl Restaurant. He has one important matter. He would like to meet with Teacher Hu. Zhu leaves and says they should wait. The door closes and he leaves. Ziyu asks what kind of person is this Mr. Hu? He's a little nervous. Sun Nan says that this man is an amazing person. He only has the power of external tempering, but his status is comparable to the pinnacle of internal practice. He is the founder of the Pearl Restaurant and the owner of a silk and grocery store. They say that he also has his own factory in Wujiang County. If he can gain his acceptance, then he can easily become an inner disciple. Ziyu says he will rely on him. Sun Ning says that he actually guessed that he had offended someone, otherwise how could a genius like him become an apprentice only by joining their sect? If he managed to gain Mr. Hu's support, then he would definitely get promoted, by which time he would already look at him and his sword technique with disdain. Ziyu says that he will never forget his concern. He thinks that the title of inner disciple is opportunities, resources, and martial techniques. Zhu says they can come in. He is ready to meet them. Sun Nan thanked him. They go inside together and Ziyu thinks that it turns out that the houses of the rich are very different. They Sun Nan bows and says that he welcomes Mr. Hu. Hu Lincoln is the founder of the Pearl Restaurant. He says that he can tell what he wanted. Sun Nan says that the man behind him is called Ziyu. He is a true martial arts genius. In just 10 days he mastered standing meditation, and in 40 he achieved the first stage of success. He knows that Mr. Hao protects talented students. He would not want such talent to become covered in dust, so he plucked up courage and decided to introduce him. Hao says he should demonstrate some standing meditation. Ziyu agrees and gets into a meditation stance, releasing his energy. Hu drinks tea from a mug and asks when did he join the sect. Zhu answers him quietly to this question. Hu is very surprised and says that he is truly a martial arts genius. He did the right thing. Hiding such talents would only bring harm to the sect under the shining sun. He can put forward his conditions, and he will try to satisfy them. Sun Nan says that he is a little person who just wants to serve the venerable master. Hao says the grocery store is still short of a manager. He should go there. Sun Nan says that he is incredibly grateful to him. Now he is leaving. He leaves and Hao asks he doesn't want to go back to the restaurant, does he? Ziyu says that he wants to become an inner disciple. Hu says that of course he can let him become an inner disciple. Everything will indeed be realized immediately. He can also provide him with material support so that he can develop faster. But all costs will need to be compensated. He is a businessman and takes his own benefit seriously. Ziyu asks what his requirements are. Hu says that he doesn't have to worry, although he has good natural talent. Right now his real strength is still too small, and he doesn't need it for now, but he will need it later. He just needs to remember what he owes him. Does he agree to such a condition? Ziyu agrees and thinks that all he has is talent, and now he needs it to help resolve the issue with the sect. Hao laughs and says he made the right choice. In that case, from now on he is his man, and he is very generous to his people. From today he must come to the Pearl every month and receive 5 taels. This is his salary. He also has a boxing spectrum for him. Now he can train life stance. Butlers who had already taken care of the rest. He would become an inner disciple immediately after leaving the gates of his house. Sometime later, after some time on the street, Ziyu went outside and someone called him. Ergu asks him if he has already become an inner disciple. Ziyu asks if this news really spread so quickly. Ergu says that Sun Nen managed to achieve heights. He knew that he would cope sooner or later. Now he will definitely forget him. Ziyu asks what is he saying. He will be able to come to him often. The man coughed and asked Ergu, is he unable to work? He should stop talking here. He tells Ziyu that Mr. Hu has already sent people to see how he is doing. This is his salary. In the first month he will give him a little more, tripling the amount. Ziyu says that he is very grateful to Master Life for this. The man says that this is how it should be. Perhaps in the future he will help them. Ziyu took what was given to him and thinks that from journeyman to inner disciple, this is just a dream. Now the masters will teach him martial techniques. Every month he can receive pills that help nourish his internal Kai and blood. In addition to this he has a salary of 5 taels. He is surprised and thinks he has silver, doesn't he? Does this mean that he can buy everything he needs to start studying the Book of 100 Prophecies? Sometime later, he leaves and Ergu waves at him and tells him that he should take care of himself. Ziyu waves back at him and thinks that Mr. Zhu gave him an inner student ID and also allocated a room, and tonight he can study some kind of fist technique. Suddenly someone calls him. He turns around and notices his aunt. She runs up to him and says that something happened. Her neighbor from the Hong family told the 2 guys that he had caught a demon. Ziyu is surprised by what she said. He asks how did she know about this. Aunt says that she accidentally told. She apologizes to him for this. Ziyu says that since this happened, nothing can be done about it. She urgently needs to take her daughter and hide somewhere outside the city. Sometime later, in the sect building under the shining sun, Ziyu packs his things and thinks that Auntie is in the village and he has nothing to worry about. Now he is already in the sect under the shining sun. Even if that person cultivating demons finds out about him, he will not be able to do anything in such a short period of time. But he can't hide all the time. He urgently needs to increase his strength, and this is the only way. The punching fist is a fist fighting technique. To a large extent it is a power technique. With this you can connect dispersed force, combine it into a single flow, and then release it. In the entire chapter about this fist technique there is only one technique, turning the body and striking. The rest is an explanation of the rotation force. He inhales and punches, releasing his energy. He thinks that as soon as he raised his fist, everything dissipated. Switching to the hand is really difficult. He needs to gain strength. He gathers his energy into his fist and strikes by releasing that energy. Ziyu thinks he is very tired. If only he could master this technique, but the power is out of control, plus it took too long to put it together. As soon as he releases his fist, his forearm begins to half fail. By the way, the warriors who have completely mastered the standing meditation have definitely begun to learn external exercises. Their body can withstand the force of the fist. He has exchanged his spiritual energy to fully complete this technique, so now he can mobilize enormous strength, but the body still cannot withstand it. He says that he must change the course of his thoughts, adjust the strength of his fist, and then everything will work out. He throws a punch and says he needs to try more. It still takes too much time to gather strength. The force is too great. He continues to practice for some time. Ziyu sits on the ground and says that the result has appeared. Now strength and physical abilities have begun to interact. Less time is needed to collect strength, but this technique wastes too much physical strength. If he fails to master the basics in a short period of time, the system window says that his strength 1.93 points cannot be increased, agility 1.85 points cannot be increased, body 2.01 points cannot be increased, spirit 1.80 points cannot be increased. Martial technique standing meditation cannot be upgraded. 18 swords of the initial stage cannot be upgraded. Spiritual techniques, the heavenly radiance god technique, cannot be improved. Spiritual energy 1237. Ziyu falls on the bed and says that he can't take it anymore, he needs to rest. He immediately falls asleep. The next morning, he holds his sword in his hand and uses the 18 sword technique. He strikes very quickly with his sword. He looks at the blade and thinks that today he is much easier in the art of wielding a sword compared to yesterday. Is it really because of the punching fist technique that he strengthened his strength without even realizing it? Someone comes up to him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He is the first of the students to get up before him. Qin Xiaoping comes up to him and greets him. He says that he is the same journeyman student who achieved success in standing meditation in 40 days. It is not simple. Ziyu says he should thank him for advising him. Qin Xiaoping says that he is very talented. Soon someone will definitely take him as a student. Perhaps they can even become brothers. Ziyu asks if someone will take him as a student and they can become brothers. He thinks that he has long heard that the best internal disciples are sorted into personal disciples by the heads of the sex departments. All of these leaders are masters who have achieved the beer of internal exercises. Qin Xiaoping says that if the leader chooses him as a disciple, he will need to think carefully about everything. Yin Jixing is the external head, Guo Liang is the head of the water department, Liu Yanhong is the head of the internal department, Qin Yu is the head of the mining department, and the last one, Tang Kaofan, is the head of the law enforcement department, who is also his teacher. These 5 people are all masters at the peak of internal exercises, and the strongest of them is his teacher. He is the first in the internal exercises of King City, the second is the head of the mining department, Qin Yu, with outstanding talent in sword art. The other 3 do not have any outstanding talents. Most likely, they are not worth choosing. He talks all the time and distracts him from training. Ziyu is embarrassed and says that he taught him a lot. He bows and thanks him for his advice. He thinks that Qin Xiaoping's words are true, but it can't just be strengths and weaknesses. The ability to teach students is also very important. Says that he joined the sect only 6 months ago. In 50 days he achieved success in standing meditation, and on the same day the head of the law enforcement department chose him as his disciple. Looking at him now, it seems to him that another 3 or 4 months and he will achieve great success in practice. In addition, the previous training time and he would end up spending about 10 months to achieve success in standing meditation. Even if he were faster than him, it would take him at least 6 months to declare success in standing meditation. Although he has become an internal disciple, he will only be able to learn internal martial arts after 6 months. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? He remembers what happened earlier when he was in the hall. Someone says that he heard that in Kingshuang there is one water bandit named Liu Leilu. He betrayed his head and stole his rare book of techniques. Ziyu wonders, what kind of rare book of techniques is this? The other person says he should be quieter. This external hardening exercise is called the 5-stage golden body. The man says that he also heard that this guy hid a book with this technique in this city. They say someone saw him contacting a bodyguard firm. The second man says that most likely they will accompany him everywhere because he is afraid of being killed. Ziyu is surprised and thinks about the 5-stage golden body. Currently, he says that it is truly worthy of the inner disciple. The treatment here is completely different. The breakfast is incredible. He eats and thinks that in such conditions, the strength that he will spend on morning training will be restored very quickly. Every day after lunch they are also taught writing, and this is truly comprehensive development. Someone calls Brother Qin Xiaoping and wishes him good morning. He also wishes good morning. Ziyu thinks that several days have already passed, but no leader has come to him to take him as a personal disciple. He is afraid that there is nothing good in it. After some time on the training ground, Ziyu channels his energy into his fist. He strikes and releases energy at the dummy. Due to the impact of its energy, a strong explosion occurs. He examines the hole in the dummy and thinks that in these few days, the power of the punching fist has changed a lot. He can already control this technique perfectly. The time to accumulate strength was also reduced. In the system window it is written that his strength has increased by 0.02 points, but the rest of his characteristics have not changed. Martial techniques, standing meditation full mastery, 18 swords initial stage cannot be upgraded, punching fist initial stage can be upgraded. Spiritual techniques, the heavenly radiance god technique cannot be improved. Ziyu is surprised that his technique has improved to the initial stage. He will spend 300 spiritual energy points to improve his technique, and now he will spend another 600 points. His body is engulfed by strong energy and he opens his eyes. He picks up a large stone and throws it high into the air. Ziyu directs his energy into his fist, and releasing it destroys the stone he threw. He thinks it is success in punching fist. He has reached the pinnacle of being able to control his power. The guys next to him look at him and say that he rose from a journeyman student. If he works even harder, then what will happen? At the end of his 5 years of training, he will still remain an ordinary student. Unfortunately, none of the leaders wanted to take him on as their student. Ziyu thinks that he just has to practice disciplinedly and then everything will be fine. He shouldn't pay attention to these provocations. In order to act further, he must quickly increase his combat power. Some time later, Ziyu stands on the street and thinks that the 6-month changes are still very big. That ghost cultivator is still in hiding. Until tomorrow morning, for the sake of external hardening exercises, he will raise his level of 18 swords. He He begins to make very fast strikes with the sword and thinks that having mastered his strength perfectly, he now calmly controls the sword. This is simply magnificent. There is power in his blade too. He strikes and cuts a large stone. In the system window it is written that its characteristics have not changed. Military equipment 18 swords initial stage can be increased. Punching fist full mastery cannot be increased. Spiritual energy 337 points. Ziyu thinks that he will spend 300 spiritual energy points to achieve the upgrade of the 18 sword technique. According to the latest news, the Wuwei Company's bodyguards will be leaving tomorrow morning, and that Liu Leilu must be going with them. He must do something. Sometime later, Qin Xiaoping knocks on the door and calls for Ziyu. He says that it is not surprising that the 5 leaders did not take him on as an apprentice. It turns out that the man liked him. He goes inside and asks if anyone is here. He's not on the training field or in the cafeteria, so where could he have run off to? At the same time on the street of the city of King, Ziyu walks and thinks that there is nothing unusual. It seems that that evil cultivator is not following him. On the road from King City to Wuzhong City, if you do not encounter a gang of robbers and water bandits, you can reach the Ox Head Mountain. You can meet pedestrians on these paths. The location is really good. Wu Wei's bodyguards are clearly well trained, but he is not going to compete with them. Since he knew about their route, the water bandits would also be able to do it. He can only wait until the battle begins between them and then act according to the circumstances. He hopes that his decision was correct. He notices a crowd of people and realizes that they have come. This one is most likely Liu Leilu. The man turns around and looks around. Ziyu closes his mouth and wonders, has he really been discovered? The man asks, is something wrong? The man who looked around said that there was nothing wrong, it was probably just mountain animals. Ziyu is glad that he was not discovered and thinks that they must go along the path to avoid the threat of attack by bandits. Indeed, they are going to the Bull's Head Mountain. He notices something that surprises him. He sees the second Liu Leilu walking behind a group of people. Ziyu wonders, is there another person like him? They abandoned their plan. Probably, the person who passed before with the bodyguards is a double from the company, and if something happens to them, then the real Liu Leilu, walking behind, will be able to take action. The good thing was that he didn't rush to follow them, otherwise the real Liu Leilu walking behind would have seen him. He squeezes the sword in his hand and thinks that now he can move forward. Suddenly someone loudly calls Liu Leilu. The man notices this and begins to look around. Several men jump from the trees. The man is surprised by this and asks who they are. Several people surround him and say that they are the people who have come to kill him. Ziyu watches them and wonders, was an ambush prepared after all? He was lucky that he didn't give away his location. How could he know that there were also these bandits behind him? Liu Leilu begins to cry and asks them to spare him. The man points a sword at him and says that he must give the 5-stage body to the technician, otherwise he will not survive. Liu Leilu asks, they have known for a long time that it will be held here, right? The man is about to attack him and says that he should stop talking and give it back quickly. Liu Leilu sensed this attack and said that judging by his posture, he was a novice after all. He laughs and dodges the sword attack. His hand becomes covered in strong energy that forms claws. He throws a punch and wounds one of the attacking guys. Another man asks how dare he hurt his brother. He stabs him with his sword and says he must die. Ziyu looks at this and thinks that these few people didn't seem to expect that she was so strong. In fact, these swings of his sword make everyone fuss. Liu Leilu dodges the sword attack, but his face is grazed, leaving a small scar. The man strikes again with his sword, but he stops the attack with his hand filled with energy. The guy looks at how they are going to hit him and screams in fear. Liu Leilu lifts this guy up by grabbing his throat. The second man strikes his back with his sword as he snaps the other bandit's neck. This sword strike did not cause any damage to Liu Leilu, and he turned to face this guy. Ziyu thinks his skin is as tough as an old cow. Liu Leilu has actually started to practice external hardening exercises. He must now be in the early stages of skin hardening. The guy screams in fear and Liu Leilu punches the guy in the throat. The guy who saw how he killed him screams in fear. He starts to run away and asks to be spared. Liu Leilu starts running after him and says that they dared to attack their master. But do they have the ability to do this? He grabs the scared guy's head with his hands filled with energy and says that he must die. With a very quick movement of his hands, he twists the guy's neck. He throws the guy's body and says that he is worthless. Ziyu looks at this and thinks that this is the master of external tempering. His strength, speed and body are all much better than an ordinary person. Can he handle it? Liu Leilu turns around and asks, has he seen enough? He must leave immediately. Ziyu is surprised by this and wonders how he knew. He seems to know he's here. Liu Leilu runs towards him and asks this guy, is he with those 3 guys? He strikes with the sword that he took from the dead guy and says that they will all die together. Ziyu jumps aside and says that's not true. He takes out his sword, wrapped in cloth, and blocks this attack. Liu Leilu says that he will see how he hides this time. He is surprised and thinks that this guy turns out to be very strong. Ziyu was surprised and wondered if he stopped. This is his first real battle, he needs to be very careful. He pushes his opponent away and jumps up to strike with his sword. Liu Leolu looks at him smiling and says that he is quite powerful. Ziyu strikes and their swords touch with great force. He puts energy into his sword and destroys Liu Leolu's sword, which greatly surprises him. He shakes with horror and thinks that such power simply cannot exist. Ziyu confidently thinks that now is the right time. He channels his energy into his fist and punches him in the stomach. Due to the incredible amount of energy put into this blow, Liu Leolu is thrown back with tremendous force. He crashes into the rocks, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. He lies on the rocks and coughs due to the damage he received. Ziyu stands over him with a menacing look. Liu Leolu shakes in fear and says that he doesn't need to do this. He asks him to spare him. Ziyu apologizes to him and coolly stabs him with his sword. The blood of the enemy he defeated is dripping from the blade of the sword, and turning around he notices his bag and thinks that first he needs to take the golden 5-stage body. He begins to unwrap the fabric and notices that there is indeed power coming from there. Having opened it, he is surprised by what he sees inside. Ziyu is glad that everything is really here. There are so many things here. The good thing is that he carried it all with him. It's not for nothing that he came here. The sounds of fighting in the distance also stopped. If he doesn't run right now, he might already be late. Some time later, bodyguards from the Wu Wei company, together with the fake Liu Leolu, find the body of the real Liu Leolu. The man says that he did not expect something like this to happen to him. The second bodyguard says that he brought the blame upon himself. It was he who insisted that they go down this path. As a result, they were defeated and also lost the brothers of the Zhu family. Unfortunately, those bandits escaped. The fake Liu Leolu says they shouldn't say that. You need to find out all the circumstances and return to explain everything to the head of the bodyguard service. Otherwise, they will not receive 100 of their silver, and it will turn out that the Zhu brothers really died in vain. He examines the body of the deceased and says that this is a tear from the blow. His skin seems to be torn. Based on this, we can say that his opponent has already reached the level of external hardening of flesh and blood. But the main cause of his death was a blow to the neck with a sword. This is at least an average level of external hardening. But the impact of this sword is much worse than the strength of a mid-level externally qualified warrior. The bodyguard points his finger somewhere and tells the boss that he should quickly look here. There are traces here. The boss examines the footprints and says that the power is concentrated in the forefoot. He escaped thanks to the explosive power of his toes. It's just that the size of the feet and the distance of the steps are strange. This person has small feet. Is it really a girl or a child? The bodyguard asks if he thinks a child did it. Even if he started training before birth, he would not be able to reach the level of external blood and flesh tempering, right? Although Liu Leolu was not very strong, a child would definitely not be able to cope with him. The boss says that then this is definitely a warrior girl. First he will try to catch up with this person, and they should move forward after him. The bodyguards agree with him. The boss runs away and the first bodyguard says that he is probably worried about the silver that Liu Leolu had with him. The second bodyguard agrees and asks, even though he died, then who took his silver? Sometime later, Ziyu hands the papers to the soldier and says that he is the inner disciple of the sect under the shining sun. He has returned from home. The soldier says that no matter who comes into the city, they must check everyone. Ziyu hands over a piece of silver and says that here is his ID. The soldier takes it and says that although he is quite young, he is very promising. He can come in. Ziyu thanks him for this. He leaves and thinks that this time it was really dangerous, but in the end everything worked out. Besides, he collected such a good catch. He walks through the city and hopes that he will not meet anyone he knows. He notices two guys watching from around the corner of the house and thinks that he is sure that these two were sent by an evil cultivator to find out about him and are now watching his sect. The man notices him and taps the other one on the shoulder to get his attention. The man says that the beast runs towards the catcher and this is their reward. The second man asks, maybe he can teach them a trick. Ziyu thinks that these are just two idiots. He asks what do they need from him. The man gets angry and says that the road to heaven is close to him. The second man says that he will go to hell without a queue. Ziyu grabs one of each hand and they scream in pain. They fall to the ground after he lets them go and they scream that they are in a lot of pain and that he broke his arm. Ziyu steps on one of them and says that they shouldn't shout like that. He wants to ask them something. Who sent them here to keep an eye on him? The man says that they do not know his name, they only know that he is one of the masters of the art of immortality. The second man agrees and says that he told them that he took something from him that belonged to him. Ziyu asks if he took something from him. What does he look like? The men say that the Master Celestial is tall and very young in appearance, dressed in dark purple Taoist clothes. By the way, he has a large black mole near his ear, and a yellow pumpkin hangs on his belt and he smells. Ziyu asks what he smells like. The man says the smell is like rotten meat. He remembers what he received after killing the ghost and wonders if this is it. Sometime later, he is sitting on the bed in his room. Ziyu told the two that they should leave King City and then they would survive. They immediately ran away from him. In the present, he says that it would be good if they actually heeded his warning, and now he needs to sort out the trophies he received. He examines everything that he took from Yahello and says that it turns out that there are 13 ingots here. If you add broken silver, you get more than 130 liang. Now in his hands is not only the golden step statue, but all these jewels. This time he became quite rich. Ziyu thinks that once he masters the fierce Lenlai's eagle claw technique, he will be able to cut even stones. He asks what is in this box. Seeing the contents, he is very surprised and says that these are golden leaves and a jasper pendant. He begins to count on his fingers and realizes that if he sums it up, then in general all this costs 500 liang. He became very rich. Definitely Yahello stole all this from the underwater deity. It is not surprising that after losing the secret books and treasures, it went to great lengths to intercept and kill him. He also had Kai pills. He is sure that he has already used them, since there are only 2 pills left here. Inner disciples can only get 1 per month, but apparently those balls are very different from the pill. First he should think about how to use all this harvest to pump himself up. With the help of the 5-stage body, the limits of external cultivation can be reached. Plus, his wallet is now full, so he can practice writing magic formulas. The cheapest brush costs about 3 or 4 liang, and a spiritualized brush made from the bristles of rare beasts costs a lot. Ink for amulets should be of high quality, mixed with cinnabar. 100-layer paper, which is used by students in exams, is also suitable for talismans, but all this requires a lot of money. He notices that someone is knocking on his room. He opens the door and notices Qin Xiaoping, which makes him very surprised. He says that he came to him with congratulations. Ziyu asks, what can we congratulate him on? Qin Xiaoping says that yesterday he learned from his mentor that no one took him as a student only because someone cooler was interested in him. Ziyu asks who is cooler, is it Zhao Jing or Liu Yang? Qin Xiaoping says that it is the sect leader himself, Liu Dong. This news surprised him very much. After some time, in the sect's dining room under the shining sun, Ziyu thinks that apparently the news that the sect leader wants to take him on as a disciple has already spread. The students notice him with surprise and say that it's him. 2 students approached him and congratulated him. Ziyu thanked them and thinks that it has become simply impossible to practice the skills. They repeat the same things because they want to make good connections. This bothers him very much. He looks at the system window and thinks that killing Yahello and his 3 men that time gave him some more spiritual energy points, but he'd better leave it for now. Some time later, Kai Ming tells him that this is an incredible coincidence. Ziyu calls him master. Kai Ming says that he can call him brother. He immediately saw in him a unique talent and a phenomenal mind. He is like a dragon or a phoenix among people. Now the head of the sect has also noticed him. He is truly a living legend and a role model. Ziyu says he has to stop. What does he mean? Kai Ming says that he just admires him. He specifically stopped by to say hello. Ziyu gets ready to leave and says that they already said hello so he can go. Kai Ming panics and asks him to wait. He reaches into the inside pocket of his clothes and says that, to be honest, he came to apologize to him. He asks to forgive his ignorance. Because of it he suffered in these 2 months in the Pearl restaurant. He hands over a small box and says that he can consider this thing as repayment of his debt and congratulations on the fact that he will now become the disciple of the sect leader. Ziyu takes it and says he shouldn't have done that. Kai Ming says that this is due. He will consider it an honor to meet him. He hopes that he will take care of him in the future. Well, now he won't bother him. Ziyu thinks that this man is so greedy and resourceful. He changed his mind so quickly, overcoming his own pride to please him. He opens the box and wonders, are these Kai balls? It looks like he spent a lot of money. Internal disciples receive no more than 1 such ball per month, and he gave him 12 at once. He had always heard that Kai balls could enhance the flow of Kai and blood, thereby speeding up the cultivation process. Although it is not comparable to Kai pills, it is still not bad. He immediately eats 1 such ball and is surprised at what is happening. Ziyu's body is overwhelmed by strong energy and he notices that physically he has become more powerful. His whole body seems to exude inexhaustible strength. During meditation, one can control the rapid flows of Kai and blood. He can easily mobilize the emerging force at any moment. The warming warmth greatly relaxes the whole body. He looks at the system window and notices that his strength has increased by 0.02 points, but his agility and body have improved by only 0.01 points. Apparently, since his standing meditation is already perfect, the effect of using the Kai ball is very low, but still it is better than nothing. Some time later, one of the disciples calls Brother Ziyu. He notices the guy and is going to ask him something, calling him Brother Kayan. The guy asks, he must have made a mistake, right? Ziyu asks then who is he? The guy bows and says that he is his humble servant, Liu Heng. The head of the sect invites him to his place. Some time later, Ziyu thinks they have finally arrived. Everything looks much better here than at Mr. Hu's house. They move on and enter the main building. Liu Heng bows to the sect leader and says that Ziyu has arrived. The head of the sect under the shining sun is the indestructible celestial Liu Dong. He turns to them and says they can come down. Ziyu bows and says that he is an inner disciple, glad to meet the sect leader. Liu Dong asks he knows why he waited 3 days before calling him, right? Ziyu raises his head and says that he doesn't know that. Liu Dong says that his talent can be considered outstanding not only in King City, but also in the entire Wujiang County. Therefore, the right leader Liu Yang wanted to take him as a student, but he did not allow him. But talent alone is not enough for a fighter. Although he deliberately ignored him, he did not disappoint him, because he did not hesitate at all. He trained hard every day, so now his spirit and mind are very strong. This is very good. Ziyu thinks that he is very lucky that he can raise the level of his spirit in the system, otherwise he would have given up long ago. Liu Dong asks, he probably wants to become his student, right? Ziyu kneels down and says that he welcomes his mentor with joy. Liu Dong takes his hand and tells him that he can get up. There are 2 more students just like him. They are currently on duty in Wujiang County. He will see them later. In 7 days there will be an anniversary in honor of Yang Jingling's father's 70th birthday. On that day, many important people will be present. He will take him with him. We can say that this is how he will go out into the world. Ziyu thanks his mentor for this. Liu Dong says that now he cannot study any martial techniques. He must first perfect the technique of standing meditation. He will warn the professor to give him the experience once every 7 days. This will greatly reduce its cultivation time. Ziyu asks the mentor if he can learn external cultivation techniques now. Liu Dong asks he hasn't gained experience yet, but he already wants to start external cultivation. He is so young, but his ambitions are so high. Ziyu says he understood him. He thinks that he was a little hasty. Apparently he will have to cultivate the golden 5-stage body for now. Liu Dong says that he must go and train. In 7 days he will send a man to pick him up. Ziyu tells the mentor that he has something to tell him. He bows and loudly says that when he first joined the sect, he was framed and appointed as an apprentice. This blocked his path to development and took a lot of time. He asks his mentor to help him punish the person who got in his way. Liu Dong says that he will not allow his students to be bullied. He is not stupid and understands when to ask for help to fight back, and that is wonderful. He doesn't have to worry, he will get justice for him. Ziyu smiles and thanks his mentor for this. Some time later, he looks at the jade that the demon had and thinks this jade is not as beautiful as the one that Yahello had. Could there be some kind of magic hidden in such a remarkable thing? He lifts himself up and struggles to break it. He stops and says that ordinary jade would have broken by now. He knew that something was wrong here. He channels his energy into his fist and says that then he will try something different. He strikes and releases energy into that jade. This jade began to emit a very bright glow and rise into the air. After a short period of time, the jade fell on and stopped glowing. Ziyu says that the demoness then used this to hold off his attack. Is this really the legendary stone of protection? Although this is not true, because she only used it at a critical moment. Protection certainly cannot be the real purpose of this round jade. First he needs to study the initial stage of the technique of the god of heavenly radiance, then he will figure out the secret of this object. He has something more important now. He takes out from under the sheet a book with an inscription, a golden 5-step body. Ziyu flips through the book and thinks that this is what he should expect from external cultivation. It is very detailed about body training. External cultivation is divided into 5 levels. The first level is the skin, the second level is blood and flesh, the third level is muscles and bones, the fourth level is bone marrow, the fifth level is the golden body. Having read to a certain point, Ziyu asks why so little and incomprehensible has been written about the 4th and 5th levels. Apparently this is not the whole book, so he will start training from the first level. His whole body is covered with energy and he begins to make movements with his hands. He thinks that the force is collected together, then slowly released outward, and circulates at a stable frequency, enveloping the skin. The practice of external cultivation is indeed not that simple. Suddenly his whole body experiences very severe pain. Ziyu falls to the ground and says that the consumption of Kai and blood is too much. He trained for 10 minutes, but could not even complete one cycle. It's not in vain that they say that the poor need education, and the rich need martial arts. Without a huge amount of meat in the diet, who can even withstand such a consumption of Kai energy? However, he should admit that there is still an effect. The strength, agility, and body stats increase slightly. Was it just his imagination, or did his skin actually become stronger? He gets up and says that he definitely needs to finish one cultivation cycle today. Kai and Ming's desire to please him still brought benefits, didn't it? Some time later, the 2 men return to the man who sent them to Ziyu. He says they did a good job. The man says that Guy fights very fiercely. Most likely, his forearm is broken, and they still have a family to feed. The second man asks what is he saying. It's all for their immortal master. The man with a pumpkin in his hand smiles and says that then he should thank them properly for their work. Demons appear behind the 2 men and they thank the master for being very generous. Demons attack them and they scream in pain. After the monsters attacked, they fell to the floor and their bodies were dried. Some time later, Ziyu exhales and says that he has finally finished this cycle. He was very tired. He notes the stains all over his body and clothes and says that these blood stains must have appeared due to training when his skin was damaged. From now on he should be more careful with his training, because if someone notices these blood stains, then sooner or later his secret will become known to everyone. But he shouldn't relax now either. After that, he went to the training ground and honed his 18 swords and standing meditation techniques. He says that these few days he feels progress every day. All its characteristics are steadily improving. Strength, agility, and body made a breakthrough by 0.2 points. It's a pity that the spirit scale has not yet increased, and during these days he has spent all the Kai balls. What should he do next? Can use Kai pills, or, as the book says, take a medicinal bath. He remembers that the prices for the main ingredients for such a bath are simply lethal, so he better try the Kai pills. Ziyu lies on the bed and thinks that tomorrow is the anniversary of the city security guard's father. On the way, just in case, he goes to check the situation on the market for ingredients for medicinal baths, and he needs to start preparing to write formulas on amulets. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. The next morning in the main hall of the forecourt, Ziyu bows to his mentor. Liu Dong says that he will tell him something that will make him happy. Zhang Bo had already been exiled to the port as an accounting manager. Wang Jian was sent to Lanjiao Mine and became an apprentice there. They won't join the sect anymore. Ziyu says that he is very grateful to his mentor for avenging him. After some time in a carriage that moves very quickly along the road, Liu Dong asks, he must have already started practicing martial techniques, right? Which one specifically? Ziyu says that at the Pearl restaurant, Sun Nan's uncle taught him the 18 swords technique. He thinks it's not worth talking about the punching fist just yet. Liu Dong says that this is not bad, but if he wants to succeed in sword technique, he will need to have a killing spirit. He is so young, he has probably never taken a life before. It will be difficult to train the killer spirit. Ziyu asks the mentor, how can one train this other than killing people? Liu Dong asks, he probably already knows who among ordinary people has the strongest killer spirit, right? Ziyu thinks that when a butcher slaughters animals, his expression is impassive and his gaze is icy, and such indifference to lives makes the animals tremble in horror. Isn't this the same killer spirit? He says that the butcher has this spirit. Liu Dong says he is right. He can send him to the slaughterhouse so that he can increase his murderous spirit. He will provide him with the best environment for development, as well as all kinds of materials for external cultivation in the future, and the rest will depend only on him. Ziyu says that he really likes sword techniques. He wants to go to the slaughterhouse. He thinks this is great. The lost source of spiritual energy is returning to him again. After some time, the carriage stops and they go outside, and he is surprised by what he sees in front of him. They arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. The man says that the head of the sect under the shining sun, the indestructible celestial Liu Dong, bestows a pair of skillfully crafted cacao and 100 liang of gold. The men look at the head and say that cacao is simply a treasure with great value, and 100 liang of gold is equivalent to 1,000 liang of silver. This gift is truly worthy. King City's guard, Yang Jingling, bows and thanks the sect leader for honoring his father with his presence at his father's anniversary. Liu Dong bows back and asks how he could not go to the celebration in honor of Mr. Yang's anniversary. Yang Jingling notices Ziyu and asks who is it. Liu Dong calls his name and says that this is his student. Would he like to greet the city guard? Ziyu bows and tells his excellency that he is a commoner, glad to meet the city guard. Yang Jingling laughed and congratulated Liu Dong for getting a good student. All roads are open to those whom he took as disciples. One of the guys tells Brother Zhao that this guy just arrived and has already drawn all the attention to himself. Is there anyone who doesn't know that he, Zhao Gangi, is the strongest among the younger generation in the sect? Zhao Gangi says that he has all this prestige only at the expense of his teacher. By the time he masters external cultivation, he will already leave the city and go to Wujiang County, so is it really worth paying attention to him? The second guy says that there are already those who think that Ziyu will surpass him. Zhao Gangi says that he is not responsible for what others say. The second guy says something else. The man loudly says that the elder of the 5 paths of Mount Wudong bestows spirit-strengthening pills as well as Yuan pills. They're talismans with spells that ensure the prosperity of the sect brought 2 talented students to them. The men who are already in the hall say that the elder of the 5 paths has also arrived. They say that he can turn stone into gold, but few people have seen him. It is unexpected that he came to Mr. Yang's anniversary. Besides this, he also brought the most expensive gifts. Ziyu thinks that these 5-path Taoists are very famous. What kind of people are they? He asks the master who are these people. Why does everyone treat them with such respect? Liu Dong says that Taoists of the 5 paths are cultivators who have immortality with high moral values. They deal with all evil spirits. All the major forces in King City operate with their approval, and of course they are respected here. Ziyu asks what is the difference between them and martial artists. He heard that they don't age at all. Is that true? Liu Dong says that this cultivation goes side by side with magic, and as for immortality, this is all an exaggeration. If they live to be 150 years old, Then that's not bad. Ziyu asks, are there so many evil spirits in King City? Liu Dong says that he would not say that there are many evil spirits here, but there are quite a few of them. You shouldn't be afraid of ordinary evil spirits, ghosts, and werewolves are truly terrifying. When faced with them, you should be careful. However, the city of King and the surrounding area are remote from civilization. There are not many resources, so if such evil spirits exist, it is certainly not here, so no need to worry. Ziyu thinks that in addition to demons, there are also ghosts and werewolves. This is very funny. Apparently, his idea of this world was too superficial. The man asks the elder to come here. Ziyu notices this old man and wonders, is this the elder of the five paths? His aura turned out to be even more powerful than he imagined. People look at them and ask, who are these two disciples? That middle-aged Taoist is the elder's first disciple. His name is Zhang Yuqing, and the young one is his second disciple, named Wu Hao. Ziyu looks at the student and notices a large mole under his eye and a gourd tied to his belt. He understands that it is he. He remembers the man's description of his boss. Wu Hao looks at him with his cold gaze and this frightens him very much. Ziyu looks away and wonders if the disciple of the elder of the five paths is the very person who cultivates the demons. Wu Hao turns to him and calls out to this young man, which greatly shocks him. He says that he noticed a change in his face. Did he really recognize him? Ziyu tries to find the words to respond. He bows and says that he was simply shocked to meet such an outstanding person for the first time. He asks to be forgiven for his inappropriate behavior. Wu Hao smiles evilly and asks, is this true? His intimidating aura comes out and he says that his facial expression told a completely different story. Ziyu is very scared by this and wonders if he really can't move. Is this a depressing feeling? Is this the art of the immortal? Looks like things are really bad for him. Wu Hao reaches out to him with his hand and hopes that he will be able to move. His hand is getting closer to him and he closes his eyes, thinking that this is the end. Liu Dong pats Ziyu on the shoulder and says it's time for them to go. He also pays attention to Wu Hao and calls him Monk Wu. Ziyu is surprised and realizes that he can move. Liu Dong asks Monk Wu if he knows his sect's disciple under the shining sun. Wu Hao remained silent and wondered, is he a disciple of the sect leader? It's quite stressful. He says he doesn't know him. Most likely he just made a mistake. He leaves and says they should let him bow out. They watch him leave. Liu Dong asks, does he have some old scores with that person? Ziyu says that this is not true and that he has never met him before. He thinks it's better not to tell the teacher for now. Liu Dong says that he should listen to him carefully, although he says that martial arts are not inferior to the arts of immortals, but in terms of technique, the arts of immortals are far superior to martial arts. Even they, being not weaklings at all, cannot resist their technique. Ziyu realizes that it was truly impossible to resist his technique now. Then the teacher did not seem to notice that oppressive aura. Liu Dong says that he should listen to him. Immortality seekers exist in a completely different dimension compared to them. No matter what happens, he must remember, he must not provoke them. Ziyu agrees and says that he understood him. After some time at the carriage, Liu Dong says that attending banquets like this is a process of broadening his horizons, and he will try to take him to similar events in the future. But for now he must return to training. Ziyu thanked the teacher for this. He thinks that this Wu Hao became a master 5 years ago. Resisting his extraordinary art will be difficult, and it is difficult to say what his specific strength is. But now he is the disciple of the sect leader under the shining sun. His face showed that he would not dare to touch him, although he does not hide his evil intentions, and their conflict will sooner or later come to light. So he will begin to study the creation of talismans. He walks near the shops and asks the shop owner if wolf hair brushes are sold here. The seller agrees and says that they have wolf hair brushes, purple brushes, and double bristle brushes, and more. What brush does he want? Ziyu thinks that the brush is the most important priority in creating written spells. And these brushes do not have any spiritual power, they are only suitable for writing hieroglyphs. He says that these brushes are not very good. He should show him the best one right away. The seller asks him to wait a little. He shows a small box and says that this is the treasure of his store. He should take a look at it. Ziyu looks at what he brought and is surprised by it. He feels the energy emanating from the brush and thinks that this is exactly what he needs. He asks how much this brush costs. The seller says that this brush was made by Master Dan Jai, so it costs 50 liang without bargaining. Ziyu offers 20 liang. The seller says that this is impossible. He says that then he offers 15 liang. The seller asks, does he offer less and less each time? This does not comply with the rules of trading. He offers 10 liang. The seller asks him to stop and says that he agrees to 20 liang. Ziyu says that then he will have to give him 10 sheets of 100-ply paper. He leaves the store and thinks that he already has a brush and paper. Now he needs to find a medicine shop and buy some cinnabar. At the same time, he can purchase ingredients for medicinal baths. He goes shopping and buys the ingredients he needs. After some time, to the sect disciples' dormitory under the shining sun. Ziyu looks at the ingredients and thinks brush, 100 ply paper, cinnabar, and 5 packets of medicinal bath ingredients. In total, he spent as much as 60 liang of silver on all these things. It hurt his heart very much. He examines the brush and thinks that there is something unique about it. But it is concentrated not in the beam, but in the handle. Outwardly it resembles bamboo, but in fact it is the bones of different animals. Ordinary animals don't have such strong spiritual energy. Could these be the bones of exotic creatures or even a werewolf? He was very lucky. He prepared a brush, paper, cinnabar, ink and ink for spells. Finally, he can really start drawing talismans. To begin with, it is better to choose a simple spell, a cleansing spell. He starts to paint, notices something strange and asks why the brush is so heavy. With such a heavy brush it's hard for him to paint smoothly. He finishes drawing and looks at what happened and says that this talisman has no power or spiritual energy. This is a complete failure. He crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it on the floor. Ziyu decides to try again and says that the brush has become even stronger. This is not good at all. He squeezed another failed talisman and said that he couldn't believe that he couldn't draw even the simplest purification talisman. He decides to try again. He continues to try for some time. Ziyu asks, is this what drawing talismans is? It is very difficult. If you lose concentration for a short time, then all your efforts become useless. When he begins to pour into it, a certain thrust arises, sucking him into an endless abyss. This force passes through the hand and flows into the talisman, but because of such gravity, an ordinary hand would have broken long ago. Suddenly he felt something strange and wondered what just happened. Suddenly his consciousness became clouded. Ziyu asks if he is dizzy because his spiritual strength is running low. Drawing talismans requires a very large amount of spiritual strength. He needs some rest. Some time later, Ziyu started drawing talismans again and thinks that he rested for an hour. However, it helped him cool down and understand everything. He needs to direct the entire flow of his spiritual power to the part in which he previously made mistakes. If he wants to overtake the car, he needs to continuously add fuel. He begins to release very bright energy and draws a talisman on paper. Having finished, he sees the energy emanating from the talisman and asks if he succeeded. This leaf is 10 times heavier than the previous ones. Energy comes from this. He finally managed to make one talisman. While he still feels it, he needs to continue. Some time later, he was very tired and there were 3 talismans on the table. Ziyu takes the talisman and says that with his spiritual power, only 3 or 4 such talismans can be made at a time. If he continues through force, his spiritual energy will simply run out and then he will be in trouble. The art of spell writing is considered a type of witchcraft. He made 3 purification talismans. He's just using one and checking the effectiveness. He throws the talisman on the dirty blanket and says that he will look at the cleansing effect. The talisman releases very strong energy and after disappearing the blanket became clean. Ziyu says the talisman's power is amazing, as if an old blanket had been replaced with a new one. What then are the other 20 or 30 types of spells? Someday he will definitely learn every last spell. At the same time, someone asks his brother, he heard that the demoness he raised was killed, is it true? He shouldn't worry about it, but he shouldn't delay collecting young souls. After all, this is a component necessary for the teacher in the ritual of sacrifice. Wu Hao turns to him and says that naturally he knows about it. The man asks, he didn't lose the yin-yang jasper pendant, did he? The teacher temporarily lent it to him to collect Kai. If he loses it, he knows what will happen to him. Wu Hao glares at him and says that he has already identified who stole this pendant. Very soon he will return it. He asks him to keep the disappearance of the jasper pendant a secret from the teacher. The man laughs and says that the teacher has returned to the mountains. He has less than 2 months to do this. Wu Hao thanks his mentor brother for his understanding and says that 2 months is enough for him. Some time later, Ziyu sits in the bath and thinks that he went to the slaughterhouse for several weeks, and finally he had more spiritual energy. He heard that in a few days the golden mountain boar will be slaughtered, which he is looking forward to. Legend says that golden boars are the descendants of exotic animals. Some wild animals in the process of evolution have become unusually large and strong, in other words, exotic. And these exotic animals that manage to gain intelligence and even master magic are called demons. This time there will be a lot of spiritual energy. Ziyu says that the effectiveness of medicinal baths is truly extraordinary. Judging by the results of his training, one such bath is equivalent to 10 Kai balls. Fortunately, during these 5 days, the medicinal bath combined with cultivation made his skin stronger and more elastic. Perhaps he will soon begin the initial stage of the 5-stage body technique. All of his characteristics have noticeably improved. Spending 6 liang every day is too expensive. You can only become strong for money. Without noticing it, he found himself in such a situation. He takes out a Kai pill and says that this is all he has left now. He eats it and says that he doesn't mind anything for cultivation. Ziyu is surprised by the effect and thinks that he should start training quickly while the pill's effect is taking effect. He stands up in the bathroom and begins to radiate his energy. After this, he says that the cayenne blood pills truly deserve their reputation. This effect allowed him to train for 7 whole days. He feels lightness in his body. The system notifies that the 5-stage golden body technique of the initial stage can be improved. Ziyu looks at this and says that he can finally improve this technique. In that case, he would now spend 500 spiritual energy points. This will improve the 5-step gold body a little. After the enhancement, his body felt very strong energy. Ziyu puts the knife to his hand and says that his skin can now withstand knives and axes. He has moved to the 2nd stage of body cultivation. External cultivation has reached a medium level. In this case, he can use up the remaining spiritual energy points. He will spend 200 points on upgrading his talisman creation technique to its primary form. Drawings of talismans created from energy appear around him. Ziyu opens his eyes and thinks that the technique of creating talismans has reached a new level. He looks around and notices that the whole room was dirty due to his training. He takes out the talisman and, laughing, says that there is nothing wrong with it. The purification talisman will help him cope with this. Sometime later, Ziyu sits in his room and creates talismans. A strange figure appears outside his window, approaching his house. As it turned out, it was a demon that had crept up to his window. Talisman of Soul Subjugation, a deity who can subdue spirits and has destructive power to defeat ghosts. Ziyu draws a talisman, focusing his energy in his hand with a brush. He finishes creating this talisman and the sheet of paper begins to emit energy. He was glad that he had succeeded. Suddenly, the paper with the talisman on it began to darken and the symbols began to disappear. The jade lying on the talisman begins to emit black energy. Ziyu's eyes change and he asks what's going on. The energy emanating from the talisman and jade connected and slowly began to fade. He looks at it and asks, is it really because of this round stone? Could the talisman of soul subjugation really affect this jasper stone? What should he do? Just like that, his talisman disappeared. Something is definitely wrong here. After he upgraded the level of the 5-stage golden body and talisman creation technique, the spiritual energy only remained at 35 points. And now he has gained as much as 100 points. How did this even happen? Until now, spiritual energy only increased if a person or animal died within a 10-meter radius of him. Is this reaction really capable of this too? Ziyu begins to draw the talisman and says that he will know it when he tries again. He takes the jade and applies it to the talisman, which immediately begins to disappear. The energy of the talisman and jade begins to destroy each other and he realizes that this is it. Ziyu looks at the system window and says that indeed, 100 points of spiritual energy have increased again. He did not expect that he would acquire a new way of obtaining spiritual energy. He needs to draw more talismans, and soon he will be able to upgrade the 5-stage golden body to perfection. Sometime later, he has made several talismans and is finishing another. Ziyu falls on the table and says in a tired voice that he has again used up all his spiritual strength. His head is spinning. He lies down on the bed and says it doesn't matter, it's time to sleep. He doesn't have time to finish and immediately falls asleep. Sometime later in the hostel late at night, Ziyu is fast asleep, but suddenly he becomes very cold and fog appears in his room. A demon enters his room and because of this fog appears. The demon flies up to the table and reaches for the jasper stone. The talisman that was lying nearby reacted to this and the bright magical energy greatly frightened the demon. Ziyu heard the noise and opened his eyes. He gets up and notices that a demon has appeared in his room. He is going to attack the demon with his fist and says that this monster is very brave for coming to his room. He fills his fist with bright energy and delivers a powerful blow to the demon's body. Because of this attack, a large hole appeared in the demon's body and this monster disappeared. He looks around the room and asks where did this demon come from here. It dared to sneak into the sect under the shining sun, where the yang energy is incredibly strong. Is this really because of Wu Hao? Ziyu thinks that this demon not only snuck in here, it found his room. Who besides Wu Hao is capable of this? He seems to be quite impatient. He should take preventive measures, although these talismans of soul subjugation are not capable of killing, but it can at least warn him and weaken the evil spirits. Now he is strong enough not to be afraid of demons of this level, but the enemy is hiding in the shadows and can make his move at any moment. Most likely, it's time for him to strike back. Sometime later, Ziyu uses his talismans on the jade and asks if it was his imagination or the energy of this stone is getting weaker. Can it really end? He placed the stone on the 8th talisman. The talisman disappears, and the jade emits a very weak black energy. Suddenly a small crack appears on this stone, which grows, but stops. Ziyu is very surprised by this. He says that his first magical amulet broke this way. He was too greedy and traded it for spiritual energy. The 5-fold golden body has now been studied in its perfect form. In external cultivation, he has reached the level of muscle and bone. Now he is no different from official internal disciples. Someone outside his room asks if he is here. Someone is looking for him. Ziyu asks who it could be. He opens the door and notices Wu Hao standing outside his room and wonders if he really came to the sect to find him. He asks if his memory serves him correctly. He is a disciple of the Taoist of the Five Paths, isn't he? Does he have something to do with him? Wu Hao says that one of his things was lost somewhere and he would like to get it back. Ziyu asks what thing is he talking about. He must have mixed something up. He thinks that it is obvious that he is here because of the Jasper Stone. It was a pity that he had already broken it, but in the sect's territory, he wouldn't dare to harm him. Wu Hao says he shouldn't pretend to be an idiot. His father's name is Bai Yun, right? Ziyu is shocked by this and asks what does he want. Wu Hao says that if he returns the Jasper pendant to him, then he will, of course, let his father go, but if not, then he does not mind visiting Yunyu village again and picking up his mother. Ziyu wonders if he really went to Yunyu's village and kidnapped his father, or is he bluffing now? For now he should pretend to be an idiot and stall for time. He asks, is he talking about that round stone? He could return it, but he doesn't have it now. Wu Hao asks, so he doesn't have a Jasper pendant now. Ziyu says that this stone was dropped by a demon. He was afraid that it was bad luck and immediately buried it. Wu Hao asks with an angry look where he buried it. Ziyu looks away and says that it was very dark. He only remembered the approximate location. He will definitely find it and return it to him if he just gives him some time. Wu Hao says that he may not even think about deceiving him. Today at the end of the day he must come to the Temple of the Weeping Willow on the southern street and bring him a Jasper pendant. Otherwise, his entire family will be dead. Ziyu is worried about this. He thinks that he should come there tonight. He only has half a day left. This freak is threatening his family. He just has to get rid of him. In the evening outside the Weeping Willow Temple, Ziyu came to the right place and thinks that Wu Hao chose such a place to meet. Something is definitely wrong with him. There are rumors that 3 years ago there was a demon snake here, devouring people alive. The previous leader of the city's defenders died here trying to kill this demon. Later, a master was invited here who was still able to cope with it. He remembers that fortunately, he knows his brother and Uncle Ming's trading port, from where a freight train runs to the village of Yunyu. His parents said in a letter that everything is fine with them. Apparently he was just bluffing. He has already made all the preparations, and even if there is no guarantee of victory, he needs to try and at all costs get rid of the hidden threat in his face. The time has come, but for some reason he still hasn't appeared. He says that it is too late, he has to go, he will throw his pendant into the well, he will then pull it out himself. Wu Hao comes and asks where he is in such a hurry. He just looked around to see if he had brought anyone with him. Ziyu turns to him and asks if he is calm now. Wu Hao says that he must stop talking, he must give him the Jasper pendant, and they will go their separate ways. Ziyu throws the bag to him and tells him to catch it. Wu Hao caught the bag and says that it turns out he is quite smart. He pours jade shards onto his hand and asks with a very angry look, how dare he do such a thing. Ziyu takes out his sword from behind his back and runs towards him very quickly, thinking that he will attack first in order to gain an advantage. Wu Hao releases energy from the gourd and tells this idiot that he will destroy him. Ziyu realizes that these are spirits of resentment and thinks that the good thing is that he prepared for this in advance. He throws 3 talismans, which are attached to the heads of the demons. The very strong and bright energy emanating from the talismans destroys these demons. Wu Hao asks if these are soul absorption talismans. He wonders if there is anyone in King City who knows the talisman technique. He releases another spirit from his gourd to fight him. Energy accumulates in front of Ziyu, which takes on human characteristics. Having gathered in front of him, a large demon appeared in armor and with a spear. He realizes that this is no longer an ordinary ghost. The demon's eyes burn with green flame and it screams loudly. The monster strikes with a spear, but Ziyu manages to jump to the side. He pushes off from the stone that flew up due to the demon's attack. Thanks to this move, he dodged the demon's next attack. The monster noticed this and immediately struck with a spear while he was in the air. Wu Hao laughs and says that it looks like he overestimated himself. Ziyu notices that the demon has damaged his clothes and thinks that this is already dangerous. With his 5-stage golden body level, he would not be able to resist this demon. But fortunately he has a talisman of steadfastness. This is a talisman of protection. The person using this will be invulnerable to swords and bullets. Wu Hao is surprised by this and asks if he has already achieved external cultivation. He orders the demon to go into battle and kill him. The demon jumps up and is about to strike with a spear. Ziyu runs towards this monster and thinks it's just in time. He uses the 18 sword technique and defeats this demon. The energy dissipates and the monster screams in pain. Wu Hao is shocked and asks how is this possible. He's just a slightly talented boy from the mountains, but he's capable of using such techniques. Ziyu takes out the talisman and holds it in front of him. Because of the speed of his movements, it seemed as if he had begun to disappear. He approached Wu Hao very quickly using the swallow talisman. The person using this will be as agile and quick as a swallow, giving a huge bonus to speed. With a blow of his sword, Ziyu cuts off Wu Hao's hand, causing the latter to scream very loudly in pain. He tries to strike with his palm, but Ziyu is able to easily dodge the attack. Wu Hao starts to run away and he asks if he really decided to run away. He looks for something in his inner pocket and, taking out a bell, says that he must rebel. Suddenly the ground next to Ziyu broke. A huge monster with inscriptions on its body appeared in front of him. He understands that this is a zombie and he will be stronger than that ghost. So this is where he raises zombies. He used his own energy and blood to breathe life into the corpses. That's why he smells like dead people. He's a real madman. Wu Hao orders the zombies to capture him. The monster jumps up and is about to punch. Ziyu manages to dodge the attack and the monster's fist hits the ground. He jumps up behind the monster and is about to attack with his sword. He uses the 18 sword technique and strikes very quickly across the zombie's body. He thinks, looking at his opponent. The monster was not injured and very quickly turned to him. It strikes with its arm and knocks Ziyu back. He thinks this monster is very strong. The 18 swords technique in the primary form is not effective enough to harm him. The monster punches very quickly. Ziyu manages to block this blow, although it was difficult for him. He slides backwards due to the impact and thinks that this won't do. The 5-step golden body won't be able to withstand this monster's next attack. The zombie pounces on him and is about to attack with his fist. Ziyu channels his energy into his fist and swings it, saying that it should try this. He releases a very strong energy that slams into this monster. The monster was able to withstand this strong attack, and smoke comes from its body due to such a strong energy attack. Ziyu holds on with all his strength and thinks that a punching fist in perfect form is also useless. Is it because the zombie's body is already dead? He attaches a swallow talisman to his leg, and while running away he thinks that first he needs to increase the distance. He looks out the system window and thinks that the recently killed ghost has shared some spiritual energy with him. Now he has just 600 something points. He would spend these 600 points of spiritual energy to raise the level of the 18 swords technique to a perfect form. His body is filled with strong energy. Ziyu turns back to the monster and says that he will try to attack it now. The monster was very close to him. He swings his sword and uses the 18 sword technique on this zombie. The monster's body cannot withstand the force of his attack and is destroyed into pieces by these cuts. Wu Hao is very afraid when he looks at this and says that he is crazy. He can't kill him. After all, he is a disciple of the Taoist of the 5 paths. He should think about the consequences. Ziyu rushes to him and says that they won't tell anyone what happened. He stabs Wu Hao in the throat area with his sword, and because of this blow, blood flies out of his head and his body falls to the ground. Ziyu looks at him with contempt and says that he dared to threaten his family, so he deserved this outcome. He takes away Wu Hao's body and thinks that he can't leave him here. He should clean up the mess before leaving. He dealt with Wu Hao and the zombies. He had quite a lot of good things. He covers the well with a large stone and thinks that this will guarantee that no one will drink water with corpse poison from this well. He uses a purification talisman. Because of this, his clothes and the place around him. Ziyu looks around and thinks that not far from here there must be a place where Wu Hao was hiding before. He walks through the building and notices a zombie breeding pit. There are no weeds here. He probably walked along this path often. He enters an old building and sees 2 books on the table. Ziyu opens one of the books and asks, "Are these cultivation records?" Could it be that Wu Hao had a habit of taking notes? There is nothing else here. He needs to get out of here quickly. While he is leaving here, at the bottom of the well where he threw Wu Hao's body, the water suddenly began to boil. As it turned out, a huge monster was hiding under the water. Sometime later, Ziyu, in his room, laughs and says that he needs to hide his trophies well. The student opens the door to his room and says that the head of the sect has returned and came for him. Ziyu was embarrassed and said that he understood him. He breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that he was almost noticed. Sometime later, Ziyu says that he is glad to meet the teacher. Liu Dong points to the men next to him and says that he should greet them. This is the right patron of Liu Yang. The man says that this is their new talent. It's quite good. It's a shame he's not his student. Liu Dong says that the second man is the mining chief, Qin Yu. He asks his brother what's wrong with his shoulder. Ziyu says he was just kicked by the golden mountain boar. He thinks it's surprising that he could detect even such slight discomfort. Chief Qin really has a very sharp look. Liu Dong says that his student likes to practice the art of wielding a blade, so he sent him to Old Lai. Liu Heng said that he was looking for him. Ziyu agrees and tells the teacher that the new year is coming. He would like to go home and spend time with his family. Liu Dong says that of course he can go. He recently hunted rare animals in the mountains. Let him go to Liu Heng and get some meat for himself. It will be good for him. Ziyu thanked the teacher and left, and Liu Dong asked the others, "Is it true that the Lai family opened that Gaian pavilion?" Qin Yu confirmed his words and said that he heard that Lai Zun did well in the imperial examination, which allowed him to establish good connections with the second master from the Jia residence. Liu Yang said that Lai King took advantage of the Jia family's influence to absorb several small trading alliances. Liu Dong laughed and said that he was afraid someone would get hurt. Ziyu heard their conversation and thought that after the brutal massacre, the Lai family moved out of King City. He didn't expect them to return after a few months. Did they miss their hometown or do they have some goals? It doesn't matter, it's not like he can do anything about it, because right now he's powerless. He took the meat and put it on the table and said that the package looked small, but it was very heavy. He unwrapped the package and saw that it was the meat of a rare animal and had an enhancing effect. He will ask Chef Tsai to cook it tomorrow. He looked at the bed and thought that he still hasn't dealt with those trophies today. He thinks the pumpkin and the bell are useless. That's what's important, Wu Hao's notes. Ziyu thought that he assumed that cultivation was divided into levels. Wu Hao recorded only 3 levels: Kai cultivation, enlightenment and spirit. There are definitely higher levels. There is also a classification of magical instruments. Their strength is measured by the number of shackles. One level includes 3 types of tools. The ghost cultivation pumpkin is the weakest tool of the 3. Zombie summoning bell is a 6-point tool, also considered low level, but relatively stronger. Wu Hao killed many innocent people by raising ghosts and zombies. He was very cruel, so he deserved to die. When there is time, he will read everything more carefully. Who knows, maybe he will find a way to cultivate magic in these records. He opened the stat panel and thought it was great. His spiritual energy increased by 1,000 units. He saw that the 5-stage golden body could be supplemented and thought, could he really use spiritual energy to supplement the 4th and 5th stages of the 5-stage golden body? He doesn't have enough spiritual energy to complement the 5-stage golden body to the 4th stage called bone marrow. If he supplements this, his power can steadily increase. After a while, he climbed to the top of the mountain and began to meditate under the rays of the sun with the thought that, as expected, the higher the characteristic of the spirit, the easier it is for him to let the heavenly radiance pass through him. Finally reached the stage of purification and harmonious circulation of Kai. The heavenly radiance god technique helped him activate his spiritual energy cultivation ability. A magical cloud appeared between his hands and he thought that he had officially entered the path to achieving immortality. A new attribute spiritual ability has appeared on the characteristics panel, which can be increased. Ziyu was happy about the new characteristic and thought, can he improve it? He improved a spiritual ability by spending 1 unit of spiritual energy and thought that he only spent 1 unit of energy. It turns out that a new ability can be improved in this way. Finally, he didn't have to wait for a huge replenishment of spiritual energy. He could increase his power right now. When he can cultivate profound power, it will be as powerful as his spiritual ability. After a while he came to the port and his uncle and the rest of the children greeted him. Ziyu Ming said that they are just waiting for him, they are sending him soon. Ziyu was delighted to see them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ziyulai smiled awkwardly and said that he had finally arrived. Ziyu Ming looked at Ziyu with a smile and said that he was taken as a disciple by the sect leader himself. If so, then his position is now above him. Ziyu looked at his friends and thought that his status had changed. There seemed to be a gap between them now. Apparently their friendship is slowly fading away. They returned to the village and his mother said that he had finally returned. Ziyu ran towards them and his mother said that he should let her look at him. His aunt came back with silver last time. Does he have any problems? A few days ago the man who brought the letter told them that he had become the disciple of some important person. Let him tell you how it happened. Ziyu replied that it was a long story. His mother turned to her husband and asked what he was worth. Let him kill the chicken as soon as possible. They will prepare a delicious dinner for their son. He agreed and Ziyu thought that he was finally relieved to see that his parents were fine. He celebrated the new year with them calmly and happily, and now he has enough money. Later he will take his parents with him to the city. Time has passed. Ziyu walked through the forest at night and thought that he did not expect to stay with his relatives for so long, congratulating them on the holiday. But he felt awkward about leaving earlier. He noticed something in the distance and when he saw the houses he thought, when did the village appear here? He went down to the village and saw children having fun. He thought it was so lively here. But why don't the lights come on? Suddenly he realized that something was wrong and saw a child running past him. The child seemed to be lifeless. Then Ziyu thought, is this really a ghost village? He felt that the soul suppression talisman began to react and thought that such a reaction only appears when approaching dark energy. There can be no mistake. He did not notice how his feet brought him here. This is even worse than a ghost hitting a wall. He headed towards the exit of the village and thought that he needed to leave this place quickly. If he looks back, he risks being stuck here forever. He used the swallow talisman and quickly walked to the forest and then to the house. He caught his breath and thought that he remembered. This is the city of evil spirits. He didn't expect it to be so close to their village. Wu Hao mentioned this in his notes. The city of evil spirits is a special place formed as a result of a large concentration of ghosts influencing each other. The power of ghosts in such cities is very enormous, and among them there are especially evil spirits that make your blood run cold. They say that even masters with cultivated internal Kai could not get you out of there. The unexpected attraction to this place was most likely the result of the enchanting spell of the ghosts. If he stayed there a little longer, he's afraid that. His mother came outside, interrupting his thoughts and saying that he looked bad. What's happened? Ziyu replied that it was nothing and then asked if people had ever lived in Longyuan Bay. She replied that there used to be a lotus village. 2 years ago the entire village suddenly disappeared, as if it had disappeared into thin air. This place has a very evil aura, let him never come near it. Ziyu agreed and said that he would not go there under any circumstances. He thought that if the evil spirit settlement decided to expand or move, Yunyu village would be in danger. He suggested to his mother to pack her things and leave here tomorrow, and she asked why all of a sudden. Ziyu replied that he would have a lot of things to do and would have to stay there. Let her just listen to him. 3 years later, Ziyu, who had already matured, came to the top of the mountain and thought that 3 years had passed. During this time, he had already reached the peak of external cultivation. He had achieved the perfect form of the Blade of Justice technique, the heavenly stride of the primary form, reached the 3rd level of contemplating the heavenly radiance, fully comprehended the creation of talismans, and reached the perfect form of the fire spirit and holy shield. He thought that the diamond shackles, the Blade of Justice, and the heavenly tread were taught in the sect, but he only had the 1st volume of the art of contemplating the heavenly radiance, which only had 5 levels, and the cultivation path had 9 levels. He can't stop, he needs to move forward. He jumped from the cliff down onto the path and met there an old man he knew well. He greeted him and the old man answered him in kind. Ziyu thought that he sometimes meets this old man. He doesn't notice people and doesn't talk to anyone, he's so strange. He came to the sect and his brother told him to come here, they are just waiting for him. Ziyu called out to Xiaoping and the terrible Tong, and Xiaoping said that they had a task. Ziyu looked at his brothers and thought that Xiaoping was at the beginning stage of external cultivation. He had reached the skin stage, and Elder Tong has reached the stage of bone and muscle. He has rich experience. He is responsible for the external training of new students. Xiaoping handed Ziyu an envelope and said that this time they were assigned to hunt down and kill someone. Ziyu asked again, do they need to kill someone? Xiaoping said that pharmacist Zhu was found dead in the Scorpion Pharmacy a few days ago. The sect managed to find out that they were the 5 killers from Mount Jiang. The reward for participation is not bad. For each killer they give 30 points. Ziyu rubbed his chin and said that then there would be 150 points for everyone, quite a lot. He thought that sect disciples could exchange participation points for secret techniques, pills, weapons, and so on. 1 point could also be exchanged for 1 liang of silver. He asked, how could pharmacist Zhu and the 5 robbers from Mount Jiang be related? And for the sake of the victim they are ready to repay them so generously with participation points. Xiaoping said that Zhu recently obtained the secret grimoire 5 ways to create an elixir, but now he is dead and the book has disappeared. Elder Thun said that if they managed to return the grimoire, another 100 points would be added to the reward. And as for the connection between the killers and the pharmacist, he paused, then turned to Xiaoping and told him to tell him about it. Xiaoping said that the wife of the murdered man was having an affair with the 3rd-ranking robber. Ziyu laughed and asked how strong they are. Elder Tong replied that among them, only the eldest practiced at the Shell Martial Arts Palace. In external cultivation, he has reached the stage of bone and muscle, so he takes it upon himself. The rest studied with the elder, so they must be an order of magnitude weaker. He thinks it won't be difficult for them to deal with them. Now they are going to Mount Jiang, they cannot miss a single robber. Ziyu and Xiaoping agreed and they set off. After a while, they were already running through the forest and Xiaoping said that this piece of land belonged to the castle of the Lai family, located at the intersection between the village of Wu and the mountain estate of the Lai family. 5 robbers control the entire main road. No wonder they can pass so easily. Elder Tong said that there are no masters here at all. It was unlucky for them to run into them, the people of the Under the Shining Sun sect. They ran to the cliff and jumped up, then rushed further and Xiaoping told them to look. There's a fortress ahead. Should they come closer? Elder Tun stopped them and told them to look at their feet. There were traps everywhere. They saw a trap under their feet and the Elder Tun, going to the fortress, told them to be on alert. Ziyu and Xiaoping agreed and the man on the observation tower asked who they were. He called everyone else and said it was an invasion. All the people here ran out of the fortress and one of them said to quickly call the leader. The robbers quickly descended from the fortress and 5 robbers of Mount Jiang ran out to the unexpected guests. Their leader asked why they had come. The Elder Thun replied that they had come to kill them. Of course. The leader of the bandits said that they did not provoke the sect Under the Shining Sun. Most likely there was some kind of misunderstanding. Elder Tong told him to ask his 3rd brother if he had killed the sect's pharmacist Zhu. The 3rd robber asked excitedly, what other pharmacist Zhu? He doesn't know him. He turned to the leader and said that they were getting into trouble, they should teach them a lesson. The leader grinned and said that none of these insolent people would leave here alive. Senior Tong called them idiots and told Ziyu and Xiaoping to attack. They attacked the robbers and a battle began. One of the robbers attacked Ziyu and he thought that he was now at the peak of external cultivation, and people of their level were not a problem for him at all. He cut the robber's sword with the Blade of Justice and he was greatly surprised. Ziyu then rushed forward and slashed with his sword, injuring another robber. The leader of the robbers called out to the 4th robber and the other robber called him the 4th brother. He got angry and attacked Xiaoping, telling him to die. Xiaoping dodged, thinking that his attacks were so aggressive, but his chest was completely open. This was his chance. He wounded the robber and he fell to the ground and screamed in pain, after which another robber attacked Xiaoping from behind and he thought that this was bad. Elder Tong was distracted when he saw the attack on Xiaoping, but Ziyu arrived in time and attacked the robber using the Diamond Shackle spell. The previously wounded robber jumped to his feet and called out to the second brother, then pounced on Ziyu and said that he would kill him. He used the Wild Tiger Fist and attacked Ziyu, but he calmly repelled his blow with a punching fist and the robber felt severe pain in his hand. Then he was thrown back and his hand crumbled into small pieces. Xiaoping walked up to Ziyu and thanked him, and Ziyu said that they should not be distracted during the battle. Xiaoping looked at the robber and said that he was the last one left. The third robber gritted his teeth and thought that he was in trouble. The disciples of this sect are too strong. He started to run and thought that he had better retreat. But at this moment, Elder Tong noticed it and told Ziyu and Xiaoping not to let him escape. Ziyu rushed after the robber and said that he was behind him. He called out to Xiaoping and said that he should help Senior Tong. The robber continued to run away and thought that he could not get away from him. He'll have to take advantage of it. He reached the cliff and jumped onto the rope and said that it was time for him. He can kiss his ass. Ziyu asked, does he think he can escape? He used the sky step and rushed forward, heading towards the robber. He knocked him off the rope and he fell down, breaking the village. Ziyu came down and told him to get out. He knows that he is still alive. The robber showed up to his eyes and said that even their leader had no idea that he had secretly reached the bone and muscle stage of external cultivation. How did he manage to see this? Ziyu went down to him and replied that he did not consider it necessary to answer a dead man. The robber said that he should not be so self-confident, otherwise he would be in trouble. Ziyu closed his eyes and smiled, and then sighed and said that he hoped they wouldn't make it here in time. He used his power and the robber became very frightened and asked, is this fog of Kai and blood? Is he at the peak of external cultivation? A strong aura emanated from Ziyu and the robber thought, what the hell? He is so young, how did he manage to reach such heights? There is simply no point in fighting him. If he asks for mercy, will he spare his life? All he can do is run. But can he? Ziyu told him not to torment himself, they could make things easier. He rushed forward and the robber thought that since he already had one foot in the grave, he should take the risk. He used the wind blade and Ziyu said that it was useless. He extended his hand forward and used the 18 sword technique, knocking his blade away. The blade cut the robber's fan and wounded him in the shoulder, then he fell to his knees and died. He checked his pockets and said that, as he thought, he had the book. He cut off his head and then fell asleep in a sack and thought that Elder Tong and Xiaoping must have already dealt with the leader of the 5 robbers. He walked along the road and heard someone talking. The man asked Shui Zhongxian, has he already bought what he needs? This is a very important thing for his uncle mentor. If there is a problem with this, he will level his water port to the ground. Ziyu looked out from behind a bush and saw 2 people sailing on a boat. Shui Zhongxian told his companion to relax. He would not dare to interfere with Venerable Master Zhang's affairs. On the contrary, he will contribute in every possible way to the success of this transaction. But this is not an easy matter, he needs a little more time. Master Zhang chuckled displeasantly and Ziyu thought, Shui Zhongxian. 3 years ago, he had already received the 5-step golden body book that Lu Leilu stole from him. And next to him stands the chief disciple of the Taoist of the 5 Paths, Zhang Yucheng. What connects him with this leader of the water bandit gang? Zhang Yucheng said that he would give him a month, let him bring it to him, otherwise. Shui Zhongxian said that he understood, don't worry. Zhang Yucheng jumped off the boat and walked on the water towards the shore, and Shui Zhongxian thought that he has such techniques, it's not surprising, after all, he is a cultivator, no martial artist can compare with him. Ziyu followed Zhang Yucheng and thought that based on these maneuvers, he could guess that he had reached the 3rd or even 4th stage of Kai cultivation. That's right, he mentioned his mentor. Who is this? There are 2 cultivators in King besides him and the disciple of the Taoist ways. One of them is the adept Zhu He. Helping the head of the guard of the city of King, he took command. He has the 5th stage of cultivation. The second is the eldest of the brothers of the Liu clan. Physically he is quite weak, but the level of his spiritual strength allows him to be an idle recluse. If a Taoist of the 5 paths has disciples like Wu Hao, he himself is unlikely to be a benefactor, and his brother is probably just as dangerous. He returned to his companions and Xiaoping asked if he was okay. Ziyu replied that he was fine. And how were they? Xiaoping replied that everything went smoothly for them too. The Elder Thun said that they could see what these robbers managed to make during their several years in their fortress. Ziyu agreed and they showed their trophies. Elder Tong said that he had more than 50 liangs of silver and 3 gold bars here. Ziyu said that he had 15 liangs of silver and a small box of pearl agate. Xiaoping showed them the books and said that he had found 2 rare books, an iron shirt and the art of wielding throwing knives. The Elder Thun said that it was good, they would divide the spoils equally and give the head and grimoire to the sect. Ziyu and Xiaoping agreed and then headed towards the sect. They noticed a caravan of horses below, which were guarded by guards, and Elder Tong said that these were the merchants of the Gaian Pavilion. They were the only ones who were not afraid of the Demon Head Gang and could openly move along the main path. Xiaoping said that the Demon Head Gang of bandits is simply uncontrollable, even the government cannot control them. Then why is Gaian Pavilion so fearless? The Elder Thun replied that because they themselves are very fierce, they never retreat, they fight to the very end, putting their own lives on the line. Xiaoping asked, isn't this reckless? Ziyu thought that Gaian Pavilion belonged to the Lai family. Last year, the Demon Head slaughtered almost their entire clan, and now they have returned to the city. He is sure that their visit is connected with the goal of taking revenge on the Demon Head. Time passed, they returned to the sect and went to the reception room to give the book in the head of the robber. Two sect disciples stood behind and one of them said that Brother Ziyu and those two seemed to have hit the jackpot. They took on the mission of 5 robbers, so if they were the first to succeed, they would not have gotten anything. Lately, Ziyu's name has been constantly heard, and it was even rumored that he had surpassed him. The student said that he had a little talent. But did he happen? Too early. He thought that Ziyu's progress in 3 years is incredible. The teacher is always comparing him to him, which is why he often gets reprimanded. Even the other students stop respecting him. Everyone goes to lick this Ziyu's ass. He called out to Ziyu and said that he would give him advice. He shouldn't turn up his nose. If he managed to become the disciple of the sect leader, getting the title of the best disciple is not so easy. Ziyu thanked him for such valuable advice and said that he would not forget it. The guy snorted and said that was so polite. The second disciple pointed to his friend and said that Brother Zhao had heard about his achievements and wanted to give him instructions so that he could feel the changes he was going through. Ziyu replied that this should not be done. Xiaoping approached them and said that Ziyu was a disciple of the sect leader. He was no weaker than Brother Zhao. It was unknown who else would mentor whom. Brother Zhao replied that of course Brother Bai did not need advice, but he would like to compete with him. He doesn't mind, right? Ziyu said that he must be joking. Doesn't he think this is the wrong place? Brother Zhao replied with a smile that this was just an exchange of experience, nothing more. He thought that the selection of the best student would soon take place. He would gain benefits if the rumors of his victory over Ziyu spread. Ziyu sighed and said that they will begin then. They stood opposite each other and Brother Zhao said that he should take care of himself. The next second, he rushed forward and jumped, using a hawk attack. Ziyu looked at him and thought that this was left patron Zhao Jing's signature move. The technique itself is very strong, but it all depends on the execution. In response, Ziyu used a punching fist and attacked Brother Zhao, striking him on the chin. He was thrown back and the Elder Tongue said that it was beautiful. This suggests that Ziyu has already at least reached the bone and muscle stage in external cultivation. He will soon catch up with him. Xiaoping said it was a great shot. Brother Zhao's friend called out to him and thought that this Ziyu was much stronger than they thought. Now their plan. He approached his friend and Ziyu said that he let him win. He thought that Zhao Gangyi challenged him today because he wanted to take advantage of the victory to gain the title of top disciple. He believes this title provides many advantages. After a while, Zhao Gangyi and the second student came to their master and he called them idiots. Zhao Gangyi asked him to calm down and Zhao Jing, their master and the left patron of the sect, said that until now he had a chance to become a top disciple with the help of his connection with Monk Naya. But now he can forget about victory. The second student asked, do they really have no chance left? Zhao Jing called them mediocrities and said that they didn't even have any talent. How are they going to compete? Ziyu is the disciple of the sect leader, who told them they could treat him like that. Go away. Zhao Gangyi gritted his teeth in frustration, and then he and his friend went to the dormitory. He drank a drink from a jug and his friend asked if he would just give up the title to Ziyu. Zhao Gangyi poured the drink again and asked what he could do. The teacher said to give up. He practiced diligently for 3 years for this selection. His friend said there was another way. If Ziyu dies, won't it be to everyone's advantage? Zhao Gangyi called out to him Guo Jingyang and asked, is he crazy? Not to mention the sect leader, their teacher would decide to personally kill them after hearing this. Guo Jingyang smiled and said that he didn't know the teacher at all. Did he wonder why he had been idle all these years? Right patron Liu Yang owns mines, taverns, casinos and brothels. All this brings in a lot of money. What about their leftist patron? He only has a boat business and a few small establishments. They are not profitable at all. Zhao Gangyi asked, does he mean the sect leader is putting pressure on him? Guo Jingyang confirmed his words and said that therefore, if he became the best student, the teacher could move to Wujiang for a better life. But now, Zhao Gangyi calmed down a little and asked, so why was he so angry with him? Guo Jingyang said that Ziyu became the sect leader's favorite because of his talent. If he dies, what will he remain with the head? If they act carefully, no one will suspect them. Zhao Gangyi replied that he needed to think it over carefully. Besides, he would not be able to defeat Ziyu. Guo Jingyang jumped up and said that Monk Naya would arrive here in a few days. He has no time to think, and they are not the only ones whom Ziyu has crossed. Let him remember Zhang Bo, who was fired, now he walks under their teacher. Or let him remember Wang Jian, with whom they were close, now he is in the mines. Aren't they suffering now because of him? Besides, everyone is very strong. Zhao Gangyi said that he was curious about something. Why does it bother him so much? Guo Jingyang sat back on his chair and scratched the back of his head, saying that he was worried about him and their teacher too. If he doesn't want to, then he doesn't care because he won't even be able to take part in the selection. Zhao Gangyi said that he knew that he had no guts for this. He thought that Wang Jian had reached the penultimate stage of external cultivation. Zhang Bo was already practicing internal cultivation. If so, then this would be enough to remove Ziyu. After a while, in a subdivision of the sect, Ziyu walked up to the teacher and asked if he called him. He thought that in 3 years he had not taught him a single technique, only instructing him a few times. When he started talking about internal cultivation, he scolded him. Will he really have to show him what he has really achieved? Liu Dong turned to him and said that he had heard that he had defeated Zhao Gangyi with one blow. Ziyu confirmed his words and apologized, and then his teacher said that he did not expect him to develop so quickly. It seems that he can compete for the title of the best student. Ziyu said that he would try his best. But how does the selection take place? Liu Dong replied that the selection was carried out according to 3 criteria: talent, strength, and the student's contribution to their sect. However, this time the person in charge of the choice is the monk Nie Yunhao, and his relationship with him is not very good, but he is very close to the left patron Zhao Jin. Ziyu thought that this is how it is, everything is decided by the human factor. It turns out that Zhao Gangyi has a very good chance of winning. He has surpassed him in everything, and the teacher has a reason to fight for him. Liu Dong said that his ability is now enough to participate, but to be on the safe side, he wants to teach him something. Ziyu asked why. Liu Dong showed him some techniques and said that he wanted to teach him this technique, the Celestial Tangling Hands technique. Ziyu was delighted and thought that this was a unique technique from the teacher. He said that this is a famous technique. Liu Dong said that the Celestial Tangling Hand technique consists of 7 forms and 84 movements. It is a Sanchu technique designed to retaliate by concentrating strength and speed. He raised the cup with the back of his hand and said that the specialty of it is to bind, entangle, touch, and strike the opponent. It looks complicated, but the power of this technique is limitless. He waved his hand several times and the bowl continued to remain in place. In the end he caught it with 2 fingers, then it shattered, and he said that martial arts are primarily created for killing. The name of the technique contains the word entanglement, but the essence is impact. After that, Ziyu began to learn this technique and thought it was tying, tangling, touching, striking. There should not be the slightest defect in movements and in the calculation of forces. Time passed, he continued to train and thought that with the help of a teacher, he could reach the initial stage of the Celestial Tangling Hands technique, and then it was a matter of spiritual energy. After some time, at dawn, Ziyu went up the mountain again, and upon reaching the top, he thought that whether it is martial arts or cultivation, the main component in everything is perseverance. He turned around and thought that there was someone here, and not alone. At the same moment, a dagger flew towards him, but Ziyu tilted his head to the side and thought that naturally he was their target. For several years only he came to the peak of this mountain at such an hour, and it will not be difficult for anyone who knows his habits to kill him. Zhang Bo and Wang Jian came out from behind the bushes and said that his reaction was excellent. Has he forgotten about them yet? Ziyu was surprised by their arrival, and Zhang Bo said that they had been lying in wait for several days. He finally came. Ziyu said that they had disagreements, but is it worth fighting over this? Wang Jian politely addressed him and thanked him that a person of such status remembered them. They dare not hold a grudge against the sect leader's disciple, but who disgraced him to block the path of another person. Ziyu tiredly touched his forehead and asked, are they talking about Zhao Gangyi? So this is his idea. What a worthless person. Wang Jian pounced on him and told him to be quiet. Today he will face death. Ziyu waved his hand and used his holy shield to defend himself from his attack. Wang Jian was very surprised by this, and Ziyu said that now it was his turn. They were surprised, and Ziyu used the punishing blade to attack Wang Jian. He cut off his blade along with his arm, and Zhang Bo asked, is this a magical technique? Wang Jian began to scream in pain, and Zhang Bo asked Ziyu, is he at the peak of external cultivation? But this is impossible. Ziyu replied that nothing is impossible. Zhang Bo attacked him, saying that he was still only at the level of external cultivation, and this could not be compared with internal cultivation. He pointed the blade at him, and Ziyu thought that he was not strong at all. He had opened the boundaries of internal cultivation. Ziyu swung his sword and a blow passed across the ground, which overtook Zhang Bo and wounded his chest. He looked up at Ziyu and asked what power he was hiding. At the same moment, Ziyu cut off his head, and Wang Jian looked at him in fear. He ran away and asked him not to kill him. Ziyu asked, does he want to escape? He swung his sword and wounded him in the back, then he turned his head to the side and told him to get out. Zhao Gangyi came out from behind the stone and fearfully called him brother and said that it was Guo Jingyang who forced him. It was he who told him to kill him. It's all him. Ziyu replied that he would get it too, but now was his time. He stabbed the sword into Zhao Gangyi's chest, and he asked how could he? He is a student. But he didn't have time to finish, he died, and Ziyu pulled the sword out of his body and asked, what difference does it make who he is? Everyone who dares to threaten him will meet the same fate. After that, he gathered all the bodies into a pile and thought that many people knew that he often comes to Zhongyan Mountain. If the bodies are found, he is sure that Zhao Jing will not just leave it like that. Then fire appeared in his hand and he threw it onto the bodies. The corpses began to burn, and when only ashes remained after them, Ziyu took out the talisman and thought that he should make sure that there were no traces left. He used the purification talisman and thought that now no one would find out. Apparently the title of best student is much more significant than he thought. He can't believe that Zhao Gangyi would go to such lengths just for this. He began to walk down the mountain and thought that fortunately he had carefully hidden his abilities, so they underestimated him. Suddenly he stopped and met an old man who wished him good morning. Ziyu answered him in kind and the old man walked past him, asking, did he kill someone? Ziyu turned around and thought, how did he know? The old man went further and told him not to worry, he is the keeper of the temple, and for him killing a person does not matter. He won't tell anyone. Ziyu looked after him and after a short pause asked who he was. He thought that he had often seen it here for several years, but had never noticed anything like it. Why is he suddenly saying this today? The old man turned to him and asked, he comes to the mountain every day at dawn to contemplate the heavenly radiance, right? Like him, they are both cultivators. Ziyu called him mentor and wanted to ask him something, but the old man interrupted him and said that ordinary people might not notice, but he could clearly see his killer spirit, and he cannot hide it from him even with the help of a cleansing talisman. He warns him, if he leaves everything as it is, a more experienced person will see it in him, and since those killed were part of the sect under the shining sun, it will not be difficult to put together the overall picture. This is unlikely to turn out well for him. Ziyu asked respectfully, how can he cleanse himself of the killer spirit? He thought that if this is true, then 3 years ago after the murder of Wu Hao, the teacher, the right-hand patron and chief Qin saw right through him. He began to worry and the old man said that the younger generation had completely forgotten about politeness. Where did he get the idea that he would help him? Does he know that all favors must be reciprocated? Ziyu asked how he could help him. He doesn't know how he can help him. The old man said that what he wants in return is very simple. It will even be useful for him. In addition to the spell to cleanse the killer's spirit, he will also give him divine vision, a spell that will help him see what is hidden from view. How's that for him? In 3 days, at dawn, he will be waiting for him at the city gates, let him not be late. Ziyu called out to him and the old man, throwing the talisman into his hands, said that he would give him a spell to purify the spirit of the killer so that he would calm down. He is a man of his word. Ziyu was surprised and looked at the talisman and thought, is this a pendant? There are incomprehensible small inscriptions on it. After that, he felt something and opened his eyes wider, thinking that the method of cultivating the purification spell seemed to have penetrated deep into his brain. This is definitely the same legendary white jade eye that belonged to Taoist magicians. He called out to his mentor and looked up, but there was no one on the stairs anymore and he thought that he should find out about this old keeper of the temple. After a while, he returned to the sect and noticed Guo Jingyang. Guo Jingyang looked up at him in fear and Ziyu asked where he was going. Guo Jingyang began to stumble over his words and walked away, saying that he had to be present, so he would go. He trembled in fear and thought that Ziyu would not attack him while they were in the sect. He ran away and Ziyu thought that he didn't have time for him today. After that, Ziyu went to the other wing of the sect and entered the building. The secret scripture pavilion is located in the western wing of the Under the Shining Sun sect. It belongs to the control hall. Regular students do not have access here. He went to the library and thought that records of various legends, historical events were kept here, and, of course, all this was strictly classified. He can call this place the largest repository of knowledge in the city of King. He spent 10 participation points to gain access to the pavilion for a couple of hours. He took several books and sat down at the table, thinking that there were so many books about prominent residents of King, he needed to look. He immediately found the book he needed and found out from the records that Xu Xiangui was born into a wealthy family and entered training at the age of 20. No one knows why he is so obsessed with cultivation. He spent incredible amounts of money traveling in search of cultivators for 3 years. When his parents died of illness, the whole family quickly fell after them. To survive, he became the guardian of the Liugang Temple. Rumor has it that the temple was attacked by monsters, and so he was forced to leave it and begin serving in the temple of the earthly deity located on the top of Zhongyan Mountain. In those years, the old guardian's attempts to find immortals were crowned with failure, but he truly set out on the path to immortality, most likely already during his service in the Lugan Temple. The duties of the temple keeper include the ritual of burning incense. Ziyu thought, incense? Could it be that he is an adherent of the teaching of incense? Then no wonder he is always so silent. The doctrine of incense is a faith whose main idea is the search for immortality for all members of society. The teaching that promised immortality through burning incense instantly gained wide popularity and support. But decades ago it was subjected to government repression, gradually turning into an echo of the past. The previous guardian of the Lugan temple was also an ardent follower of the teaching, but he disappeared without a trace after a fight with a demonic serpent. And then the government took advantage of the accident and blamed everything on the custodian of the temple of the earthly deity. Could that old man have something to do with all this? 3 days later he met the old man and thought that he ended up going after the old keeper. One of the reasons is divine vision, but the main reason is that the right patron made a fuss. On the second day after Zhao Gangyi disappeared, Zhao Jing's patron attracted the administration and organized a large-scale search as if he already knew that his student was dead. The law enforcement squad is a group of very strong, determined and experienced people who do not solve cases even faster than a government office. How lucky they were that they didn't find anything in the end. Ziyu turned to the old man surnamed Zhu and asked what he wanted to entrust to him. The old man turned around and asked, does he know that his surname is Zhu? Apparently, he already managed to rummage through his dossier, right? Ziyu replied with a smile that when dealing with such an outstanding person like him, Mentor Zhu, naturally he needed to be on the safe side. His teacher calmed down when he learned that he was going to meet him. The old woman replied that he was brave and smart since he was threatening him with a teacher. He thinks if he wanted to hurt him, he would have waited so long. Ziyu replied that he just did not fully understand the essence of the mission, so he felt insecure. He thought that the teaching of incense was not evil, but not good either. He must be alert. Old man Zhu turned around sharply and asked, does he know about werewolves? Ziyu was a little scared and asked, are you a werewolf? Does he want him to kill the werewolf? He laughed nervously and said he was joking. Does he need to kill the werewolf? Even Governor Qin, who had reached the peak of internal cultivation, resorted to the help of a teacher to cope with the exotic shelled beast. He thought that werewolves were much stronger than exotic beasts. The weakest of them could be compared to a practitioner at the peak of internal cultivation. And he will go to the werewolf, asking for death himself. He wanted to run away and said that perhaps he would not participate, let him find someone more suitable. Old man Zhu grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to let him finish. They won't go after a werewolf. Even he won't survive a fight with him. Ziyu asked, is this accurate? Old man Zhu confirmed his words and asked, in his opinion, he was tired of living, that he decided to piss off the werewolf for the last time. He still bypasses the Lugang temple. Now he was talking about a related species of werewolves, the Jingguai spirits. Ziyu asked again, Jingguai. He thought, so he bypasses the Lugang temple. Could there still be a werewolf there? Old man Zhu explained that when animals cultivate to become animate, they turn into werewolves. The animate plants are called Jing, and the remaining animate stones and other inanimate objects are called Guai. Their common names are Jingguai. Typically, Jingguai spirits absorb surrounding life energy to develop their spirit and move around the world. Their physical shell cannot leave its place, but their souls can take on any form. Their bodies, full of spiritual nature, can serve as material for them to train magical weapons. Today they need to defeat a living tree. Ziyu asked displeasedly, the tree spirit must be very strong. The old man replied that not at all, that's not true at all. Jingguai is much weaker than werewolves, and this tree became animated just recently. Besides, he will take on the main part, and he will just stand on the sidelines and sometimes help him. Ziyu asked in disbelief, how strong is he? Old man Zhu responded displeasedly that even though he had only reached the 5th stage of Kai cultivation, his strength was quite enough to kill a tree. He went ahead and told him to relax. Ziyu thought that he was not stronger than him. Who knows, maybe this old man owns some kind of magic spells and tools. He looks very confident in himself, he can probably trust him. They continued walking further and Ziyu thought that the forest was becoming more and more impenetrable. Suddenly he noticed the snake behind him and quickly swung his sword, cutting into its body. The old man said that they were almost there, let him go faster. They climbed higher and he said that this was it. The living tree is in that mountain hollow. This is a place where a large amount of vital energy is collected. The plants around are very tall and strong. He calmed Ziyu and said that a tiger lives here, which has recently entered the path of evolution, so it is not dangerous. Ziyu took out the talisman and said that it was nearby. He noticed that old man Zhu also took out a weapon and asked why he was so alarmed. He took a closer look and asked, is this a magic weapon? The old man replied that this golden blade could be a low-quality item, a level 15 forbidden magical weapon. Ziyu was surprised and thought, level 15. The strongest tool he has is a level 6 bell. They heard sounds and a tiger came out from behind the bushes, heading towards them and growling. The old man said that he would take this opportunity to show him his weapon in action. At that moment the tiger attacked him, but the old man jumped to the side and said that he was unlucky to meet them today. He threw the blade and pierced the tiger's head, and 568 units were added to Ziyu's spiritual energy. He was surprised by this and thought that this tiger's strength was even greater than that of a martial artist at the peak of external cultivation. The old man hid the dagger and told him to move on. They would deal with it later. Ziyu followed him and thought that this old guardian was very strong. They went down to the tree and the old man said that they had arrived. Ziyu looked around and said that this tree is truly an animate Jing. The old man took out incense and told Ziyu to be careful. The roots, branches, and leaves of this tree are real weapons. Moreover, it can summon ghosts. He stuck incense near the roots of the tree and said that he would attack the trunk of it, and the tree would naturally begin to release ghosts to stop them. And he will help him, all the ghosts on himself. No matter how, but he must buy him time, at least 30 seconds. Ziyu agreed, and old man Ju, waving his hand, said that they would get down to business. A dagger stabbed into the tree trunk and blood sprayed out from under the bark. Ziyu was surprised and thought, does a living tree use blood like a human? At that same moment, spirits began to fly out of the tree and Ziyu said that the tree was coming to life. The spirits continued to fly out of the tree trunk, taking on the appearance of animals, and Ziyu thought, are these animal spirits absorbed by the tree? Why are there so many of them? The old man raised his hand and said that they should not be allowed to leak out and harm people. Let him destroy them all. He built a huge cage around the tree and Ziyu said that it was easy for him to say that. He took out the talisman and thought that he needed to hold on for 30 seconds. After that, he sent soul suppression talismans to the spirits and they began to disappear. But there were also spirits behind him and he attacked them with a punching shred. He thought that it was good that these spirits were not so strong. He looked at the old man and thought that the guardian's aura had become stronger. Is this some kind of powerful magic? The roots of the tree began to reach towards Ziyu's feet. He noticed this and thought, are the roots moving? The roots began to circle around the old man's blade and Ziyu realized that they were aimed at that knife and not at him. The blade flew around, cutting off the roots of the tree, and then a snake spirit appeared behind Ziyu and he thought, when will he be able to use such powerful magical artifacts? He noticed the snake and asked, does it attack from the back? A second later he used the punishing blade, cutting the spirit of the snake, and then he was surrounded by other spirits and he said that this was so intense. He took out the talismans and said that he would get rid of them all at once. He used a fire spirit spell and flames began to circle around his body, which burned all the spirits nearby. Then he put the swallow talisman on his leg and with quick movements ran past the spirits, at the same time piercing them with his blade. He looked at the old man, who continued to call the elder, and then the silhouette of a deity appeared behind him and Ziyu thought that this was the call of a deity. Magical art, transmitted among followers of the teaching of incense, which can allow the practitioner to call upon the spirits of gods or ancestors, and reveal inner potential. The third eye opened on the old man's forehead and the living tree began to scream, and Ziyu thought that now the tree could not do anything. He had destroyed all the ghosts, and the roots were limited in movement. The leaves of the tree began to fall off and Ziyu thought, is the leaf falling? Suddenly he understood everything and thought that these were blades. He defended himself with a holy shield and called out to an old man named Kainbei, but he saw that a fire appeared around him, burning the leaves. The old man looked at the blade and told it to go back. His blade, which continued to cut the roots of the tree, went to his hand and he said that the time had come. Under the cover of the moon, the sky will open. With these words, he raised his hand up and a bright beam of light headed into the sky. Ziyu was very surprised to see that a ray of light pierced the dark clouds and the roots of the tree began to develop around the foliage and the trunk itself to protect itself. The old man said it was useless. Then he took his hand into a fist and raised his hand up, used thunder summoning, and Ziyu thought it was a thunder summoning technique. At the same moment, lightning flashed from the thunderclouds, striking the tree and breaking its roots. Ziyu looked at old man Ju's aura and thought that he was so strong. Suddenly his admiration gave way to anxiety and he saw that his aura was slowly fading and thought that things were bad. Old Kainbei began to fall and Ziyu ran to him. He caught him and told him to rest for a while. The storm clouds began to dissipate and the tree's foliage completely fell off. And then Ziyu asked, is the Jing tree dead? He checked the amount of spiritual energy and when he saw the number 10,542, he thought that all the energy was received by him after killing those ghostly spirits. But where is the energy of a living tree? He called out to Kainbei and said that he had not killed the tree. He needed to act quickly. He didn't finish shouting to him and thought, all these are the consequences of the call of the deity. He was greatly weakened. Then he turned his gaze to the tree and was horrified to see 7 burning eyes inside. From the surviving roots, the tree took the form of a beast and roared. Ziyu said then let him act. The old man said it was all over. He didn't expect that he wouldn't improve, even though he gave it his all. He sighed and the tree attacked them, and Ziyu thought that all this was so fast. Such a depressing aura. Is this the power of Jingguai creatures? It turns out that he will not be able to resist it face to face. The tree attacked, but Ziyu jumped aside and thought that he needed to pump up his defense first. He will spend 32 points to improve the holy shield to perfection. He improved his abilities and at the same moment the tree attacked him, but he used a shield and the monster continued to press on him with its claws. Ziyu thought that he had survived. Wooden Jing is afraid of fire. He should not save spiritual energy. He will spend another 32 points to perfect the fire spirit spell. A cloud of fire appeared in his hand, which flared up even stronger until it took on the shape of a falcon. Ziyu pointed the falcon at the tree and thought that let it taste the fire spirit in perfect form. The fiery spirit headed towards the tree and crashed into it, and then the wooden beast began to burn and became completely weakened. Ziyu looked at the burning wood, which soon turned into ashes, and the old man asked, "Is he that strong?" Ziyu sighed and said that it was finally destroyed. Old Kyanbei approached him and asked him what kind of magic he used. Ziyu replied that he used a fire spirit spell. The old man said that he remembers that the fiery spirit possessed by the Taoist school of sunrise was not so strong. Ziyu replied that he no longer knew. He thought, could it be that the art of contemplating the heavenly radiance was also created by sunrise? Kyanbei said that the sunrise school spread its techniques everywhere, but only the students of this school could truly practice them. He's hardly a member of the sunrise. Ziyu asked if he wanted to access the techniques, then how could he enter there? Kyanbei replied that cultivation must reach at least the 7th stage in order for him to pass through the Yinmao mountain swamps. But let him not hope that he can achieve it in a short time. Okay, time to collect their trophies. He cut the trunk of the tree and said that he would see what treasures this tree left for them. He reached deeper into the trunk and pulled out something from there, saying that it was not bad. Ziyu looked at it and thought that this was the heart of the tree spirit. What a chilling dark aura. If an ordinary person were in their place, he would have already contracted a serious illness just by approaching the tree. Old Kyanbei said that this time it was the heart that he was looking for. He helped him a lot, so he will give him something else as thanks. Ziyu asked what he was talking about. The old man showed him the knife and said that he was giving him his golden knife. Ziyu was overjoyed and said that this is such a precious gift. He is so generous. Kyanbei laughed lowly and said that it was gratitude for saving his life. So he gave him even more. Ziyu called him a mentor and said that if so, let him teach him the technique of summoning thunder. Kyanbei was surprised by his request, and then they went back and he said that when they return, he will give him a jasper pendant with a written spell to call thunder. It will be in a few days. Calling thunder consumes a lot of mana. He won't be able to handle it yet, let him be careful. Ziyu thanked him and said that he had recently burned incense, then he asked what kind of scent it was. Old man Kyanbei replied that it was concentration incense. One wand can completely restore the spiritual energy of a 5th stage cultivator. If he wants one like this, then let him buy from him. If also the incense of concentrating mana, calming the mind, summoning the spirit, all of these are the rarest treasures. And only 50 lions per stick. Ziyu was surprised and said that it was so expensive. Kyanbei said that in truth, he was very interested in his talismans, they could exchange. Ziyu was delighted by this offer and said that there was one more question he wanted to ask him. He heard that the Taoist of the 5 paths had a disciple. Does he know him? Kyanbei smoothed his beard and replied that he did not know. He had only seen him from afar once. He always practiced alone. He had never heard him tell himself a successor. Ziyu frowned and thought that he was confident in his words, and it didn't seem like a lie. The old man continued on his way again and said that he should warn him. The Taoist of the 5 paths is known for his kindness, but this is not the case at all. Let him be careful if he meets him. Ziyu agreed and asked, did he say that there was still a werewolf in Liugang Temple? Kyanbei responded by asking, did he really say that? Ziyu smiled and thought that his appearance meant that there was definitely a werewolf there. Kyanbei said that he should think as he pleases. Ziyu ran after him and asked, they say this is a demonic snake. This is true. The old man said that he was so annoying. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the leftist patron of the sect, under the shining sun, Zhao Jing asked Guo Jingyang, he really doesn't know where Zhao Gangyi went. Guo Jingyang replied that he did not know. He thought that the kinder the teacher, the stronger his anger would fall. He was afraid, this time. The teacher called out to Liu He and said that he was listening to him. Liu He said that based on their investigation, before Zhao Gangyi disappeared, he met with Wang Jiang and Zhang Bao. Only they both left the house 3 days ago, but never returned. Moreover, Zhao Gangyi contacted Brother Guo Jingyang before offering gifts. The day before yesterday, Brother Guo was in the Jingxi money shop. He took 300 liang of silver. It is not known why. Zhao Jing asked Guo Jingyang and he said he didn't know anything. He replied that Zhao Gangyi asked for this amount as a loan. Brother Zhao was beside himself after losing the battle with Bai Ziyu. He was going to do something, but he did not say what exactly, and he did not dare to take part in it. Who knew that he would be gone in 2 days? Zhao Jing asked, does it mean that Zhao Gangyi disappeared because of Ziyu? Guo Jingyang replied that he would not dare to lie. Zhao Jing said that he would not go unpunished, let them bring him to him. They obeyed him and the man whispered in his ear that someone who called himself Lai Yingzhu, the son of Lai Zhao, wanted to see him. Zhao Jing said let him come in. A young man came inside and said that Lai Yingzhu was glad to meet patron Zhao. Zhao Jing smiled at him and said that so many years have passed, so many winters. The one he remembers has become so grown up. How is his father doing? Lai Yingzhu replied that it was very good. He thanks him for his attention. He came today to ask him for a favor. Zhao Jing asked, is his father having trouble with something? Lai Yingzhu said that the head of the Under the Visiting Sun sect, patrons and all managers have the right to nominate a candidate to compete for the title of Best Disciple. He hopes that he, Uncle Zhao, will help him with this. Guo Jingyang looked at him and thought that Zhao Gangyi was gone, and he could replace him and get the support of the teacher. But now this guy has shown up, and all his efforts may be in vain. Zhao Jing said that the number of candidates for the title of best student is limited. Moreover, the selection is carried out exclusively among local students, and he does not belong to the King Division. Lai Yingru replied that he had already signed up here a year ago, now he belongs to this city. Manager Yi, Liu, and Guo agreed to support him. He heard that his disciple had disappeared without a trace, but if he supported him, then the issue of his transfer to the Wujiang Division would be resolved. What a coincidence that local manager Yu recently passed away. Let him think about it. Zhao Jing asked, does he think it will work? He thought that being the manager of Wujiang Maritime Transport must be much more profitable and influential compared to being the patron of King. Lai Yingru said that his father had already bribed the right people. Guo Jingyang looked at his teacher in fear and Zhao Jing agreed, saying that he would vote for him. Lai Yingru thanked him and said that with his support and the 3 managers, he would almost certainly win. Guo Jingyang was upset and thought that this was the end, it was all over. He tried so hard to pit Zhao Gangyi and Bai Ziyu against each other so that he could compete for the title of top disciple. But this Lai Yingzhu, this is the son of Mr. Lai of Wujiang County, no matter what he does, he has no chance in front of him. After a while, in the sect's dormitory, Ziyu returned to his room and began to play with the gifted blade. The blade flew around his room and he said that it was a good thing. His power has greatly increased with this magical artifact. Suddenly a voice was heard outside that called out to him. He came outside and asked, who is asking? The young man with a ponytail introduced himself first. He is from the law enforcement hall, Liu He. The guy standing next to him said that he was Ku Yun. Liu He asked, is he Bai Ziyu? Ziyu bowed to them and confirmed his words and then asked what business the 2 gentlemen had come for. Liu He replied that the left patron was inviting him, so he needed to go with them. Ziyu asked again, left patron. He thought that teacher Zhao Gangyi had finally gotten to him. Liu He said that they should go now. Ziyu smiled and said that the problem cannot be solved by diluting rivers and lakes with blood. He cannot follow them at just one call. Liu He asked, what's the matter? Does he not respect the leftist patron? Kuyun said that he needed to cooperate with the investigation into the disappearance of Zhao Gangyi. Ziyu replied that he was very upset that he could not be found. But if they want him to go, then let them give him an order from the manager of the law enforcement hall. If they suspect him only because of their fight, then they are mistaken. Liu He began to get angry and was about to draw his blade. But Kuyun stopped him and Ziyu, approaching Liu He, asked what? Does he want to fight right here? Let him risk the sect leader attacking the disciple. But what will happen to him for this? He should know better than him what the consequences will be. Liu He gritted his teeth and then quickly turned around and said that they were leaving. Ziyu thought that the left patron seemed unwilling to resolve everything peacefully. After that, he went to the house of the head of the sect and told him everything. Liu Dong replied that he understood everything. He would send people to Liu He with a warning. And yet he wants to ask if he is involved in the disappearance of Zhao Gangyi. Ziyu firmly replied that this was not the case. Liu Dong thought that this was true. Ziyu was very talented, but not stronger than Zhao Gangyi, Zhang Bo and Wang Zhang combined. The level he has achieved in 3 years of training is already impressive. He put a cup of tea on the table and said that he should try to keep a low profile for now in case something happens. Ziyu agreed and the teacher said that he should also mentally prepare for the competition for the title of best student. Ziyu asked, has anything changed? Liu Dong replied that Lai Yingru, Lai Zhao's son from Wujiang County Division, was going to compete for the title of top disciple here. He has already secured the support of 3 managers. If the left patron also takes his side, then his chances will be slim because the left patron and Monk Nai are friendly. But he, as his teacher, will get justice for him and ask Liu Yang, Tan Fanchao, Teiyu and others to support him. And he needs to grab this opportunity tightly. Ziyu thanked him, and after a while they went to the port of the city. Ziyu looked at his teacher and thought that the key person choosing the disciple is Monk Naya. He will be here soon. The other disciples crowded around Lai Yingzhu and Xiaoping, who approached Ziyu, said that this man was Lai Yingzhu, he would compete with him for the title. Ziyu replied that he knew that. He came. Lai Yingru walked up to them and asked Ziyu, he is brother Bai, right? He's too young. Although yes, only in a small town like King, they can choose someone like him as a candidate for the title of best student. He hit him on the chest with a fan and said that he advised him to retreat, otherwise, when he lost, he would shed bitter tears and remember his words. Ziyu replied with a smile that if his memory served him correctly, there were as many as 4 candidates for the title of best student in Wujiang County. He was afraid of such competition and ran to their small town of King to get lucky here, right? All the other students laughed and Lai Yingru got angry, then he indignantly said that he just didn't like Wujiang, and in general, he was much stronger than him. Ziyu looked away and said boredly that he should dream about it. Lai Yingru wanted to answer something, but the other disciples started pointing at the ship and said that it had arrived. A man appeared on the deck of the ship, jumped down and with light steps through the water reached the port. Liu Dong clapped his hands and said that this is excellent skill. He waited respectfully for Monk Naya. He told the others that they should take Monk Naya to the tavern. They should have a good drink today. Monk Naya laughed and said that he was so hospitable. The King taverns are very famous. Perhaps he would have great pleasure in having a couple of sips. However, first they have to decide who is worthy of the title of best student. He addressed the candidates and told them to introduce themselves. He would look at them. Liu Dong turned his gaze to his disciple and said that there were only 2 king candidates. One of them was his disciple, Bai Ziyu, and the second son of manager Lai Yingru. The monk asked in surprise, Lai Zhao's son. Lai Yingru noticed his interest and pushed Ziyu aside, stepping forward and confirming his words. He bowed to him and said that he was very glad to meet him. Monk Naya said that since there are only 2 candidates, and both sides are supported by people of approximately equal status, so everything will be very simple. They will allow them to decide everything through a duel. Whoever wins will be the best student. Lai Yingru looked at Ziyu with a smile and asked how he views this proposal. Ziyu also replied with a smile that he didn't care, he would hold out until the end anyway. Monk Naya said that since no one objects, in 3 days they will fight among themselves for the title of best student. Liu Dong said that they had decided then. Lai Yingru agreed and said that Monk Naya would be the judge. He smiled proudly and thought, this Ziyu is 3 or 4 years younger than him. How can he not overdo it in battle? Besides, he has strong masters on his side, he will definitely win. He turned his gaze to Ziyu and thought that he was an asshole. Let him be happy while he can, because then he will make him cry. That same night, at the Pearl Tavern, candidates and masters sat down at the same table and began to drink. Monk Naya put the glass on the table and said that he had arrived for another reason. There was a small business and he wanted to ask them to help him. Liu Dong asked, what matter are we talking about? Zhao Jing said that they will definitely make every effort. Let him not be shy and speak. Monk Naya asked, all the local residents of King probably know about the incident 6 years ago when a werewolf attacked. Ziyu thought he was talking about the weresnake in Liugang Temple on South Street. Liu Dong replied that everyone here knows about this incident. But how does this relate to him? Monk Naya responded by asking what if he said that it was still alive. Liu Dong, the left patron, and Ziyu were surprised and one of them exclaimed, is this possible? Then the immortal Wu dealt with it, and the administration announced victory over the snake. Monk Naya asked, have they ever personally seen the corpse of this snake? In fact, the werewolf was seriously wounded by the immortal, after which it fell into the well. The immortal Wu also weakened and did not follow it. He only put a seal on the well, which is holding it back to this day. And their government, in order to calm the people, announced the murder of the werewolf, and the immortal Wu did not deny this. Liu Dong asked, is he going to do something? They listened to him. Monk Naya replied that he wanted to kill the werewolf and get the pill. He knows one immortal. He can transform the werewolf pill into a King Yun pill, and this pill can help the practitioner make a breakthrough. He has been at the peak of the 3rd stream for more than 10 years and wants to move to the 2nd. Of course, if they succeed, they will also receive a reward. Liu Dong asked how many pills he could make from one werewolf pill. Monk Naya thoughtfully replied that about 7 or maximum 10. Liu Dong agreed and said that when they defeat it, he will need 5 pills, and also, the body of the snake will remain with the King Division. He thought that he might not be telling them something. If he doesn't claim his share now, he's afraid they'll be left with nothing. The monk agreed and said that he, the head of the sect, would then provide all the auxiliary materials. Liu Dong agreed and said that there would be no problem with this. Other students sitting at tables nearby heard their conversation and thought that they would not get the pills. Well, at least the sect leader takes the snake's body. This will be a breakthrough for his martial arts. After that, the cheerful students left the tavern and Ziyu felt something. He saw a man in front of him and thought that that man was the 3rd leader of the devilish band of robbers, Impenetrable Wu Yun. What is he doing in King City? Liu Dong walked up to Ziyu and asked what is it. Ziyu replied that it was okay, everything was fine. Liu Dong walked forward and told him to go. They were coming back. Ziyu looked after the robber again and thought that no matter what goal Wu Yun pursues, it does not concern him. He should not look for unnecessary problems for himself. Some time later, in the Lugang Temple, the city residents circled around the temple and carried bags. One of the disciples of the sect said that the sect under the shining sun will defeat the werewolf today. He asks them to stay back so that no one gets accidentally hurt. The head of the sect and the monk with the rest of the masters approached the well, and Xiaoping said that he did not expect that there was a werewolf in the city. Is this true? Ziyu replied that he thought there could be no mistake. He looked at the well and thought, why did the stone with which he closed the well move? Did someone really come here? He began to worry and thought that if he knew that there was a snake in this place, he would not have seen Wu Hao here. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face and he thought his body wasn't found. Xiaoping said that he doesn't know what kind of snake this is, but there are many masters in the sect, they must win. Ziyu said that they still shouldn't relax. Xiaoping agreed and said that with their level of power, they should stay away. One of the craftsmen looked into the well and said that the well had been drained. It seemed that the snake had not yet come out. Another man said that apparently the immortal Wu had actually placed seals that could hold back even a werewolf. Then the power of the followers of the incense teachings of the Liugang temple caused him to be stuck in that well forever. Now the temple is empty, the teaching has also sunk into oblivion. One of the students asked who it was. Another student replied that this was Xiang Shang. He was brought in by the government. He is a cultivator with vast experience behind him. He says so, that means it was so. Ziyu thought with relief that they didn't notice anything unusual. Wu Hao's body must have been eaten. The man asked, "Is this snake still in the well?" Xiang Shang replied that it must have seemed like the snake had already formed a nest there. Liu Dong waved his hand and said that the snake is here. That's good, they're starting. He thought that this time they had gathered the best of their sect. Moreover, the government intervened in this matter. In other words, they promised the military guard of the city victory. They simply had to succeed. He told the disciples to carry the sacks to the well and then ordered them to empty the contents inside. The students poured the mixture inside the well and quickly retreated back. Monk Naya told Liu Dong that he is so smart, he uses realgar to lure the snake out. Liu Dong replied that werewolves are very strong, but everyone is afraid of arsenic. This is just a small trick, they still rely on it to kill the snake. After that, dark energy began to come out of the well and a roar was heard, and then a snake crawled out and all the students took out their weapons. Ziyu was scared and thought, is this the werewolf snake? The snake hissed and continued to crawl out of the well. The students got scared and Xiaoping asked, is this a werewolf? Monk Naya gave the order to kill and everyone immediately attacked the snake. Monk Naya also rushed at him, but the snake opened its mouth wider and spat poison at him. But the monk dodged and the poison fell to the ground, emitting poisonous fumes. After that, Monk Naya used the art of lotus swords and thrust the sword into the belly of the snake. Then he gave the command to the others to attack, and the disciples and masters all attacked the snake together. They continued to strike and someone said that the scales were very strong. It's impossible to hurt. Liu Dong used a diamond spear and pierced the snake's scales. It screamed in pain and then swung its tail and injured manager Jun. The air around became colder and one of the students said that it was getting cold here. Xiang Shang cursed and said that this was werewolf magic. He used the stone sword spell and aimed it at the serpent, plunging the blade into its body. The snake got angry, and then sharp spears appeared from the haze, heading towards the people and the monk ordered to retreat. Liu Dong cut one of the spears and said that everyone who is not fighting should go back. At that same second, the snake headed forward, straight to the head of the sect, and Monk Naya warned him about this. Liu Dong reacted in time and managed to jump to the side before the snake's mouth closed on him. Then a spear appeared in his hand and he addressed the serpent, calling it evil spirits. The serpent opened its mouth and then Liu Dong directed the heavenly spear straight into its throat and blood sprayed out. Ziyu was surprised and thought, is this teacher's new technique? The powers of his weapon far exceed the powers of his magical golden knife. The other disciples were delighted and said that this was not surprising because he was the head of the sect. The snake continued to squirm in pain and Liu Dong told the others to quickly seize the moment. The students took the nets, and then with quick movements they threw them over the kite and began to pull it down. They tried to immobilize the snake, but one of the students was unable to hold the net and then the snake broke out and spat poison at them. The poison fell directly on the people's faces. Their faces were covered with burns and Liu Dong, calling out to the monk, said that the snake was stronger than they expected. If they don't kill it now, they will have to retreat. Monk Naya told him to be calm. He thought that immortal Wu was one of the few masters in Wujiang County who had reached the 7th degree of cultivation, and naturally, a werewolf who fought on par with him could not be weak. Whether they can win will decide that. He threw a disc of spirit restraint at the snake and it began to glow. The disc illuminated the kite with a bright light and everyone began to scatter to the sides. A bright ray of light shone into the snake and Monk Naya thought that the spirit suppression disc is an item of the military city detachment. It is indispensable in battles with monsters. It took him a lot of effort and cunning to take it for only a month. Whether they can defeat the serpent will be decided now. The snake conjured spears in an attempt to get out, but they began to break and then the snake let out a piercing cry. Ziyu was overjoyed and thought that the snake had been completely suppressed. What a good weapon. Then there was an explosion and the students started coughing from the dust. After a few seconds, the dust settled and everyone saw the snake lying exhausted on the ground. One of them joyfully said that they had broken through the serpent's defense. They need help. After that, they began to climb onto the snake, but it opened its eyes and rose sharply, and the students began to fall. One of them said that it could move. Let them grab it. The snake crawled past the people and Monk Naya ran after it, saying that it could not escape. He used the tiger warrior's paw and attacked the snake from a distance, pinning its head to the ground. From such a blow the snake was thrown up a little and Xiaoping said that this is a true warrior, the higher his level, the more strength. Ziyu thought that he should not miss out on the spiritual energy when the snake was killed. He walked towards the snake and Xiaoping asked where he was going. Liu Dong approached the immobilized snake and the monk and said that it would be better if he dealt the final blow. Monk Naya agreed and told the evil spirits that he would kill it to protect his people. He swung his sword, cutting off the head of the snake. For a few seconds everyone looked at the dead snake and Tang Keofen said that the snake had finally been caught. A lot of effort had to be made. Liu Yanhong said that the sect had suffered heavy losses, 4 internal disciples had died, many were injured, and it would take some time to recover. Qin Yu said with a smile that it was worth it. Werewolf pill, scale shell, sinew, blood and flesh, all these are the rarest treasures. Ziyu thought that fortunately he made it in time. For killing the snake he received 5284 units of spiritual energy, and he thought that this was so much, but not surprising because he was a werewolf. After the battle, the snake's meat began to be cut and carried piece by piece into a cart. One of the students who was cutting up the snake found a pill and everyone immediately perked up. Monk Naya approached him and asked where. Let them miss it. He put the pill into the box and the student said that it was all for the sake of such a small ball. What an inconspicuous thing. Ziyu looked at the monk and thought that ordinary people would not be able to sense the powerful spiritual power emanating from this pill. And this far exceeds the power of the heart of the Jing tree. After a while, on the mountain, Ziyu, as usual, sat on the edge of a cliff and watched the dawn. Old Kaienbei came up to him and asked, "Did the Under the Shining Sun sect kill a werewolf in the Liugang temple?" Ziyu confirmed his words and, twirling a piece of wood in his hand, replied that it was a snake. Kaienbei smiled and said that this is good, now his heart is calm. Although he did not personally kill it, he can believe that his teacher has been avenged. Ziyu was surprised and asked, "Is the former guardian of Liugang Temple, He Shufeng, his teacher?" Kaienbei looked at the morning rays of the sun and replied that this was so. The teacher was the first to notice the snake, entered into a fierce battle, but the forces were unequal, and the snake swallowed him. The Pavilion of Heavenly Masters always tried to destroy the teaching of incense. They took advantage of this opportunity and set the serpent on his teacher. But they won't talk about it. He showed him the tablet and said that he had brought him the jade tablet with the spell to summon thunder, as promised. He also took some incense with him. What about his talismans? Ziyu smiled and showed him the talismans and replied that he brought them too. Kaienbei looked at the number of talismans and said that this would leave him at a loss, let him give him a little more. Ziyu replied that if he added, he himself would be in the red. Kaienbei replied that next time he would give him more. They continued to bargain for a while, and then Ziyu returned to the city. One of the residents asked, did he hear? One of the sects, Under the Shining Sun, killed a werewolf in the temple. Another resident was happy about this, and Ziyu, having heard their conversations, thought that the news about the victory of the sect had spread everywhere. Everyone was discussing only this. Suddenly a female voice called out to him and he turned around, seeing his aunt behind him. She said with a smile that she didn't know that there was a werewolf in the city. When she thinks about it, she gets scared. She thanked him and Ziyu said that the city had become safe. His aunt asked what security was there. Doesn't he know? She said in a whisper that last night in that Gaian pavilion everyone was killed, from the owner to the subordinates. Even the merchants passing by were completely slaughtered. There were more than 60 of them. No one came out. Ziyu was surprised and thought, were they all exterminated? Lai clan again. The same case as 3 years ago, when the entire Lai clan was slaughtered, also precisely and neatly. He recently saw the indestructible Wu Yun in the tavern. He must be related to this. One of the visitors to the eatery next to which Ziyu was located told a friend that one night the Gaian pavilion was gone. The gang of robbers was too cruel. His friend asked who forced them to get into trouble. Would have been minding their own business, but no, they decided to compete with the robbers. The man said that their gang had income from the roads. He heard that the pavilion refused to pay for the passage, killing someone. Ziyu thought that Gaian pavilion had already calmly passed through the territory of the devil gang of bandits more than once. Why did they need to kill someone? Could it be because of the third brother Lai? Lai Zun has passed the imperial exam and will soon become the assistant chief of Wuzhong County with enormous power in his hands. Aunt Ziyu said that she needs to look after the stall, let him be careful on the way. Ziyu said goodbye to her and thought that external strife had nothing to do with him. He saw guards on the streets showing the portrait to local residents and thought that the government had already taken up the investigation into the case of the robbers. Suddenly a passerby kicked the dog and told him to get out of the way. The dog growled and then bit him on the leg and the man asked, does it want to die? He kicked the dog again and it hit the wall, yelping loudly. The man went on about his business and asked where this stinking dog came from. Ziyu walked up to the puppy and thought that it is so small, but it exudes strength that does not admit defeat. Ziyu covered his nose and thought that the puppy stank. No wonder that person threw it away. He used the purification talisman and the stench disappeared, and then Ziyu noticed something and realized that the dog was injured. He took the dog in his arms and said that he would take it home with him, no one would hurt it, and it would no longer face the fierce wind and rain. But whether it can survive depends only on it. He will not spend money on treating it. He came to the sect and noticed Brother Liu Heng. He asked, did he wait long? Something happened. Liu Heng turned to him and said that he knew that he was going somewhere in the morning, so he came recently. He noticed the dog in his arms and said who would have known he liked dogs. Does the puppy seem to be in poor condition? Ziyu replied that he accidentally came across a puppy. He decided to take it for himself. Liu Heng showed Ziyu the bag and said that the sect leader gave him this snake meat. It is rich in spiritual power, enhances the flow of Kai and blood, and speeds up the cultivation process. The bag may seem small, but it contains about 100 jin. Ziyu asked, "Can this be eaten?" Liu Heng handed him the bag and asked, "What? Is he afraid of snakes?" This was left especially for him. Is he going to compete with Lai Yingru? If he eats it, it will be useful. Ziyu agreed to take the meat and then said goodbye to Liu Heng and thought that he was not afraid of snakes at all. It's just that this snake ate Wu Hao in the well. When he thinks about it, his stomach is churning. He put the dog in a box and told it to be here. He bandaged the wound and said that this was the only way he could help. Then he went to the sect and thought that he had received a lot of contribution points for the task. He would go to the sect and exchange them for internal cultivation. He came to the sect and, noticing Elder Tong and Xiaoping, asked where they were going. Xiaoping called out to him and said that he was on time. They were just about to find him. Has he already heard about the incident in Gaian Pavilion? Today, early in the morning, the city guard met with the head of the sect. He asked them to help with the investigation into the case of the devilish gang of robbers. Besides, they give a lot of contribution points for this. Ziyu asked where are the devil bandits now? Perhaps they have already disappeared. The government has always been wary of them. Why did they decide to act this time? Tong said that things are different now because Mr. Lai Zun will soon become an official of Wuzhong County. Gaian Pavilion is the property of the Lai clan, and they suffered in King City. The local guards must be held accountable. If they do nothing, their heads will fly off the officials' shoulders. Xiaoping smiled and invited Ziyu to go with them and said that they would make good money. Ziyu agreed and thought that it seemed like they already had a lead. Some time later, in the port of Wuxang, they walked down the street and Thun said that they were there. She stopped in front of the houses and he said that 7 years ago a traveling merchant, the 5th oldest among the Wang brothers, moved here. Ziyu asked what was special about him. Is he somehow connected with the devil gang? Thun replied that he was known as a common merchant, but in fact his name was Cutter. Xiaoping was surprised and asked, is the brother of the indestructible Wu Yun, the Cutter Wu Yun? They say he has a penchant for cutting off people's faces. Tun said that 3 years ago he followed him. He was carrying the skin that had been removed from the face of a merchant he knew. He followed the trail to find the place where he was hiding, but did not take any further risks. Now the government has taken up this matter. The sect is offering a huge reward for help. This is their chance. He jumped onto the roof and voices were heard inside the house. Someone told the 5th that the government is serious now. They should also do something. Another person agreed and told the 5th that they had already searched everything 3 times. The 3rd head of the devilish gang has not yet gotten out of it. If everything comes to light, it will affect them too. Another person told them to relax. The 2nd chapter has already begun to act. Very soon he will burst into the city, and then they will certainly shed rivers of blood through the streets of King. Ziyu and Xiaoping followed Tong into jumping onto the roof, but a tile broke under Xiaoping's feet and made a loud sound. Tong and Ziyu immediately turned to him and put their fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. But the people heard it and asked who was there. Fun said that they need to attack. Judging by the sounds, there are 3 of them there. They can handle it. He broke through the roof of the house and they jumped down into the room. They landed and saw several men and an old woman in front of them. The man asked who they were. Ziyu quickly scanned the room and counted 5 people. Tun asks how dare they? Are they people of the devil's gang? They, mother and son, are the noble persons of the city of King. Iron Lady Yu Lihua and Yu Fang Cleaving Blade. Yu Lihua says that they should kill them without making too much noise. Tong tells Qin Xiaoping that he will leave those 2 henchmen to him, and he will take over this famous couple. They can rest assured. Zhang Tao has already gone to the sect to warn other disciples. Help is on the way. Ziyu says that Manager Guo seemed to be looking into the water. The devilish robbers were really hiding here. It would be nice if they caught them before help arrived. He wonders where Manager Guo and help came from. Elder Thun must have tried. Yu Lihua says that they must go forward and they must act quickly. A battle begins between the Yu and Tong family members and Qin Xiaoping and the 2 bandits. Wu Yun thinks that Yu Lihua and her son should hold them back, but they can't let them catch him. Ziyu very quickly catches up with him and asks if he is leaving already. Wu Yun takes out his whip and says that he should get away from him. He strikes with his weapon and Ziyu thinks he is very fast. Wu Yun strikes with his whip and hits the walls and columns of the building. Ziyu grabs his whip and this surprises him greatly. Wu Yun tries to grab the whip and says he has to let it go. Ziyu swings his whip and was able to knock it out of his opponent's hands. Having disarmed his opponent, he immediately strikes with his sword. Wu Yun is greatly surprised by this attack. He takes out his dagger and reflects this blow. With his dagger blow he broke Ziyu's sword. He is surprised that his sword is broken. He thinks that, of course, his sword could not be called a weapon of heavenly warriors. But how could such a small dagger break? Wu Yun asks how he is going to fight with a broken sword. He should let him cut off his face. Ziyu chuckled because of this and he uses the punishing blade technique, a perfect form. He says that even so he can kill him. Wu Yun fell to the ground from this attack. Ziyu looks around and thinks that Qin Xiaoping is doing a good job with these henchmen. However, Tong's situation is a bit tense. Yu Lihua strikes with his staff and knocks it back. Thun thinks that he underestimated them. Who would have thought that this would happen? He didn't know that the Yu family was so strong. Yahello throws a punch, but he dodges it. At the same moment, Yufan attacks him and is about to attack with his sword. Tun closes his eyes and thinks that this is the end. He never thought that he would die here. Ziyu throws a piece of his sword. Yufan blocks this attack with his sword. Ziyu runs next to Tong and says that they will fight one-on-one. Yahello strikes with the staff and says that he does not understand what he has gotten himself into. Ziyu deflects all of her attacks with his hand. She wonders if he could really stop her iron staff. But it's not that simple. The sounds of this battle are spreading everywhere. Most likely the government will come here soon. You need to get out of here as soon as possible. She strikes with the staff and asks how he can fight with his broken sword against her 100-kilogram staff. She strikes him on the head with her staff. Ziyu resisted this attack and this greatly surprised Yahello. He blocked this attack with his broken sword and asks is that all she can do. Yahello wonders where this guy came from. Her staff can't even scratch him. Ziyu wonders if this hypocritical old woman was really scared of him. He uses the celestial untangling hands technique and begins to spin the staff. Yahello is shocked by this and lets go of the staff. Ziyu throws this staff aside and uses the punching fist technique. He strikes very hard. Yufan is distracted by this and calls his mother. Fun throws a punch, but he blocked the attack. Yufang strikes with his sword and it makes him jump away. Fun looks at him and asks if he is running away. Ziyu asks if he just thought of it now. He made up his mind late. With a blow of his hand, he launches a dagger that hits him in the back. Tun quickly runs towards him and swings his sword. With a blow of his sword, he cuts off Yufan's head. Ziyu asks how is his wound. Fun says there is nothing wrong with it and he doesn't have to worry. They made a big splash this time. People from the government will come here soon. They should hurry up and search everything. They don't want others to reap the fruits of their labors. Sometime later, people gathered next to the corpses of criminals. The man says that this is Yahello and Yufang. They are noble people. Why did they kill them? Fun says that they would not have dared to attack them if they had not found a letter that connects them with the devilish band of bandits. The man looks at the note and says that they are indeed in a gang. How far was it hidden from their eyes? And who are these others? Tong says that the fifth Wang is his pseudonym in the book. He rips off the fake face and says that it is actually Wu Yuan's cutter. The internal affairs manager of the Shining Sun sect, Zhang Jiang, says that he did not expect that they could cope with three masters such as Wu Yuan, Yahello and Yufang. Has he really moved to the bone marrow stage in external cultivation? Fun says he still has a long way to go. This time they succeeded thanks to Ziyu. Zhang Jiang thinks that he turns out to be very strong. He feels that the battle between him and Lai Yingru will be interesting. It is impossible to predict the outcome of this battle. Ziyu thinks that he has long since reached the peak of external cultivation. Several studied martial arts made it possible to merge all the chaos of forces, which made it possible to hone the skills to perfection. If he didn't have to hide his powers, he would have dealt with everyone in a matter of seconds. The best part is that he received 3,000 units of spiritual energy. Qin Xiaoping asks Zhang Jiang how many deposit points they are entitled to today. He says that 2 henchmen is 100 points, the cutter's strength is among the small leaders, but since he was Wu Yun's younger brother, he will count him as a big one. And as for the mother and son from the Yu clan, he does not know what position they held in the devilish band of robbers, so he will write them down as little leaders. For 5, he gives them 700 contribution points. They themselves will discuss how to divide it among themselves. Fun thanked his manager. He says that they should leave here quickly. If they hurry, then maybe they will have time to pick up something. Qin Xiaoping asks, what is there to pick up? Didn't they search this room? Ziyu asks the elder, he meant the wealth left in Yu's mother and son's house, right? Fun says he's right. Yahello lived alone with her son, now they are dead. Throwing all the treasures there will have great potential, right? Ziyu says they should speed up then. Recently he noticed Detective Zhu and the others leaving quietly. Fun asks, so what are they waiting for then? Qin Xiaoping says that his wound seems to be fine. After some time they come to the right place. He says that the Iron Lady, it turns out, was an aesthete. This yard is very beautiful. Fun says the door to the house is open. Could it be that someone was ahead of them? He goes to the house and tells Detective Zhu that he is very fast. The man turns to them and says that they are pretty fast too. Tun goes further and says that they will search there. Ziyu follows him and notices a large statue. He feels a very strong aura from the statue and wonders what this oppressive aura is. Tong says loudly that it looks like they are too late and there is nothing worthwhile left here. Zhu asks are they leaving already? Fun says they didn't leave anything for them. It's very impolite. Zhu says that they are only cleaning the criminal's apartment in order to seal everything here. The guy asks the boss if they will really let them leave. It seems to him that something completely different is written on their faces. They go into another room and he says that it's bad. This room is already empty. Zhu inspects the boxes and says it's no wonder they left so easily. Now they are at a complete loss. Sometime later at Tung Lao's house, someone asks Aunt Zhang to cook something tasty. The woman agrees with him. Tun asks what they have. Do they have anything worthwhile? Ziyu says he has a statue of a deity here. He removes the cloth and reveals this statue. Qin Xiaoping asks, what is this? This isn't some kind of evil spirit, is it? Fun says it looks scary. Ziyu says he thought he could make some money from this. If they don't want it, they'll keep it. He thinks it looks like Thun doesn't know about this figurine either. He will ask the temple keeper later. Tun asks what does he have. Qin Xiaoping says that he has 300 liang of silver and 20 bars of gold. And he also found the art of the cutting blade, the art of the piercing hammer, and the technique of tempering the iron bowl. These are the family techniques of Yu's mother and son. They should rewrite themselves one copy at a time of everything. Now they are rich. Ziyu says that if he's being honest, he found another 2,000 liang of silver from Wu Yuan. Tong takes it and says that all of this together amounts to a whopping 5,000 liang of silver. Ziyu thinks he should hold back his smile. Qin Xiaoping says his sword is broken, so he can take this one. Ziyu says that then this small dagger will be his. Wu Yuan broke it with this particular dagger. It is small, but the blade is very sharp. He takes the sword out of its sheath and thinks that this sword is much better than the ones that are given to everyone in the sect. The woman wishes her dear guests a bon appetit. After some time in the sect under the shining sun, the deposit point exchange point. The man asks if he wants an indestructible glass body. Ziyu agrees and thinks that the good thing about this exchange point is that they never ask for reasons. You can safely go beyond your status and take secret scriptures. This way no one will suspect him. The man gives the book and says he can take it. Ziyu takes the book and thanks him for it. On the street, he looks at this book and thinks that he has finally received the inner cultivation techniques. He hears some very loud sound. He wonders, is this the sound from the city gates? What happened? Wu Yuan then mentioned that the devilish band of robbers would soon make their move, but they couldn't make such a noise. He comes to the gate and sees the broken gate and the bodies of people lying on the floor. Ziyu wonders if they really attacked the main gate. It's too crazy. The wounded man says that Wu Yuan managed to escape after all. Who knew that the great sword master Liu Xiaoping had already reached the level of a low-grade martial artist? Ziyu thinks that a practitioner must develop and accumulate inner strength by cultivating inner Kai, and only after reaching the 12 meridians will he release inner strength and become a lower-grade martial artist. His teacher and monk Naya are at this level, but how can the second leader of the devil gang of bandits achieve the same? And this is only the second leader. It is unknown what their mysterious first leader achieved then. He will leave this headache to the government people. He notices a restaurant with porridge and says that he needs to buy some porridge for that puppy. Sometime later near the sect's houses, Ziyu tells the puppy that he should come out and he will feed him. He notices that the puppy is not where he left it and asks where it went. He looks around and, noticing the puppy, says that there he is. What is he doing here? What kind of pose is this? A drop of blood falls on this puppy's tongue. Ziyu asks what was that? He looks above and wonders, is this a bag of werewolf meat? Is he drinking the blood of that snake now? He says that this puppy is very smart, because werewolf blood really promotes rapid recovery. The puppy gets to his feet, notices him and wags his tail. Ziyu puts the plate on the floor and says that he should eat the porridge first. He looks at the bag and thinks that he will not eat the snake's meat. Some time later, Ziyu cuts the werewolf meat and the soup is ready. He scoops it up into a plate and gives it to the puppy. He leaves and says that he must eat, but there is no need to rush, and he needs to do something. After some time, he comes to some place and thinks that there must be many restless souls on this burial mound. He wants to try the spirit summoning incense that the old guardian gave him. He lights some incense and sits down next to her. Ziyu looks and realizes that there they are. It really works. He takes out his dagger and immediately uses the punishing blade technique. With this attack he cuts several spirits at once. Unexpectedly one of the spirits attacks him from the side. He attacks with his blade and defeats this spirit. Ziyu says they can attack, he will earn more spiritual energy. He looks around, and noticing the spirits, he thinks it seems that the pawns of the devilish gang who attacked the city gates today have already turned into the walking dead. Even though this is a dark land where corpses are raised, they couldn't get to their feet in less than a day. He strikes many times and defeats these spirits. He stops and notices that it is very cold here. Suddenly he finds himself in a small house and it surprises him. In the same room he notices a girl sitting on the bed. She tells the prince that it is very cold outside. Maybe he will warm up in her warm bed. Ziyu laughed and agreed. The girl asks the prince, on such a good night he brought a sword with him. This sword is so scary, it would be better if he got rid of it. Ziyu smiles and asks should he get rid of this. This will not work. She says he should throw away his sword and jump into her trap. The girl is very surprised by this. Ziyu stabs him with a dagger and says that he used the divine vision technique from the very beginning. Its tricks do not work on him. The girl turned into a spirit and screamed in pain. The building he was in disappears and he realizes that he has returned to reality. In the evening he received more than 3,000 units of spiritual energy. However, it did not seem that those walking corpses and the demoness were summoned by the incense. They did not try to get to it. On the contrary, they kept attacking it. Ziyu looks around and asks what is there. The dark Kai pressure is too strong. He looks at the aura that was not far from him. He goes there and says that he didn't expect the corpse cultivation place to be here. He sees many corpses and wonders if the city troops really decided not to try to throw the bodies of the robbers into this pit. If they all turn into the walking dead, it will become a huge threat to the residents of the city. He is about to leave, but the aura behind him begins to glow. He senses something happening behind him. Suddenly a dead man attacks him from behind. Ziyu notices this and wonders, is this a trained dead man? It looks as if his entire body is filled with rage. It must be an iron dead man with indomitable strength. The monster runs very quickly towards him to attack. Ziyu throws his sword, filling it with energy. The sword cuts into the monster's body, but does not pierce the enemy's skin. Ziyu thinks that this monster's defense is very strong. Even the golden blade couldn't hurt this monster. He dodges the monster's attack and throws several soul suppression talismans. The talismans are attached to the monster's body, but nothing happens. Ziyu wonders if it didn't work. The monster screams loudly and releases very strong energy, and this throws away the talismans. He wonders, talismans don't work either. Ziyu channels energy into his hand and creates fire. He directs fire at the monster and asks how does he like this. The monster puts out the fire very quickly. Ziyu thinks that this monster is incredibly strong. This is too much. He points the dagger at the monster to attack it. He controls the dagger and says that it should pierce this monster. Ziyu thinks that let's say he can't break through this monster's body, but his eyes have always been a weak point. The monster pays attention to this dagger that flies at him. He blocks this attack with his arm. Ziyu thinks that as he thought, the iron body is quite vulnerable. He needs to attack it precisely in unprotected places. He redirects the dagger and hits this monster's leg. Having stopped the monster, he fires several fiery projectiles. The monster's body immediately catches fire due to this attack. Ziyu says that he has finally broken through this monster's defense. He stabs the monster's neck with his dagger and thinks that the defense has weakened, but he only scratches the monster slightly. How strong is this iron dead man? The monster strikes with his hand, but he dodges this attack. Ziyu is surprised when the monster punches. He strikes and falls into the monster's fist and wonders if he really has any strength left to counterattack. He says it's time to end this. He uses the punishing blade technique and cuts off the monster's head. Ziyu puts away the dagger and thinks that most likely this dead man was some kind of internal cultivation practitioner during his life. His fire spirit spell and the punishing blade could not eliminate him in one go. He was too cautious. If he hadn't combined magic and martial arts, he would have been dead by now. It would be better if he burned the monster's body to ashes. The monster's body is almost completely burned and he notices the sphere and thinks about it. Could this really be a dead man's pearl? It looks like a werewolf pill, only the dead man's pearl contains dark Kai, which will not benefit the human body at all. It can only increase the strength of ghosts and zombies. However, it can be used as a catalyst for magical weapons, which is also a good thing, so he will leave it. Kyu inspects the pit and notices a hole. He jumps down and walks through the cave, lighting the path with fire and thinks that such heavy and thick dark energy is definitely a pit for cultivating corpses. But the smell here is not as terrible as he imagined. He is surprised and wonders, is this really a dead end? There is nothing here, no clues about who is cultivating the dead. He notices the fabric and wonders what it is. He looks around and wonders, is this men's clothing? It is very wide. Does it really belong to Zhang Yucheng, a fellow practitioner of Wu Hao? Some time later, Ziyu thinks that he didn't expect that Zhang Yucheng was also cultivating evil spirits. He should prepare well. He lies down on the bed and falls asleep. Suddenly an unknown strange voice calls to this mortal. Ziyu opens his eyes slightly, noticing a large statue in front of him and asks who he is. He thinks that he appeared before him in such a small insignificant form. Is this the existence of eternity of existence? The statue says he is the ruler of the world, Jai Hong. Mortal, is he ready to bend the knee before a deity? He can fulfill his deepest desires, give endless wealth and long life. Ziyu says that he does not need wealth and longevity, he only wants to open the gates of his knowledge. How does the ruler of the world look at this? Jai Hun begins to turn his head in refusal and calls him an impudent person. He asks, did a mere mortal dare to take the place of a deity in his desires? Ziyu jumps and says that if he can't do it, then he shouldn't appear in front of him. He almost throws a punch with his fist, but something surprises him very much and Jai Hun's energy shines very brightly on him. Ziyu wakes up and looks around. He sits up and thinks that apparently he has fallen under the hypnosis of an evil spirit. He notices a puppy next to his bed and thinks that he has even taken control of the puppy. The puppy becomes dizzy, but his eyes return to normal and he begins to look around. Ziyu opens the box and realizes that the spirit of the figurine is dissipating. This is definitely his doing. It seems that he himself invited the evil god into his home. Sometime later in the city of King, Kaienbeiju says that this deity figurine is just one of the objects that are possessed by evil spirits. They take strength from people's faith. Some, such as the gods of the earth, mountains, cities, and others, have been canonized, so they can enjoy incense and cultivate naturally. Spirits and deities that are not recognized or canonized are forced to use special methods. For example, like the evil deity he encountered, it is capable of hypnotizing and making wishes come true. It enjoys the fame of others, so it is also considered quite powerful. However, its power is limited by this figurine, and if it really gets out, it will be immediately restrained by the earth and the patron gods of King City, so there is no need to worry so much. Ziyu asks, do patron gods really exist? Kaienbeiju says that of course it is. All the residents of the city and surrounding area know about their existence. The legacy of his teachings, incense, actually originates from the deity of the mortal world. However, several decades ago, both it and the head of the teaching disappeared without a trace, and due to pressure from the government, the teaching gradually also died. Of course, deities and mortals intersect extremely rarely, and if they are not disturbed, they will not descend into this world. Ziyu thinks that in other words, the recognized can enjoy the incense, but the unrecognized remain spinning underground. How good it is that he did not succumb to that evil deity. He starts to leave and someone calls him. He turns around and notices Sun Nan's uncle. He says they haven't seen each other for a long time. He personally came for him. Mr. Hulao invites him. Ziyu says he understands, then he can lead him. He thinks that Sun Nan is as happy about this meeting as he is. Mr. Hulao once helped him become an inner disciple. Apparently now he wants him to repay the debt. He continues to follow Sun Nan. They arrive and Hulao says that the famous Ziyu has come to him. He laughed and said that he should sit down quickly. Ziyu sits down and says that he is too kind. Did he call him on some business? Hulao says that he is a frank person. If so, then he also will not start a conversation from afar. One day he agreed to help him. He didn't forget about it, did he? Ziyu says that he is right. He is very grateful to him, because with his care he became an inner disciple. Of course he cannot forget about it. Hulao says that then he should give up the title of top disciple this time. Is he willing to give in to Lai Yingzhu in battle? Ziyu thinks about his words and says that he should forgive him for not being able to fulfill this request. They may not even try to discuss it. Hulao laughs and says that he shouldn't rush. He knew he would refuse. He has some connections with Mr. Lai from Wujiang County. He asked for it, and his job is just to ask. If he doesn't want to, he can't do anything about it. He was looking for him on another matter. Ziyu asks what business did he need him for. Hulao says that he should help him carry something. Ziyu is surprised by this task. Sometime later, Zhang Yuqing runs through the cemetery and breathes heavily. He stops and looks at something. He wonders, is this an incense burner, an incense that summons spirits? He runs along the pit and running up to the cave asks, has the iron corpse really disappeared? He invested a lot of time, effort, and countless precious funds in its development. Who can do this? He asks loudly, who dared to do this? Zhang Yuqing finds the remains of the monster he created. He touches the skeleton and asks, is this a fire spirit spell? This was a man who cultivated magic. He throws a small staff, which rises into the air and begins to spin. The spirit of a girl, created from energy, appears next to him. Zhang Yuqing asks if she can tell who killed this iron corpse. Also, where is Xiao King now? The girl says that Xiao King is not there either. That person killed him in a couple of blows. Then he went to the place where corpses are cultivated. On the way he encountered a cultivated zombie, and he also killed him and took with him the pearl of the corpse. She herself did not dare to approach him. She saw only a blurred silhouette from afar. The ghost's energy changes and she takes on the appearance of Ziyu. Zhang Yuqing looks at it and says it's great. He left them here to guard the cultured corpse, but now he's gone, so she'll keep him company. The girl starts to disappear and asks him not to do this. Zhang Yuqing says that it doesn't matter who he is, but since he has encroached on what belongs to him, then he must pay for it with his life. After some time in the sex battle arena under the shining sun, Ziyu stands next to his mentor, and opposite him stands Lai Yingru with his mentor. Students communicate with each other. Who will win this competition? Naturally Lai Yingru. He is at the border of the bone and muscle stage of external cultivation. Besides, he was trained by his father, Mr. Lai. Ziyu is no match for him. But this is not certain. Yesterday he surpassed himself. He killed the cutter Wu Yun with one broken blade, and now he is called the knight with a broken sword. Then can we say that they are equal to each other in strength? Duo Jingyang approaches them and says that Ziyu will definitely not win. Two students are surprised by this and ask why he decided that. He says that Lai Yingru has already reached the bone marrow stage. His teacher gave his share of the snake meat to Lai Yingzhu so that he would quickly become strong. The students are surprised and ask, is he already at the bone marrow stage? In this case, Ziyu will definitely lose. He increased the level of bone and muscle, the power of blood and Kai sword, and his abilities received a huge boost. He has already reached such a level that he is not so far from the peak of external cultivation. Monk Naya asks, are both sides already in place and can they begin? Zhao Jing says that the sooner their fight begins, the better. Some people have already come up with all sorts of things. Liu Dong says they can start. Ziyu need not worry. He tells the teacher that he doesn't need to worry. He and his opponent jump into the arena to fight. Wei Yingru takes out his dagger and says to get acquainted with this. What was his name there? Knight with a broken sword, right. Ziyu says that he will meet him again. Monk Naya says the battle has begun. Wei Yingru smiles and says he should be careful. He charges forward and uses the 13-blade veil technique. He releases streams of energy that are aimed at his opponent. Ziyu stands calmly and looks at it. Students say that this is a very strong blade technique. So what does talent mean? Ziyu didn't even bat an eyelid because of this. Liu Dong watches the battle closely while standing in the crowd of people. Ziyu moved so fast that it seemed as if he had disappeared the moment Wei Yingru attacked. He doesn't notice this and hits the ground with his sword. He notices a sword blade appearing very quickly next to his face. Ziyu stands behind him and says that if he moves, his neck will be broken. Wei Yingru is shocked by this and asks if he lost. All the students are shocked by this outcome of the battle. Guo Jingyang is very surprised and wonders if Wei Yingru really lost. He agreed to take him with him to Wuzhong County, but now he can't see it. Liu Dong wonders, that blow from Wei Yingru was strong enough. Has Ziyu really already reached such a high level? Apparently he didn't pay enough attention to him. Monk Naya thinks that when they fought with the snake, he noticed that his sword skills were quite good. It is not surprising that he won, but he did not expect that one blow would be enough. Ziyu says that he was happy to compete against him. Wei Yingru was afraid of him and silently left the battle platform. Liu Dong says that Monk Naya should announce the results. The monk says that everyone should pay attention. The winner of this competition is Ziyu and he receives the title of best student. Students say it's excellent and he's incredibly cool. Qin Xiaoping approaches him and congratulates him on his victory. The other students also congratulate him and one of them says that he has truly become a role model for their generation. Liu Dong approaches him and asks what level he is at now, and how far has he advanced in the art of sword fighting. Ziyu tells the teacher that he is now at the bone and muscle stage of external cultivation. Maybe he was just born for the sword. At the moment, the cultivation of the techniques of the 18 swords and the punishing blade has reached the maximum level. He thinks that he has already prepared this answer in advance. Men say that he surpasses great talents in sword cultivation. This is an unprecedented talent. The head of the sect once stole such an outstanding disciple from them. This is very offensive. Liu Dong says that he is great. He knew that he would not let him down, so he will allow him to choose something from his personal vault as a reward. The men tell Ziyu that he is very lucky. They all look with envy at the sect leader's vault. After all, he stepped over his pride and asked him for a dragon bone whip, but he locked it in a vault and refused him. That's right, and also black darkness ore. This is the best material for forging weapons. Grandmaster, he asked for the ore twice, but his teacher deftly unwrapped it. Liu Dong asks what are they saying. Ziyu says he is very grateful for such a generous reward. Monk Naya tells him that he is returning to Wuzhong tomorrow. Will he go with him or wait for the official reward ceremony first? Ziyu asks how much time is left until this ceremony. Monk Naya says that he has 50 days. If he doesn't show up, then everything will be cancelled. Ziyu says that he will definitely make it before the reward. Sometime later at the estate of the head of the sect, Liu Dong says that in his personal vault there were only 3 people in the entire King City. He will become the 4th. He performed really well today and made him happy. In this repository there are specimens worth cities. There are also curiosities. In general, his collection is very rich and varied. He can choose just one for himself. The cabinet moves aside and a passage in the wall opens. They move on and he says that whether he can choose something unusual depends only on his luck and vigilance. Ziyu is surprised to see the collection in this vault. He approaches the whip and says that this is the bone whip that Manager Tan spoke about. It is made from the ridge of a 4-headed serpent dragon. It is strong and flexible. The natural element of fire is hidden there, and the power of this weapon is invaluable. The advantages of this weapon are the strength and lightness of the bones. He also has armor made from weresnake scales, which is also a great find. The work of a famous calligrapher, ancient artifacts, guzheng, jade flute. There really are a lot of treasures here. There are also secret books about martial arts. He thinks that these martial arts are not so remarkable. Is the teacher really worth hiding? He continues to look around and asks, is this the ore of black darkness? Liu Dong says that countless people are eager to get it because it is a first-class material for weapons. However, even if he takes it, he is unlikely to find a craftsman who can forge something from this ore. Ziyu looks at him and thinks that it seems that the teacher does not want to part with the black darkness ore. These invaluable medicines can also be very beneficial for him. The most valuable things here turned out to be ore, weapons with elements, armor made from a snake, and many medicines. However, it is difficult to create something from ore. The whip is not suitable for his hand, and medicines will be difficult. Since he hasn't met the same one, he'd better take that armor because he also needs to think about safety. He is about to say something to the teacher, but something attracts his attention. He notices a drawing on a scroll hanging on the wall. He looks at it and thinks that cultivating magic has increased his spiritual power, so he discerns that it is not just spiritual energy that is emanating from this picture, but vibrations. Does it come from a drawn person? He is sure that this picture is not simple. He examines the painting and wonders what will happen if he directs his spiritual power into this canvas. Liu Dong asks, has he already chosen? Does he want to take only this picture? Ziyu agrees and takes the painting. Liu Dong says that the skill of the artist of this painting is really amazing. Although he does not know the artist, he is not inferior to famous artists. It's a good picture, but it won't benefit him in training. If he chose Ore or Dragon Whip, it would be much better. He thinks that he does not want to part with the Ore of Black Darkness, but he cannot give the student some kind of painting because he will be laughed at for this. Ziyu says he shouldn't worry. Liu Dong says that he understood him. The main thing is that he does not regret it later. He thinks that he did not expect that he would turn out to be such a sophisticated connoisseur of art. Some time later, Ziyu put the painting on the table and thinks that perhaps this painting hung there for a very long time. He can barely discern the flow of energy through the layer of dust. He places his palm and directs magical energy. He thinks that, as it seemed to him, the energy has now become much more noticeable. He continues to look at the painting, which begins to emit a glow. Ziyu thinks that this painting turns out to hide as many as 24 levels of seals. This is a level 24 magical artifact. Artifacts of each category include 27 levels. An artifact above the 27th level is considered to be in the middle category, and above the 54th is the highest category. This painting is considered one of the best low-grade artifacts and far surpasses his golden knife. According to his calculations, it turns out that the painting was the best treasure of the teacher's personal storage. The energy flows surrounding the painting are broken and the painting begins to emit a large amount of energy. Ziyu is surprised to see a painted bird surrounded by energy that flies out of the painting. The puppy was very scared when he saw this. He touches the painting and commands the bird to return. Ziyu thinks that although this is an intangible body, its strength is not small at all. When he goes out into the open again, he will try to test the power. If he accumulated enough spiritual power, he would be able to summon 2 eagles in battle at any time, or even be able to summon that man with a sword. It's a pity that the teacher did not develop magic, and, not seeing the true treasure, gave it to him for free. The puppy watches as he picks up the painting and begins to bark. Ziyu put the painting back and the puppy calmed down. Some time later in the port of King, Monk Naya tells the sect leader that as soon as he returns to Wujiang, he will put all his efforts into working on the pill and then send it to him. Liu Dong says that he does not doubt him at all. Monk Naya tells Ziyu that they will meet him later. Liu Dong says that he needs to prepare well for his trip to Wujiang. Ziyu says that he understood him, and turning around he notices something that attracts his attention. He looks at the ship and wonders, does this ship belong to the administration? Liu Dong approaches him and asks Guard Yang what business brought him to the port on such a rainy day. The man asks how can he not greet the one who will be here from above. Liu Dong asks if this is Lai, the newly appointed registrar. Ian says it's him. How good it is that he is here, they can meet him together. The men next to them say that there is a military detachment on the ship, which always wins. This Mr. Lai, apparently, really liked the big man since a whole detachment was assigned to him for protection. He doesn't know about it. Maybe the military has deadly weapons. If so, then the devilish band of robbers will come to an end. Liu Dong says that they do not know what the new registrar Lai is. He is afraid that as long as he does not want to harm his sect, if they receive an order to help them destroy them, they will be forced to obey. The ship docked at the port and several people began to descend from board. One of them is Lai Zun, the new registrar of King City. Ziyu wonders, is this the second son of the Lai clan who was once separated from his family? It was as if he had become a different person. The man asks who is behind Master Lai. This is Jan Yishu. Ziyu asks who is he. The man says that he used to look after the house, but did not think that he would be promoted. Once he was even equal to his master, and together with Tian Tengshu became famous in Wujiang County. Ziyu wonders if he was really on an equal footing with the master. Subordinate Yang Jingling greets Mr. Lai. The rest of the people also greet him. Lai Zun says that these formalities are not necessary. Yang Jingling says that this is Jiang Tu, the head of the Chamber of Commerce in Western Beijing. This is Patriarch Zhu of Ziyu Jiabao, and this is Liu Dong, the leader of the sect squad under the Shining Sun. Zun says that he knows these highly respected people. After all, he is also from King City. This time, the official came to avenge his father and destroy Gidu village. He really relies on their help. He hopes that they will help him accomplish his plans. Yang Jingling says that Gidu village was established in King more than a dozen years ago and is like a cancer to the city. They should have destroyed them long ago. The man says that this time, he will lead them and they will support him. Zun tells the clan master that the sect under the Shining Sun is the largest local sect. He believes that Gidu village is not allowed to wreak havoc around, right? Liu Dong says he is absolutely right. As far as possible, their sect will undoubtedly contribute. Liaison hands over the note and says that he is glad that he agreed. By the way, this is the letter that Master Zhang Gang ordered to give to him, and once they met, he gives it directly to him. Liu Dong begins to read the letter and is surprised by what he saw. Some time later, Ziyu thinks that it looks like he will have to go to this meeting after all. Mr. Hao must have sent people here. The man tells him that Mr. Hao asked him to give him instructions. Ziyu follows him and says that he must show the way, and he must also inform Mr. Hao that once he is done with this matter, he will no longer owe him anything. The man says that of course it is. Everything will go smoothly, and when he completes the order, he will be even. After some time, they came to the river and a boat with 2 people floated up to them. The man in the boat thanks Master Zhu for his work. He asks, so this is young Master Ziyu, with whom they must cross the river and pass the test. Zhu says there shouldn't be any problem with him. Now everyone who crosses the river is a member of his sect under the Shining Sun, and this person next to him is a disciple of the master. The man says that then he is calm. Ziyu asks, do they really only transport cotton? The men immediately turn to him. Zhu says that of course this is true, but to tell you a secret, there is a little smuggled salt. There is a good profit from this. It's just that Mr. Hao had to make a decision about him in a hurry. Ziyu says that he hopes that something terrible doesn't happen, otherwise it won't be good for both of them. They all go sailing together on a boat. The man tells Ziyu that despite the bandits who walk along this river, people from their sect under the Shining Sun are not particularly cooperative, and all the money they have earned will not be enough to pay if they encounter them. Ziyu says that if they encounter official government ships patrolling in these waters, simply his status will not be enough. He thinks that they have all broken the law many times, because the scars on their bodies are definitely not an indicator of good-heartedness. Someone says that the ship of state was on patrol in the morning, but it is already midday and it must have docked. They continue sailing and they come across a large ship. The man from the ship asks if Chan II has returned yet. How's the situation? The man in the boat says that he doesn't have to worry, this time they had a savior with them, which allowed them to pass the test without problems. A man climbs a ladder onto a ship. Ziyu did not use the ladder and simply jumped onto the ship. The men from the ship go about their business. He thinks that the boxes under the cotton are the main load. It seems that this is not smuggled salt at all. These light wooden boards would not support the weight of the salt. Someone tells the boss that this is a rather outstanding disciple of the sect master under the Shining Sun. If he shows himself, they won't have any problems. Someone says that he heard that he is able to break a sword. The man extends his hand to him and says that today he met him in person. He is incredible. His surname is Zhu and he is the 3rd oldest in the family. He can call him Zhu the 3rd. Ziyu shakes his hand and thinks that he is the boss of the river gang, Shui Zhongxian. Looks like he's on a pirate ship right now. If he had not seen it before, he would have been deceived. After all, that secret meeting between Shui Zhongxian and Zhang Yucheng was planned. Shui Zhongxian asks if he has any questions. Ziyu says he has no more questions. They can leave. Some time later, Shui Zhongxian says that the patrol ship of their sect's water affairs department is approaching under the Shining Sun. The man bows and, having met Ziyu, says that he is also here. He heard about his inspiring victory over Lai Yingru. Ziyu tells Brother Zhu that he is flattering him. They can get together and drink together. He will treat him. The man is surprised and says that he really remembers him. The next time they meet, they will definitely drink. He waves his hand at him and says that since he is accompanying the ship, then an inspection is not needed. They will move on. Shui Zhongxian says that after all, he is a person with status and therefore he left a good impression of them. Ziyu says that he was just showing respect to an acquaintance. He thinks that judging by their nervousness now, there is clearly a difficult load under the cotton. They continue to swim for some time. Ziyu wonders, have they arrived yet? Shui Zhongxian loudly tells Master Zhang Yucheng that they have arrived and they can leave. Several people come out from behind the trees and one of them asks, is everything under control? Shui Zhongxian says everything is fine and they can unload the cargo. People are unloading cargo and in one of the boxes there are several crossbows and bolts. Ziyu notices this and thinks that of course it's a weapon. A crime that is punishable by death. Zhang Yucheng and all these people are clearly from the devil gang of bandits from Ghost Head Village. Only they dare to sell and buy weapons despite the siege of Registrar Liaison. Maybe Hu Lincoln is the mole. If so, he was in a quandary. Zhang Yucheng says that Shui Zhongxian can really be trusted. They should put this all away. Shui Zhongxian asks what about payment. Zhang Yucheng laughs and says that of course he brought it. He's too careful. The men open the chest and he says that here are the remaining 500 liang of gold. He made the same advance payment, how could he save on the rest? Shui Zhongxian laughs and says that there is no such thing as too much caution. If you are not careful, you can end up at the bottom of the river and become food for fish. Zhang Yucheng asks, who is this guy? Shui Zhongxian says that this is the disciple of the sect leader under the Shining Sun of King City, a master who is able to break a sword and also with a beautiful name, Master Ziyu. Zhang Yucheng asks, is he capable of breaking a sword? Where are his manners? Ziyu says that the respected master has a very short memory. They met 3 years ago. Zhang Yucheng says that this is very impressive. Recently, he lost something in the city of King. Could he help him return this loss? Ziyu asks what was that? He doesn't know what he's lost, but he'll do his best. Zhang Yucheng says that this is a corpse that he has cultivated for more than 10 years, pouring a lot of effort and a lot of money. Ziyu asks if he rotted or maybe he ran away, although most likely he was burnt. Zhang Yucheng says that it looks like he is not going to cooperate. Shui Zhongxian looks at them nervously and asks what's going on. They don't have any misunderstandings, do they? Zhang Yucheng says that there is nothing like that at all. He orders his men to capture them. People start fighting each other. Zhang Yucheng uses techniques to lift his sword into the air and release it. Shui Zhongxian panics and asks him to wait. Zhang Yucheng's sword hits his head and emits very strong energy. He falls to the ground and drops the chest. The man says that they are mountain bandits, and they are watermen and they all make a living from robbery. Where have they been seen to do honest business? Ziyu surveys the battlefield. He blocks the enemy's attack and thinks he needs an escape plan. He strikes and defeats one of the enemies. He starts to run away and Zhang Yucheng asks if he still thinks he can leave here. He releases his sword and orders an attack. The sword quickly flies towards him. Ziyu thinks that he didn't want to reveal his identity as a cultivator, but under such circumstances, he has no other choice. People continue to fight and scream in pain. Ziyu uses the Holy Shield technique and blocks the attack with his sword. He turns around and releases magical fire. He thinks that he cannot leave them weapons. The fire he released hits the boxes and it catches fire, after which a strong explosion occurs. Zhang Yucheng is very angry with him and says that he should die already. He takes out his staff and uses the soul summoning technique. He spins his staff and summons several ghosts. Ziyu notices that he used soul summoning. He asks, does he really think he can be dealt with so easily? He takes out the painting that was clipped to his belt and says it's time to use it. He puts his hand to the painting and directs his energy and says that they should appear. The eagles he summoned immediately attack the ghosts. However, several spirits were able to fly past the birds and headed towards him. Ziyu summons the swordsman from the painting and orders him to attack and destroy them. The man attacks the ghosts and defeats them with his sword. Zhang Yucheng is surprised by this, that he has a ritual summoning artifact. The swordsman heads towards him and he begins to emit black energy with the help of his staff. They collide, attacking each other, and because of this, an explosion of energy occurs. Zhang Yucheng wonders how strong this guy is. 2 eagles and a swordsman, even a cultivator at the peak of internal cultivation would have a hard time handling this. This far surpasses his cultivated corpse. If he had such a ritual artifact, he would not have worked for more than 10 years and he would not have smelled of rot. Ziyu once again sends his summoned swordsman. 2 spirits summoned by Zhang Yucheng attack the swordsman, but he manages to dodge the swordsman's strikes and defeats one of the spirits. Eagles and swordsmen attack opponents. Zhang Yucheng says that his ritual artifact is indeed quite powerful, but how much spiritual energy does it expend? He slams his palm onto the ground and releases his energy. He uses the Withered Vine Entanglement spell. The vine envelops the swordsman. Zhang Yucheng says that this way his swordsman will not be able to do anything, and he will only waste his spiritual power. He starts laughing loudly. The swordsman begins to spin up very quickly. A very strong explosion occurs, the vines were destroyed, but the swordsman survived. Zhang Yucheng says that as expected, his spiritual power has been used up. Now he will see if he is a worthy opponent. He uses the art of demonic fire. Ziyu directs energy to the painting and says what he is about to receive. He also uses the art of spiritual flame. Their attacks collide and cause a very strong explosion. Zhang Yucheng asks if he has really perfected the art of spiritual flame. He begins to cast spells using his staff. It summons large amounts of frighteningly powerful energy. Ziyu looks at this and realizes that he is doing badly. He is surrounded by this negative energy. He asks what is it? Nothing visible, right? He puts his fingers to his eyes and uses the divine gaze technique. The spell dissipates and the energy around it disappears. Zhang Yucheng raises his sword using his energy and says that this time he is definitely finished. Ziyu runs to him very quickly and says that this is not known yet. Zhang Yucheng is surprised and asks if he can really see through this negative energy. Ziyu stabs with his sword and says that he realized it too late. Zhang Yucheng looks at this in horror and screams in fear. He falls to the ground after this blow and Ziyu sheathes his sword. All the people are very surprised because of this. They loudly ask not to approach them. After some time, Ziyu defeated all these bandits. He looks at the scroll and thinks that this artifact is equivalent to an assistant at the peak of internal cultivation. He looks around and thinks he should collect the trophies first. He collects everything in one place and thinks that this cotton banner is a forbidden artifact of the 24th level, but the negative energy there is mostly spent. And this small sword is almost the same level as the golden sword. Those spiritual stones can be used to replenish spiritual energy. Lincoln and manager Zhu definitely know what kind of goods were transported this time. They deliberately hid this from him and ordered him to get involved in this matter. Considering that they did not know about his real strength, they really hoped that he would not survive. In this case, he will act unnoticed. Sometime later near the city gates of the city of King, the guards close the entrance to the city. Sun Nang stands close to the gate and watches. After closing the gates, he immediately ran somewhere along the streets of the city. An eagle created from energy watches him from a great height. Some time later, Zhu asks if he is sure that Ziyu did not enter the city. Sun Nan agrees and says that he has been watching at the city gate since noon and has not seen Ziyu's silhouette. He knows him closely, so he definitely couldn't miss him. Hu Lao says he can come down. He seems to know what to say and what not to say. Sun Nan agrees and says that of course he knows. He leaves and Hu Lao says that he is very cowardly and will not dare to do anything wrong. Zhu tells the master that he just received news that the people of the reed swamp were razed to the ground. In addition, Shui Zhongxian did not return to his lair. Most likely he was unlucky. Hu Lao says that is expected from Gitu village. These people are quite good. They came here to do business with him. He was lucky that he put the responsibility on Shui Zhongxian, otherwise they would all have failed. That Ziyu saved him from this misfortune, we can consider that he gave his life for a noble cause. If he had survived, he would have made him his subordinate. Zhu says it's because he's unlucky. If he had refused to compete for the title of best student, would he have ended up like this? Hu Lao tell him that tomorrow he will go to the left patron and report this. When he finds out that Ziyu is dead, he will certainly be happy. Ziyu asks are they sure about this? They are very surprised to hear his voice. He enters this building and says that they seem to be very surprised to meet him. Hu Lao drops his mug of tea, and Zhu asks so he didn't die. Hu Lao says that they are very pleasantly surprised, because they also did not expect something like this to happen, so they sent a man to meet him at the city gate. He returned just in time. He will immediately order wine and food to be brought to arrange a feast in his honor. Ziyu says that he changes his mind very quickly. He does not forget about old friends. It's just a pity that his good intentions were taken for granted. Hu Lao asks what he is going to do. He advises him not to act rashly, he should think about the consequences. Zhu asks, with his power, does he think he can get anything out of them? He releases his energy and asks, he doesn't think he's just an ordinary manager, does he? Ziyu asks, but he doesn't think he's an ordinary inner sect disciple. He begins to swing his staff releasing dark energy. Zhu asks what is this? What's going on here? Hu Lao asks if this is a ritual artifact. So he is an immortality cultivator. Ziyu says that under the veil of negative energy, a person will not be able to see anything, and no one from the outside will hear what is happening inside. Just he can send them to another world. He takes out a scroll with a picture from his pocket. Hu Lao asks if he is afraid of being found out. Definitely someone saw him come here. Ziyu directs his energy at the drawn swordsman and says that this will not happen. For everyone, he will return to the city only tomorrow. He summons a swordsman who is visible in the dense fog. The swordsman strikes Zhu's neck very quickly with his sword. Hu Lao was scared to see his body falling to the ground and asked him to stop. The swordsman did not stop his attack and plunged his sword into his head. Ziyu struck the ground with his staff and the fog around him immediately cleared away. He sees the bodies of those killed and says that it was very easy. Sometime later in the western cemetery of the city of King, Ziyu thinks that the recently collected negative energy in the morning banner has almost been used up, so he should replenish this reserve. He lit the incense and clots of energy began to fly towards him. Ziyu thinks that these are all ordinary restless souls and no amount of them will strengthen the power of the morning banner. He takes out a similar clot of energy from a small bag and thinks that then he will try to use this pearl of the corpse. He throws it into the air and the pearl began to release strong energy from which a man appears. Ziyu thinks that the corpse pearl is really a good thing. The power of this spirit cannot be underestimated. He attracts the spirit and says that it should go to him. He takes out the painting and summons a large eagle. Ziyu jumps on this big eagle and thinks that now he can fly through the air. Sometime later, he stops somewhere in the forest and jumps to the ground. He thinks that in an instant they flew more than 10 li, the speed is quite good, but he can only maintain it for a minute. Although this eagle will make it much easier in case of an emergency. The next day he entered the city of King. People on the streets say that the river bandits were killed in the reed floor. He heard that the villages of the Wu, Lai and Lu families were plundered yesterday. The men were killed and the women captured. That's just terrible. Master Hu and his steward were found dead in their residence this morning. Ziyu thinks that news travels very quickly, but there should be no problem with suspicion. He even used the spirit of a swordsman so that his attack style would not be the same as his. He enters the building and tells the puppy that he is in such a hurry, He must be very hungry. He puts the food and cloth on the floor and says that he just bought these meat pies. The puppy looks at this food with a very hungry look and immediately begins to eat it. Ziyu watches him eat and says that he has no manners at all. He thinks that he needs to go to the teacher and warn him that there are weapons at the robber's den in Gidu. Although he burned most of the weapons, the rest is also a threat. He notices the carriage and wonders who arrived at the teacher's residence. A peculiar smell emanates from the cart. Incense is familiar to him. Who could it be? The man bows to him and asks him to move on. Ziyu finds his teacher with someone and wonders who that person is. He saw this man and realized that he was a Taoist of the 5 paths. This incense smell came from the Taoist of the 5 paths. He felt it 3 years ago at a banquet. He uses incense to cover up the smell of rot from cultivating corpses. He bows to the teacher and Taoist of the 5 paths and hopes that he does not yet know about Zhang Yucheng's death. The Taoist says that this is what the disciple of the sect leader is like. He heard that he is a very outstanding person. Liu Dong laughs and says that he is no match for his students. He had heard that his disciple had previously caught and killed a demon that was causing trouble in the Liu family. He is a very talented student. The Taoist laughs and says that this is just a small thing. He hopes that their agreement is valid and he can rely on it. Liu Dong says that he also relies on the Taoist of the 5 paths. The Taoist leaves and Ziyu asks the teacher, what business did the Taoist of the 5 paths come for? Liu Dong says that of course they must destroy Gidu village. Ziyu asks, will the Taoist of the 5 paths also go there? He thinks that this 5 paths Taoist and Gidu village are definitely related to each other. If he goes there too, then it will be difficult to predict how things will turn out. He says that he heard that the Taoist of the 5 paths and Gidu village are connected. The teacher should beware of this person. Liu Dong asks who did he hear this from. He shouldn't listen to such nonsense. But he is right that one must always be careful and circumspect. He will take into account his concern for him. Ziyu says that he also heard that Gidu village received a shipment of weapons. Liu Dong says that he already knows about it, and he shouldn't speak so carelessly about such things. If rumors reach the main branch of the military, it will be very troublesome. Ziyu says he understood him. Liu Dong says that he must prepare. Tomorrow morning they will go to destroy the robbers. Sometime later, a large army of soldiers with spears is walking through the city. Qin Xiaoping says that this is a very grand level. The head of the sect, 2 patrons of Buddhism, Mr. Yang, the head of the armed escort Wu, Mr. Lai's subordinates, Lai Yu and General Suhi, there are at least 7 masters at the peak of internal cultivation. Tong says that they should not forget about that old man in black clothes and also the Taoist of the 5 paths. In total there are 9 major masters here. Ziyu thinks that the teacher told him that this old man in black clothes is called Gong Wangqun. He is an adept at the 6th level of Kai cultivation. In terms of development he is even higher than that temple servant and no less powerful. The Taoist of the 5 paths is most concerned. He warned the teacher, but he did not take it seriously. If he finds out that 2 of his students died at his hands, then he will definitely be finished. Qin Xiaoping says this is too much for Gidu village. Ming says that not everyone goes to Gidu village. There are still people in the city who will protect it from the attacks of river robbers. Ziyu is surprised to see him. Min says the chief is worried about his safety, so he ordered him to come with them. Qin Xiaoping bows to the business manager. Ming thinks that at first he just brought Ziyu to King City, but contrary to expectations, he achieved heights, so he was promoted to port manager. He is very grateful to him for this. Thun asks the manager if the river robbers are really going to do something else. Min says that in any case they must be on guard to prevent the river robbers from attacking the city of King by water. Toon says the city of King is foundational. If they lose this, even if Gidu village is destroyed, they will still be defeated. Sometime later near the village of Gidu, the man says that the people of Gidu village have hidden and fortified points in the mountains and their only option is to attack directly. Now it is time for the Taoist of the 5 paths to make the first move. The Taoist says they can leave it to him. He channels energy into his 2 fingers and points his hand upward, thus summoning many lightning bolts. The warriors are greatly surprised to see this. He uses the freezing rain technique spell and large icicles begin to fall from the sky. Because of these icicles, the traps slam shut and other traps placed in different places are destroyed. Qin Xiaoping is surprised by this and says that it turns out there were so many traps there. If they simply went forward, then they would suffer great losses. People begin to run to the attack and leads a large army of warriors. Qin Xiaoping starts to run with the others, but Ziyu grabs his hand and tells him that he should wait and should not move. There are a lot of people gathered near the gate. If the situation changes, there will be no room even to turn around. Someone in the village says loudly that they can release it. By order, many people fired crossbows. The man deflects these shots with his sword and asks where they got the crossbow bolts to protect the city. Qin Xiaoping says shocked and says that if he had not stopped him, then Tong says he should see if Lai Yu is there. A man stands in the middle of the battlefield, surrounding himself with a magical barrier. He runs at incredible speed towards the village and gathers energy in his palms. He strikes the gate and says that they can watch him take the gate alone. On the other side of the gate there was a huge stone that did not allow him to get inside. Liu was very surprised by this and asked why a block of stone suddenly appeared outside the village gates. He wonders, is this Taoist magic? Is there a person in Gidu village who can use Taoist magic? Suddenly someone starts throwing huge stones over the high fence of the village. Liu notices this and concentrates strong electrical energy into his hands. He hits the stone using the Zhang A technique and destroys the stones. Liu Dong charges and says that they must attack the village gate. Liu says he doesn't need his help. He takes a shot at goal but fails to get inside. Liu Dong runs towards him very quickly and tells him that he should move aside. He strikes and destroys the gate along with the stone that was there. The warriors run to attack and say that the gates have been destroyed. They all run inside the village. One of the bandits says that government troops have broken in and they must protect the village. They must fight to the very end. Tong tells Ziyu and Qin Xiaoping that they should attack. It is enough to kill the robbers in the area, and they can leave the murder of the leader to the head of the clan and the rest. Ziyu thinks that this suits him. From the outside it is much more convenient to look at the situation as a whole. Liu Xiaoping says that now it is their turn to attack. Wu Yun says that they must show them the strength of Gidu village. They rush to attack the army. He strikes with his axe and asks if they think they can suppress Gidu village this way. Liu Xiaoping attacks the soldiers and strikes many times with his sword. A man with a large sword strikes and scatters many soldiers around him. The man says that the bandit leader can Feng cut Meng Heshui to pieces with one blow. He remembers the other two guys' words, isn't he at the peak of internal cultivation? Why did he suddenly reach the boundaries of the internal Kai level? It seems that the rumors that Gidu village has pills that can be used to break through to the limit have turned out to be true. The man breaks through the robbers and asks if he is not the one he is looking for in order to take revenge. Wu Yun runs towards him and says that he can try to attack him. Another man with a spear attacks Lai Jiaping and says that he must die. 3 people attack Meng Heshui and say that he will die today. He blocks all 3 of them at once and says that they are just cockroaches from a cult under the shining sun. Liu Dong runs further and says that that house is the bedroom of the head of the robbers. They go up the stairs and suddenly the door opens. People say that he has finally appeared. The first head of the Gidu robbers, leader of a diabolical gang of robbers, nameless. Ziyu fights with his sword and the system notifies about the receipt of spiritual energy after each death of people in this battle. He thinks that in this way he will soon have between 30 and 40,000 spiritual energy. From there comes the vibration of the spiritual vessel. Is this the teacher, the Taoist of the 5 paths and everyone else? The Taoist uses the ice arrows technique spell. He releases these ice arrows that appeared behind him. The nameless one rushes to the attack and not a single ice arrow hits him. Gong Wangquan runs behind him very quickly and thinks that this is a great chance. He uses the spiritual energy bomb spell. This technique did not harm the nameless one at all. He is shocked by this and asks what kind of technique it was. 3 strong warriors stand around this gang leader. Liu Dong wonders if Taoist magic did him any harm. Who is this leader of the devilish gang of robbers? Bai Ziyu thinks that from the looks of it, the Taoist of the 5 paths and Gong Wangquan are fine. Uncle is Zhang Yucheng's mentor and is also a 5 paths Taoist disciple. Who is he and where is he hiding? Suddenly someone attacks him from behind with a huge mace. Ning calls Ziyu very loudly. He protects him from this attack by placing his armored arm under the attack. The bandit swung one more time to finish him off and said that he must die. Ziyu is shocked by this and calls his uncle. He thinks this freak should die. He takes out his sword and stabs the bandit who attacked them. The man manages to dodge the stream of air that was released by his sword and this cuts off the wooden fence that was behind the man's back. He stabs him with his mace and says he must die. Ziyu uses the celestial entangling hands technique. He spins the bandit's club, which greatly surprises him. He knocks the gun away from the bandit and strikes with his palm. The man falls to the ground and coughs up blood. Ming is surprised that it was the celestial entangling hands technique. Has Ziyu really reached that level already? He knocked down an inner cultivation master so easily. Ziyu asks his uncle if he is okay. Min says that he is fine and will regain his strength now. Suddenly they hear loud sounds of battle nearby. Meng Heshui fights against 3 men. Wu Yun also fights against his opponent one-on-one. The man dodges his axe attack and strikes back with a spear. Lai Jiaping blocks the spear attack using his sword and thinks that these 2 are difficult to deal with. If this continues, the man rushes to attack after defeating Wu Yun and says that Lai Jiaping must die. 2 warriors who fought with him say that this is a great chance. Lai Jiaping jumps high into the air and avoids their attacks. He raises his sword using his energy and loudly calls out to his mentor brother. With help, he directs this sword at one of the soldiers. The man asks, is this a spiritual sword of protection? Could he really be an immortality cultivator? The man dodges this sword and it pierces the ground. The second man says it's a magic sword, not only a misnomer, but also a misnomer. Lai Jiaping points his sword again and it flies out of the ground and heads towards the soldier. The man puts his hands in front of him and uses the spiritual shield technique. The sword penetrates his shield and hits the man's throat. At the same time, the Nameless One directs his energy into his hand. Liu Dong dodges this attack and thinks that this gang leader is very strange. Any attacks do not cause much harm to his body, and the wounds do not bleed. He knows neither pain nor fatigue. For sure, he is not a person, but a corpse. Is it really the mentor brother whom Lai Jiaping called out? He controls his energy and directs it. Ziyu notices this and tells the teacher that he should be careful. Liu Dong wonders if everything is really as he said. Suddenly something pierces his body. He falls to his knees and blood flows from his body and he begins to cough up blood. The Taoist stands up from the Nameless side and laughs. He uses his energy and calls the gang leader a corpse in bronze armor. The Nameless man's skin peels off and it is clear that there is iron underneath. Liu Dong calls him a rotten Taoist of the 5 paths. He uses a large amount of energy and raises his sword above his head. He points his sword towards him. The Taoist asks, so he decided to attack him. He directs the Nameless One to stand in front of him and says he can try. The Nameless One channels energy into his hand and charges forward. Liu Dong rushes next to him with great speed and leaves a hole in the body of this corpse. The Taoist is shocked that his iron corpse has been defeated. Liu Dong continues to move towards him, controlling his sword using energy. The Taoist tells this insignificant cultivator that he overestimates his strength. He places a shield made of energy in front of him and destroys his sword. Liu Dong remained calm and directed the energy into his palm. He uses the celestial technique of entangling hands with a perfect shape. He strikes with a palm made of energy. The Taoist is pushed back by this attack, but Liu Dong's energy begins to disappear. Ziyu watches this and loudly calls the teacher. The rest of the soldiers also notice this and call the head. Liu Dong falls to the ground as blood flows from his chest. Dong Wangqun is shocked by this and asks if he is dead. The Taoist approaches the Nameless Man and calls out to the corpse in bronze armor. He says that all his spiritual energy, which has taken the last 20 years. The man calls the Taoist of the 5 paths and say, which means he is the first head of the devilish gang of robbers. He thought that this thing would not be useful, but still Mr. Lai foresaw such an outcome. Kun is surprised and says that this is a circle of imprisonment of souls. The Taoist thinks that this is a soul imprisonment circle that the military developed specifically to block the spiritual energy of immortality cultivators. Why is it in this guy's hands? Lai Jiaping tells Brother Mentor that he should run away faster. The man runs after him and asks if he really thinks he can escape. The man grabs his hand and directs his energy, which greatly surprises Lai Jiaping. He uses the Zhangye technique and the energy is sent through his arm and he screams in pain. He asks his mentor brother to save him. The man throws his body and says that now it is his turn. The Taoist summons his staff and says that it can attack. He begins to spin this staff and several spirits are directed towards this man. He takes out the talisman and says that as expected from a follower of the corpse cultivation sect, he is very sorry. He raises his hand with the talisman upward and releases very strong energy. A bright funnel appears in the sky, emitting light. It was the Thunder Talisman. Lightning striking from the sky strikes and destroys the spirits that were summoned. The Taoist asks where he got the Thunder Talisman from. He stabs his staff into the ground and begins to run away from the battlefield. Ziyu asks if he really wants to run away. He uses the Divine Vision technique. The Taoist notices that he has stood in front of him. He summons his sword and says that whoever stands in his way must die. Ziyu thinks it was very fast. He summons a swordsman and 2 eagles from his painting. The Taoist's sword flies at high speed and destroys the spirits he summons. Ziyu puts the holy shield in front of him and thinks that the eagles and the swordsman couldn't stop it. The Taoist very quickly stands behind him and, seeing the picture, asks, is it he who killed Zhang Yuchen? He sends ice arrows at him. Ziyu continues to defend himself with the holy shield and says that he is wrong. One of the arrows hits his holy shield. The Taoist runs towards him with his palm outstretched and says that he must die. Suddenly he stops and coughs up blood. He understands that his mourning banner has been destroyed. He should not stay here for long. With his energy, he makes his staff fly. The Taoist runs away and says that for now he will spare his life. All the surviving soldiers breathed a sigh of relief after this battle. The man holds his wound and says that he escaped after all. He did not expect that the head of the devilish gang of robbers would be a Taoist of the 5 paths. The other man says there's nothing wrong with it. Gidu village was destroyed. 5 paths also became rootless duckweed. There is no longer any threat. Guard Young need not worry. The cultivated corpse of the 5 paths is already dead. The mourning banner with negative energy has been damaged, so he had no more support left. Xiaoping asks what just happened to him. Ziyu says nothing happened to him. He looks at the cloth covered in blood and says that it's already over. 3 days later, Ziyu asks mentor brother Liu Heng why he came here. He tells him that he came to say goodbye. The sect leader has abandoned them, so he returns home. Ziyu asks, they told him something, didn't they? He thinks that the teacher's son came from other lands to take care of the funeral. He had an extremely negative attitude towards his mentor brother, only allowed him to light 1 candle at the funeral, and then sent him out. Liu Heng laughed and said that he was originally an outsider. At first he wanted to leave without regard for anyone, but he thought about it and still decided to give it to him. Ziyu opens the box and asks if these are King Yan pills. This is the promise of the teacher and monk Naya. King Yan pills will help break through the boundary of the level of internal Kai. Why is such a valuable thing in the hands of a mentor brother? Liu Heng says that the sect leader received it before the destruction of the bandits and put it in a place that only Liu Dong and he know about. The son of the head of the sect somehow arranged the funeral of the head, then a fight began over the head's property. There was no way he wanted to give it to them. The teacher would be delighted if he knew that he would have these pills. Now he says goodbye to him. Ziyu says he should take care of himself. He looks at the pills and thinks that outside the residence there is a Taoist of the 5 paths, who is probably secretly plotting something. There is no head of the sect now. There's a complete mess going on here right now. He must refine his inner strength as quickly as possible and enter the boundary of his inner Kai. Only then can he use these King Yun pills. Sometime later, 2 students find him and one of them says that they have finally found him. The inner sect disciple betrayed them and ran away. I need him to figure this out. Ziyu says that betrayal and escape are a matter of the law enforcement hall. Why would he have to deal with this? The student says that lately there has been a lot of business in the sect, the hall does not have enough workers, and therefore they are also just following orders, and besides, he has not taken a task yet this month. The internal department of the sect has established. Ziyu says that the task can be deleted if they make 100 contributions, so they shouldn't use the rules to pressure him. But first they must talk about the specific situation. The student takes out a scroll and says that this is how things are. External disciple Zhang Gui, 3 days ago he killed the owner of the Azure boat Gong Zhu and her husband, and then escaped, tasked with capturing him, dead or alive. Ziyu is surprised to hear his name and thinks that at the very beginning they joined the sect together, but due to their different positions they gradually grew apart. He says that in 3 days he must have already run far away. How to catch up with him? The student says that someone saw him yesterday in the village of Yunai. This village is his home. There is no one else but him who knows that place so well. Ziyu smiles and says that he will take on the task. Sometime later, he mounts his horse and thinks that Gidu village has been destroyed, so it is quite obvious that trade has increased. He got out of the city and thinks that there is a path that leads to the village of Yunai. If Zhao Jing wants to kill him, then this is a great place to attack. He uses the divine vision technique. He looks around and thinks that indeed, those 2 are at least at the 5th level of internal cultivation. They set up an ambush in such a deserted place, most likely their target is him. If he had not developed the divine vision technique to the level of magical instinct, he might have had a hard time. Still, he will see in what way they are going to attack him. A tight rope appears in front of his horse and Ziyu thinks that this is a trap. Immediately when the trap was triggered, 2 students sitting on the mountain jump to him. He thinks that the 2 seem to have close ties with Zhao Jing. The students run towards him, taking out their weapons. Ziyu smiles and tells Liu He and Kuyun that he discovered them a long time ago. Kuyun says that he should talk less and should die. Ziyu takes out the painting and directs his energy into it, causing a swordsman created from energy to appear. This surprised them very much and Kuyun asks if he can really use